to the dark node. Melee swap.
Clockwise. Clockwise. Go.
And back.
Positions. Look around. Revenge to... Whoops. DPS going out unless 2 towers.
Oh, I think I might have killed us.
Anti-knockback. Oh. What just happened?
That was horrible.
I
He got the
was
ice
trying
beam
to.
off and it lasts for a minute.
Oh.
Oh god.
So I was
I
standing there trying to heal her.
I was trying to do that spacing thing, but they snapshotted close because like I was zigzagging, but like it zigzagged and it snapshotted me like halfway through the zigzag both times. So then they ended up very close together rather than one end to point to the other. That makes sense?
Get a metronome and start it at the same rate
No.
they drop, and every
I-
half beat is
just
when
like
you
curve in.
zigzag.
Zigzagging here to here, and then back.
Wait.
And then
What? What do you
So
mean
my-
back?
my objective would have been zigzagging here to 2 to 1.
Oh, that's
to
too
2
tight, I think.
to 1.
No, that's too tight. You want to follow
What ended
the...
up happening was I dropped it here, and then I dropped it here, and then they died, and then they exploded. Right.
Yeah,
so-
they got to be more.
You want to... You want to follow the
smaller
contours of the AoE. The circles. You're not doing a small zigzag, you're doing it literally... Hang on.
No, the
Let me-
contours is right. You said it the right way.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm trying to just grab some waymarks.
It was that pattern where I only had less than a third of the arena. So
Your first one would be like here. Then, what would the Venn diagram be? It would be, you would go into there. Actually, no, because if you're on C, you'd actually be back here, right? And then you're going in between in the Venn diagram. And the next one is all the way out on the wall. And then you're going back in around the AoE. And the next one is all the way out on the wall on the next cardinal. Does that make sense? That's the zigzag. You're following the AoEs, because there's the ice AoE here. And then you hit the fire one, you go around the fire one to here. Then in, you hit the ice one, and you just keep doing that. You're just basically just following
creates
the AoE.
a bigger surface area with which
Yeah.
you're doing the movement.
Yeah. You're just hugging the AoE basically, but when you go out, go all the way to the wall. Just make use of the entire space, pretty much.
Yeah.
You're not doing a small zigzag within your own space. That's not what I meant.
I feel like I
It's
would've
also completely
ran out
safe
of
to do
room.
that no matter what.
Yeah, that's what I'm
you just have to
saying.
Realize that if you do it
Next time I get
every
medium, I'm
time,
gonna
you do it
practice that.
every single time, there's a chance that you might need a quick sprint at the end to reach
Yeah.
the tower. If it's like a super far away one, like if I was like near 3 and I needed to get all the way to like near A, it would be
Yeah.
a little further.
But as a general rule, I do think people should just be following the contours of the AoE.
Yes, sir.
I have a question, Zeph.
Hello, Grandma. Yeah?
If the person, I guess this would take an extra thought process. If the meteor people take the rightmost one in the quadrant, wouldn't that help eliminate this issue? Regardless of whether or
always
not there's
tank-
two. I guess.
Well,
I guess there's a-
the problem is there are patterns where there is no rightmost one.
Yeah, I
You
guess
might
that's
have
true.
far
Yeah, it's
left
just- it's
and
the
far
same
right on
problem,
the other
just from a
side.
different perspective, yeah.
The only
Not too far of
solution...
this, but
Oh, go ahead.
tanks healers with meteor always take the rightmost one. And DPS with meteor always take the leftmost one. So it depends on our role.
Yeah,
it
it
wouldn't
doesn't
be
change.
changed.
It doesn't change
It wouldn't
anything.
change anything. It
The
just-
only
it just changed it
solution-
for one pattern, yeah.
There is one solution, and it's being able to identify the entire pattern within the first 3 seconds of making
Yeah,
the
and
correct
then
swap call.
swapping the meteors
Yeah,
to the
which
best
is
place,
a
yeah.
lot
If
harder.
you can do that, yeah. If I knew that Slayer's tower was complete opposite the other meteor.
Yeah, but the problem is,
Yes, but
you have to make that call before you've even started the swap. And you only have 3 seconds to do that.
yeah.
Yeah, alright, let's just get used to the contour.
Yeah.
I think we get good at spacing.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. Ready? Move.
Strength of the war. BD. Dodge Earth.
Ready? Move.
Paladins 2.
Left.
Middle.
Right.
Line up. Look for your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight. 1 away. 2 to the Dark Knight. 1 away. Melee swap tanks.
Tank swap. Clockwise.
The eyes.
Go.
And back.
Look around. No swap.
Good.
Tank's healers out. And 2s.
Knockback.
Nope, fear. One more, move to B.
There was no room for the meteors anyway. We were
That
done.
was the tighter pattern.
It was close. So I don't know if the people did the shuffle within their tower to
I
start.
was
far.
on the very edge of my tower to give
Okay.
her room, but
It was
we need to
really
practice the
close.
zigzag
Yeah, it
thing.
was really close.
I was almost not even in my tower.
Okay. But yeah, either way, Fura, once you finish there, you would go to the next cardinal, like Raven said.
I think she almost made it to it, but yeah.
She
She would
did.
have made it if the
Yeah.
comet didn't explode.
I would have made it. But
Yeah,
I
she
was-
did make it. She did.
I wonder if the comet snapshot's earlier than the conviction.
Everything I've.
If that were the case, you could stand on the
Checked.
cardinal and then move into the tower as soon as it blows up.
If I look at my clip, I could check that.
Well, we don't really know because the meteor physically shows after the tower blew up, but who knows? Maybe you stand outside the tower.
You can run a circle in a tower and see what happens.
Ready? Move.
We get a botched pull with some death. Somebody just tries standing on a cardinal, and then right before conviction goes out, go into the tower. See if the meteor snapshots onto the cardinal instead of in the tower.
AC.
Dodge Earth.
Ready? Move.
Paladins 2.
Right.
Left.
Middle.
How's it going? We're working on it. Making slow progress. We made progress now. We're stuck a little bit and just trying to clean things up.
Line up. Watch for your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away. We're okay?
Clockwise. Go.
And back.
Look around. Happy with Vela. DPS out.
Knockback.
Knockback.
On
To the
A.
sword.
That was a nice pattern. Thank you, Mr. Thornton.
I think he just moves himself. He comes out.
He does.
Yeah.
Just make sure he's not on the wall.
Okay.
Little RP bullshit.
Yeah. Get behind him.
Behind.
Behind. Into the first. Behind again. Into the first.
Get fucked, idiot.
Whoa, dude!
All right. Party on C. Party on C. Tanks. Be careful. Don't leave us. Look at your spot. Look at your marker. Just do your best.
I don't know which tank is. Never mind.
High jumps on my. Are we all high jump?
Slash and Nash.
I'm gonna be in the
And
Is it me? Okay, so
Oh my god.
out.
okay, I'm willing to bet I know what
Coward.
happened there. I think I know what happened.
Yeah.
You should have been taking that tower fear.
Why'd Bear that?
So
Because I got killed by the
that's what I was
fucking
gonna say.
stack.
I'm God damn it. I think that attack hits the first person in front of him.
That's what I was.
Rampant.
I was actually thinking that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I had a rampant
So
target
stupid,
person
dude.
in front
I'm
of
there
'Cause
by
that's
myself
why-
putting it down.
Yeah, that's why Slayer got hit. I was also in front the first pull we had, and I got hit by it. So yeah, it's probably we do the
Yeah,
stack in
Remember,
front.
was supposed to take their own tower?
No.
Well, Revenge
No,
said so.
I got hit by
so-
something completely different.
I just typed it. I said if you were 1, you just should have gone away. But you were in the same. Like, it looked like you were about to take it, so I don't think anyone moved over to take it from you. Like,
So, yeah, we gotta flip all of our things over.
Yep,
'cause
so
we're
it's gonna
party on
be-
A and everything else on BCD.
BCD, changing.
The good news
yeah.
is B and D are still the same for spine and pervasive.
Yeah.
And,
Is
but
that
however, it
minus
also means
stack?
northwest, northeast for the.
But we just
new
all
people.
start the party north and do
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah.
Well,
so
actually,
what's
hang on.
the
reasoning
tank?
behind why?
Just aim him southeast at the start.
I think no. I don't have a choice. I think he turns. I think he faces
I think
north.
he turns for the casts there, but you will eventually need to face
For
him
lashing
away.
now?
Yeah, but like for the purpose of directing the stack, I can't direct that anyway. He chooses to face north.
So we stand on A and then we do DCB for the main stand.
Yep.
Okay. If 3 high jumps, just spread out.
He
If
wasn't
1 high
facing
jump, high
perfect
jumps on
north.
C.
Wasn't he?
I don't think. I think he was facing at you.
Well, let me check. I'll
Unless
check
your
my
A
own
marker is
POV.
wrong.
No,
For
it's
Lash,
very
Ash
precise.
Definitely turned and faced A. I feel.
Look
The
at
A
my
is
POV.
very precise.
He's not facing perfectly, or the A marker is wrong.
Well, we'll see where I
What
was
is it?
standing.
A marker looks perfect to me. I think you just face him, dude.
It may have. No, I think it was he looked at you. Oh, hang on. Were you already dead at that point? No, you weren't.
He does not move even a tiny bit after he's done cleaving you.
Actually, you know what? You're right. Yeah. So maybe. I mean, we could just put. I'll just face C, and then we don't have to change anything. We'll just put the party
you have to
behind the
face,
boss.
Like 3. You can't face C.
No, I mean for the beginning of the mechanic. So we're directing that AoE on the first person hit.
Yeah, but you need to already be facing him that way before diving Grace, no?
Let me check. Let me check
cleave
the
is so
streamable.
small, you can just let people go where they want.
No,
Face
the
cleave it
streamable
or some
the
shit.
streamable is facing A, and everyone is just going in front of the boss. He turns later, but like for the first half, if we didn't want to have to flip everything, I would just face him south, and then the party goes in front of the boss.
Yeah, I
To
guess
begin
that's
the
true. We
mechanic.
just don't have to stack up before
Yeah.
diving Grace goes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
I'll
the
say that
the
way.
boss is gonna drop down facing south, and I'm just gonna leave him facing that way. Everyone else gets out of the way to avoid the cleaves, and then when the mechanic starts, you come to the front. If you're not a 1.
What do you mean?
I mean, or you just face him to like 3. His cleaves are so tiny,
Wait, what?
and we stay on C.
Well, but
Oh.
the stack is aimed at the closest person in front of him. I guess we're assuming, or it's someone in front of him.
Oh, you
He's
think
targeting
it's gonna clip
someone.
D instead?
He's
Okay.
There's a
yeah.
chance.
He's
Whatever
targeting
you guys
someone
want.
in front of him.
It's not
so-
a huge deal.
I just think let him face it at C and we'll move to C
Yeah.
after diving Grace.
The reason being, we already wrote down
I love this goal.
the waymarks we were using and like the direction, and none of that changes if we just simply make him face south.
Okay.
So TLDR, what did we just change? Because I'm confused.
We're not going to
Just don't be in front of just don't be in front of the
boss.
boss. It's literally just that. Just don't be in front.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like directly in front, or do you want me to be on the boss's rear?
Just
don't
don't
be
get
right.
cleaved. You just don't want to get cleaved by the autos. That's literally all that's happening there.
And you're gonna be standing.
If for the
facing him
reopener,
directly.
don't be standing.
I'm not
opposite-
turning the boss, basically. Your positionals are on the other side.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to A for the reopener.
Yeah, start the fight on A.
Once
into
he
your
starts
opener.
casting, I come back to
Yeah, once we have numbers, everything is based on what we wrote. We're
And
starting on C and fanning out from there.
Ones are being placed at DB and A.
B,
B, okay.
A, yes.
Okay.
Dab.
I also
Dab.
forgot to take a screenshot of that pattern. I should do that real quick. So I'm trying to cap all the possible patterns of debuff.
When after you place them at DBA, where are you sitting to be safe?
C.
Yeah, just go back
You
to the
just need to
stack.
be doing Dynamo and Chariot.
Hang on, so
Yeah,
I still don't know what Dynamo and Chariot are. What's the naming?
Lash
Between
and
mechanics.
Nash is Dynamo then Chariot. Nash and the Lash is Chariot then Dynamo. So Lash is the Dynamo.
Okay.
Nash is the Chariot. And the name of the ability tells you the order.
Yeah.
Okay,
think
so
of
Lash
Nash-
is in, Nash is out.
Yeah, think of Nash as like gnashing, like a dog gnashing on a bone. So it's like
Yeah, that's
fight.
what. That's what?
You
I
wanna
don't get
be
it.
away from the Nash. and-
You want to be away from the
It's
dog
your
that's
bone.
gnashing
Run
on a
away.
bone?
Yeah,
Oh,
Nash
my
is like-
bone.
That's like a
I'm gonna ask
your
this
bone.
analogy to stop.
It's yeah.
That makes sense. Sorry, you don't understand what the word.
All I
is.
need
It
to know is
doesn't
one
make
of them.
sense. A
Lash-
lash is in your eye, and a
All-
ganache is like a type of dessert.
All I need to know is Lash is in, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
Nash is in.
That's all I need to
So
know.
you want to get the lash out of your eye, though.
Lash go in.
Up, Pharaoh.
Lash go in. So all you have to do is see whether in is first or second, and that's it.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go.
Yeah. TLDR, DBA for 1. Go to C if you don't have any responsibilities currently. 2 is still being 1 and 2, pointing towards 4 and 3. Or are we reversing that?
I think we were going with the plan of just be in, like,
God,
on the
that
boss
fucking
ring.
Jump scared me. I was like, why is he walking at us?
The plan we were doing was be on the boss ring and aim it outwards towards the waymark of 4 or 3. Or if you have high jump, just be on the waymark.
Okay.
Yes.
And the 3s are leaving C after the 1s are handled and going to cover their towers
Yes.
during the in and out.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're set.
I just wanted to reiterate it so anyone who wasn't asking questions heard.
My food's about to run out. Eat some more.
Unlucky. Hey,
Can't wait to do
Move.
resource parse runs on this.
Why would you?
Because I hate myself.
nice.
I don't know. Two, four.
Oh. Ready? Move.
Oh!
Never
Oh, it's 'cause
mind.
you got-
Oh, there's a body over there.
Yeah.
I feel like that rescue dragged me backwards.
I'm not rescuing there anymore.
Thanks for following Mumbling Elf. Lashing.
Days, it's Wednesday?
Lashing.
Right. Or is it Tuesday?
Yeah? Yeah.
AC.
AC.
Dodge Earth.
B. Move.
Paladins A.
Right.
Middle.
Left.
Line up. Look at your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight. 2 to the Dark Knight. 1 away.
Tank swap.
Tank swap, range swap.
Anti-clockwise. Might be
Oh,
okay.
I
Not
know.
okay. Oh, that's what happened.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know what
Oh,
the fuck
someone
looks like
someone
in
wanted
real
to
life.
test something. Snapshot
Fuck
shenanigans.
Wait, why did I? Alright.
Dead
Oh.
people have the meteors.
Oh, yeah, we threw ourselves into the wall.
Plus
Yeah.
there's cardinal outs. Anyways.
Whoops wanted to test if the snapshot of the first meteor is exactly when the tower resolves. So
It
he said
probably
stand
is.
outside the tower and move in right as it resolves, and then see if the meteor spawns outside the tower or in the tower.
Like say the tower I have to take as the meteor here is on A. I would stand here, and then as soon as Conviction's about to go off, I move right here. As soon as it goes in, and then I would continue to go. So I would want to drop my first meteor here, take the tower, drop the second meteor here, and then keep going. But I don't think that works.
I feel like
That
the
would be
timing on
too
that
easy.
I feel like the timing on that is going to be so tight that I don't want to do that with 11 time zones in this static.
Well, everyone else, you'd have to have the other players move it like 80% into the cast and just guess until they got the hang of it.
Just need to get the starting positions and the zigzag right, I think. Ready? Move.
Dodge the earth.
Ready? Move.
Paladin B for Cora. Middle. Right. Line up. Watch for your partner. Two to the Dark Knight. One away. Two to the Dark Knight. One away. We're good.
Clockwise.
And back. Too quick.
Okay. Arrow with Slayer. Tank's healer's out.
There was no one on me? Oh.
I couldn't see where I was supposed to go. I got rezzed and he's just...
Oh,
I can
hell.
just rescue you next time.
Ready? Move.
One, three.
Okay. Move.
Paladin C for Paco.
Right.
Middle. Line up. Look at your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight. 1 away. Tank swap.
Anti-clockwise. Look around. Pharaoh with Slayer. Tank healer's out. Oh, I'm
One of
paralyzed.
us was supposed to do that. I only saw one in mine.
Was there a second tower, Pura?
There were 2 towers, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
There's
probably
one on the
just because he was
cardinal and one
raising.
to the left.
Yeah, he was raising, so
Yeah.
hard to see.
Just don't be racing.
Okay, just leave him dead next time.
True.
It's not like we need 8 people for that mechanic.
Nah.
It's fine.
Ready? Move.
One, 3. Dodge or
Ready? Move.
Paladin C. 4. Or C for clockwise and line up. Look for your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight. 2 to the Dark Knight.
Tank swap.
Healer swap, tank swap. Healer swap, tank swap.
Anti-clockwise. Round. Me with Pharaoh.
Tank's healer's out. Revenge on 1.
So I did a stutter step because I saw Fury you were... Okay, maybe latency, but it looked like when you started you weren't in the edge of your tower, so I had not a lot of room. Just lean
I looked
towards...
across and I saw you seemingly directly across from me, so I went in the center.
No, that was the bad pattern. Just as a general rule, lean towards your nearest cardinal.
Just try to get to the closest
Yeah.
to your cardinal.
Yeah.
If both people do that, it just works out,
Yeah.
right? You're not gonna worry where the other person's
Yeah.
standing.
Because if it's doable
feel-
with the medium patterns, then like it doesn't matter if it's not perfect.
The rule of thumb I took from that pull like hours ago at this point was stutter stepping is never the right call.
No, well,
Even if it's
Except
I had to gamble on it because I definitely didn't have room.
Also,
I-
RQ Walking Dead, right? We rolled that out.
Yeah.
correct.
Move.
Everything is dead. That isn't pressing W.
You have to hold them.
Yeah, I had to gamble on the timing because I can guarantee I would have hit the other side. and hit that meteor.
BD.
Oh, what am I doing? Coming.
Dodge Earth.
Ready? Move.
Paladin's B for a moment.
Right.
Middle.
Left.
I'll go around. Just go north, go north, go north, go north.
Mr. Flex over there.
Mr. Flexi.
I should have been north,
Yeah.
so I was just calling it back.
I really dread the day when this phase becomes not fun anymore.
It hasn't been fun for ages.
Dude, I actually still really like this phase. I like untargetable boss mechanics with type movement.
Shoots him. Oh.
That's a hot take, but I love it. Line up. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away. We're good.
Anti-clockwise.
And back.
Look around. Valor with happy.
Happy.
DPS out unless 2 towers. Combo Pharaoh. You take this.
Knock back.
Knock back. Oh no! You didn't hear me.
Well, I was already running when you said you decided to move.
I did it. By the way.
I looked at you, saw you on that tower, I turned around and ran.
I'm gonna actually clip that. That
Yeah, I
was-
saw you doing the contouring.
That was the perfect contour, actually. The timing that I did. Sick.
Did you change off of the norm?
Just an example if somebody wants to see it.
No,
It-
Zeph.
It dropped perfectly.
What? Oh no, we just Pharaoh and I were both the same distance from an intercardinal tower, so I just said I would run away. And then I got to the other side at the exact same time as he did.
Hey, Zeph, can you look in King Thornton and just tell me if that's what you had in mind for the contours?
Okay.
Where was the other tower, actually? Oh yeah, so that wasn't the worst pattern possible.
But yeah, that is exactly what I mean. You go all the way to the wall and then into the dip.
I think
That was
if Revenge would have flexed over to the inside of that tower. I think that still would have worked.
that was 4C to A, by the way.
Yeah.
Wait, if I would have flexed where? Huh?
If I'm saying if your tower would have been between A1 and you would have dropped your meteor on the very inside edge of that what's it called? Cardinal.
Oh yeah, so Revenge's one was dead center of the cardinal. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So he could have
I'm
adjusted
saying
away, but
if we both would have done exactly what I did, it would have worked.
yeah. The thing is
it
though.
only works if both do that.
Oh no, it's fine because if you're already on the cardinal, you've already got a not bad pattern. It was 4C to A, so that's not the bad one. The worst one is 4C to 1A, and that's where you need to be both pushing up as close to the cardinal as possible.
We both needed to do exactly what I did in that clip, and then it would have worked.
The starting spot. The other person has a long run, so it doesn't matter how far they go.
But if they were standing mirrored to me where I was
Yeah.
starting,
But yeah, just as a general rule, trying to get as close to your cardinal as possible makes that work.
what actually killed this thing? We missed a tower?
I'm
Pharaoh and
posting a
I.
picture of it
yeah.
in team chat.
Okay.
So Zeph was almost on tower 2, if you look on the bottom right of that picture, I've marked.
Yeah.
1, 2,
Oh,
3,
okay.
4
Yeah.
for-
So
and
I was actually.
I was the closest
closer.
one to 4, and he was already on one. So
Yeah.
I flexed over, but he also left the tower he was on and went across.
Yeah. So okay, you're right. I had that because I was closer. So that's my mistake.
I think my mic was off because I turned it off and
Oh.
drank water and focused.
Okay. Yeah,
But
because
I
you didn't
wasn't-
say anything.
It's like I didn't think I had no idea what you were saying. I had no idea you were actually gonna do that because
Oh,
you were
okay.
on one and left it. So I thought you meant maybe you were talking about something else.
Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. In that case, I should have taken that one because I was already there. I was the closest
It should
person.
just be like. Yeah. However, if it was number 1 and 2 were out, and we were in these positions for some fucking reason, which I don't even think can happen, by the way. But let's just say then you would shift over.
I would go all the way around. Yeah. And you would.
But yeah, you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's plenty
Kinda
of time.
like
though.
10-strike
Yeah.
trio, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, that was.
It's
a
not
odd
that bad.
one,
I
though.
just
It's
made a
fine.
bad judgment call. That's
Next
all.
time if that happens, I'll try and listen if you're doing it. Like,
Yeah.
'cause I thought you were like saying you're doing good or something.
Oh no! I looked at you and it looked like you were running at me. So I'm like, oh okay, I'll leave.
Let's go.
You said I'll get this one. I was like, okay, he's probably getting the one he's already getting. Then the very
think I
last
said-
second,
I think
you
I-
popped in on the tower next to me.
I wasn't expecting to see you there.
You're like, hi, and I was like, no.
Ready? Move.
One.
1-3.
South Earth.
Ready? Move.
Paladin B or bruh.
Left.
Or for Boinkus Goinkus. Whatever you prefer. Line up. Look at your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away.
Clockwise. Go. Huh? That's weird.
I should have vocalized the swap to Happy, sorry.
Me and Valor swap here.
Bella's going south. DPS out. Yeah, I know. that ice is really
Maybe we
close.
should make. Maybe you and I shouldn't be in the same static anymore.
Okay, ends the group, deletes the
Couple of fucking bozos. After you! No, after you! No, I'll get this one! No, I'll
Stop
get it!
adjusting.
And then we both fucking die.
Yeah. No, that would have just been a clockwise rotation for all of us.
We both do the pug shuffle all the time, man.
Just, I think rule of thumb is just don't adjust and do exactly as we were saying. And even if someone is in the wrong spot, you just don't adjust, right? Because
Yeah.
you just assume that
Yeah.
they're meant to, they'll fix their own choice,
Yeah,
their mistakes.
I actually had no other option there. Move.
Dodge root.
Ready? Move.
Paladins 4. Left.
Right.
Oh my god.
That's not a direction.
I'm getting carried by Valor.
Can you carry me? I'm pretty heavy.
Is that the Shikuchi legend?
Yes, he just literally waits until waits till the last minute, lets everyone run around, and then he just takes the last spot.
Problem is, it causes me problems.
Look how slow.
Wait, you got a 3-minute damage down.
Yeah.
No.
I need everyone
Those on
out.
most of our
580
polls.
pounds.
I need everyone out of the middle, otherwise
Line
I
up,
can't get to my
Look at
spot.
your partner. Line up. Look at your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight. 1 away. Healer swap.
Anti-clockwise. Anti-clockwise. Go.
Ouch. Got murdered.
Practice. Valor swap with Happy. DPS out.
Ouch.
I'm having issues with our positioning prior to that mechanic.
How? Like what?
Well, if you're standing directly under a paladin, it's hard to see what people get. There's been times where I didn't even see what what side the knives are on.
We should move in a bit more then,
Yes.
to make it more clear. Just
We're
line
getting
up,
more,
but
then
closer to the middle.
paladins will stop jumping on people, and then
Yeah, okay. Just make sure we're sort of close-ish to the middle in the line.
Yarp. You want to be close anyways in case you have to go to the other side.
I hate how those paladins jump down.
What? Really? I think it's awesome.
Yeah, oh, delete paladin.
What?
Whoa. Whoa.
Replace with more dragoons.
Okay. Now.
Oh, so now he agrees with you.
Well.
Need more Lalafell
Ready?
dragoons.
Move?
Don't know about that one.
Yes.
Here it comes. She's gonna unmute. I'll say it for her.
Yes. You know, that was a pretty good impression.
It was. That's why I was confused.
Wait, Vera's here for the first time today? What? Nice to
AC.
hear your voice finally.
AC. Dodge Earth.
B. Move.
Paladins 3.
Right.
Middle.
The paladins are either side of the three-way mark, which is our relative north direction. Toita line. Toy, like a toiga.
Look at your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight. Healer swap.
Clockwise.
I have no fucking idea how we lived.
Should not have.
No swap.
We're fine.
Shouldn't you be in?
I didn't even know who it was on. I couldn't see
Who? What was on?
the meteors.
That was
they were
tanks, healers.
Yeah, I.
Oh, check party list. We'll actually stare at it as we're in our positions and wait to see.
We have tried, it's too slow.
Remember that time we bullied Vera about the Canadian accent she doesn't know?
Move.
Did she apologize?
It's in Yukon. That was a funny bit. We should bring
Some patterns require a zigzag. There are some bad patterns where you have less room. It's not a zigzag so much as just following the contours of the AoE. It's easier than it seems. Wait until I get meteors. And I
my
can
God.
show.
Why? Hi. Can you get off my keyboard, please? Dodge Earth.
Ready? Move.
Paladin's 3.
right.
You're going mid, I'm going left.
I hope that doesn't hit you.
Nice damage down. Oh, okay.
I had a yoink tether.
Aw,
People really need to not run directly through those knights, please.
we had a weird...
Yeah, if you're gonna do it, go around the knight though. Because I saw what was happening, I stood on the knight, and the only way you take it is if you go straight through.
If you want to start making some headway south while that's happening, you should probably just try to run directly mid until they pass you. Like, try to cut them off with the other side of the line.
Okay, bye, kitty.
If I go early and someone moves late, they might just run straight through it.
You should see how degenerate some of the movement is. I don't think people are. I don't think he can do that.
Move.
Degenerate movement sounds like the shittiest rock band I've ever heard.
For some reason, my mind transported me to the next
Thought you were
phase, and
gonna
I
say
got really
degenerate
confused.
movement sounds like a really bad shit.
I'm beginning to phase out. We haven't progged all day. Not since the beginning.
2-4. Dodger.
Ready? Move.
Paladin's 3.
Middle.
Left.
Right. I see what you mean about going around.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. There's a last minute influence. Line up.
Harder line.
Two to the Dark Knight. Tank swap.
Anti-clockwise. Go. Look around. Happy with revenge. DPS out. Knock back.
Knock back.
That last meteor right next to me, I think.
Oh, did you have a shitty pattern?
If we did, I mean, I cheated to the right side of my thing. So I would have been at the furthest possible point.
Let me check the clip just now.
Unless my brain is playing tricks on me.
It wasn't even on towers. It was 2 meteors that were between towers.
Oh, that means that you like ran past where my starting tower was.
Yeah.
That's what that
What?
means, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like where the impact point was there. Were you sprinting by any chance?
No.
Ninja has higher base move speed, don't they? Still,
He
they
does
didn't
have
change
higher
that.
base move speed,
Yeah.
that is toxic.
Oh man, that makes things
Yeah,
awkward
'cause I did the
actually.
contouring there also, so.
All right, I'll keep that.
That's actually really
Ninja,
awkward.
Toxic.
That's funny as hell.
I always just, whenever I'm to the right of a cardinal marker, I try to cheat away towards the direction I'm going to rotate. It's my general rule.
Ready? Move. It's really annoying the way he's angled when how he stands, because every time I run through him, I end up on his left side. Because I can't see his hitbox.
2-4. Dodger.
Ready? Move.
Paladin's 4.
Right.
Hit. Left. Line up. Semi-close to the middle. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away. We're good.
Anti-clockwise. Oh, there's an eye there. My hysteria almost dodged everything.
This will be me and Revenge Swap. Oh,
Actually, no, it wasn't the eye. I tried to intervention someone, and it turned me. That's what happened. No need to do that though.
more like frost, bitch. Oh. My cat's just had a wrestling match. Now there's hair flying everywhere in my room. It's getting in my nose.
Just
This
inhale.
sucks.
Ready? Move.
Is Discord working?
Huh?
Guys, come on. That was the perfect setup.
Did Fira say something? Too far.
Yes, Discord is working.
Roof?
Paladins B or... Oy, 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 oy.
Left.
Right.
You don't have to yell at them.
Oh! Man, at least I didn't have heavy. So I could actually wall it. I don't know.
Vera went offline.
Oh, what?
Oh,
Wait, she left Discord.
Discord crashing PC.
Discord's
Oh.
Hey, remember when that happened during our Savage proc?
I do remember that. I'm gonna go
Yes.
use it. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm actually really tired. Only slept 8 hours the past 2 days. Sleep more? I don't have a choice. Sounds like a silly thing to do. Well, I mean... not really having many gameplay issues. It's not affecting my performance. I'm just tired.
Hey.
Ooh, what's up?
More coffee? Yeah, I've got some. Hello, by the way, Matos. Hello, Gio. Thanks. So bad at this.
What would be the cause of Discord crashing a PC?
That's a Fira question.
I don't know.
So I don't think it's actually Discord, but you remember that one time me and Pharaoh both?
That's
had-
what I said.
Yeah, it was exactly the same as
Yeah.
that. Except this time, I also noticed my ACT overlay and my chat window for Twitch also crashed. Specifically those things. And those are both Chromium based, as is Discord. So it was like some weird system-wide issue which caused all the Chromium programs on my computer to crash. And then also the black screen on the main monitor for a second. It was so weird.
Yeah, it's probably
I think
the
it might be a memory
disgruntled-
corruption issue, but I don't understand why that would be happening. Because it's stable otherwise. It's like a 1 in a million. Or maybe a 1 in 1,000.
Definitely. It's either you had too much spaghetti or too many tabs open.
I haven't had spaghetti in like a
What?
week.
Too many tabs open.
No,
Okay,
I have
let's get
4
going.
tabs open in Chrome.
That's-
Firefox
that's-
isn't open.
gotta be the Go Funkle Bajoinkle. 100%.
Yep.
I think it has to do with the GPU being hot for extended period of time, which is heating up the inside of the case and causing the memory to not be stable.
Fiora has
how
a
many-
really good skill of like hearing a really stupid response from Whoops and then
Oh,
just
countdown.
responding totally seriously.
That's how I respond to everything. I can't take
Also,
things back.
I'm rolling it.
Fira, how many tabs do you have open right now?
No, 4.
Really?
Yes.
You have 4 whole
There's-
cans of tab open?
You're lying.
There's Gmail, YouTube, Twitch, and then the streamable from that we were reviewing.
Wow.
Firefox is where I keep all my tabs open, and it's not open.
Okay, yeah, that's okay.
I think you forgot Discord.
We asked Fira
Discord.
how many tabs she had one time, and it was like 800.
Yeah, you have Discord open as a tab in the browser.
I don't have. So
Browser Discord?
Yeah.
I mean,
That way you can just
Discord
ad
is a
block
browser,
people
but
in
it's
the
not.
Discord server.
Ready? Move.
AC.
Ready? Move.
Paladin's 1.
Left.
Right.
We. What the fuck is happening? I literally 180'd and every position was taken.
Said we.
I'm just not
Zeph,
gonna do
go
a
to the
heal there
wrong
anymore.
one or
I'm
no?
just gonna ODCD and then go straight to my spot.
Well, aren't you always the right one?
He's
Every
always
time.
right.
Someone take it if I'm
I
not there
think
fast enough.
I actually think what
Oh,
happened,
sometimes
Pharaoh,
if you're
is
too slow. I don't.
I think what
Pharaoh's
happened is
always
someone
right.
moved towards a
Pharaoh's
spot. I
and then
think
change their mind.
yeah, they changed their mind, so by the time you finish the camera spin, they were in the new position.
I wait to see where you're going, and if you don't move long in enough time, I just leave. I just pick a spot.
Just gonna hope we live there. We'll probably be fine.
Dude,
I'll just not heal there.
Dog. Health is optional.
About to break out the ooh markers.
Ready? Move.
Two, 4. Jesus.
Oh,
It's hard to see. Almost did.
Wait. Zeph, did you wait for the AoE before running into the wall instead?
I don't know what I was doing. That reminds me, about, I don't know, 5 hours ago, I saw you do another sketchy dodge out of the AoE from the triangle.
I don't remember that at all.
Oh,
Just a normal day for me.
okay. Ready? Move. Not gonna lie, I'm actually just closing my eyes and having a nap. In these pre-mechanic sections here, like right there.
BD.
DB.
No, BD.
There's nothing going on, and I'm just pressing
I'm calling
video over and over again.
It's like saying pepper and salt, but it just doesn't work.
Ready? Move.
Paladins 2. For 2 chains.
Left.
Right. Oh my bruh. Line up. Somewhat close to the middle. Look for your partner. Watch your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away.
Tank swap. Anti-clockwise. One away, right? Oh, okay.
Correct. It would have been 1 away.
I don't know what happened there. Alright guys, I got this, don't worry.
A lot of eyes. A lot of eyes.
I'm just gonna go here. And then this one.
Have fun.
Close.
Yes.
Oh.
We don't actually have much time left, though.
Oh.
We gotta reset. Repair.
Alright, disband party now.
Boom. Delete the Discord.
I need to use the washroom.
Okay.
The correct call out, Fura, is Bioblaster. But
Yes.
go off. Goes on twitter.com on my cell phone.
At least doing phase 1 again is something slightly different. Phase 1 doesn't help. I actually... I'm just... I'm so over phase 1. Did the stuff I figured out work? Yes, we're just having execution issues, that's all. But we've seen the phase after that 3 times, I think. I tried role-playing IRL whenever I take damage. I'm just gonna... Honestly, we're taking a short break because Furo's Bioblaster... Fura's Bioblaster. I'm just gonna sit back in my chair for a moment. Like, just lean back.
Can you guys
Just-
shut up? Oh my god.
No! Oh, I didn't unmute. That's too bad. I can't be bothered.
So loud.
Chill for a bit. I've run out of things for my brain to think about. And so I'm just deflating.
Whoops AFK. Oh.
Did everyone repair?
I'm gonna fucking lose my mind if people aren't repaired.
Okay.
Food, repair, food,
Okay.
repair, food, repair.
On your focus game.
Oh.
I will drop kick you in the throat.
Awesome.
Steel-toed boots on, even though I'm not kicking you with the heels or the tips.
Uh-huh.
Line up.
East.
See ya.
Get it.
Look around, check your partner. Target the right one.
No sweat.
I'll get it.
That was unfortunate. I moved back, but it didn't break. Out, out. I thought that jump was gonna kill you.
Please, I'm a professional.
True. He literally is.
By the way, we
Heal!
reach.
Heal! Heal! Oh, what?
Yeah,
0.1?
I even popped what's it called earlier.
So I always try and stay close to who I'm tethered to, and I move in even more before knockback. But we were far apart, and then I moved in, which means I could get far enough apart from you.
Oh, okay.
And everyone does it differently, and that's why I die sometimes, because some players do it differently. I'm trying to do the exact same thing every time.
I'm not sure what you mean. You just go to your spot, right? Like
No,
near the boss is
that's
the
what
boss.
kills you. Everyone is at a separate distance when the tethers spawn, which means the spawn length to break it is different depending on who I'm tethered to. Sometimes I need to almost get in the other person's territory or nearly wall myself to break it.
I really wish this boss would stop line of sighting me every pull.
Get good.
Party stack.
Look around.
West.
Check your partners. Target the right boss.
I was really far over.
In.
Oh, that goes through Reservoir? Did that just go through?
Not sure. I might have looked at the wrong cast when I started casting.
There's the Moonbone.
Get on
I
for now.
imagine it's okay.
Pretty this time.
Oh wait, it's... Oh.
Yeah, we were. There's just a lot of health missing because of the healer, and then this. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
that does damage.
Does someone want to try jumping in front of Harchafont when he spawns?
Do it.
Like when he starts taking damage?
Man,
Like, no?
doesn't work.
No, you just
Okay.
dance anyway. One thing I've thought
Ripsy.
about is
HP
Why haven't
recovery
why haven't
reduced by
there
100.
more people stand behind him? Did we ever
No.
try that?
Please, no.
Oh, okay. Just asking.
We're just pushing his back. Like, come on, you can do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Interactable. I've got your back.
Maybe you have to slash psych him up.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that we haven't yet.
I don't even know why he tried to protect us. We've taken bigger hits than that. Not a big deal.
I just can't hit you guys with the same bits anymore. I just gotta come up with new ones, huh?
Good luck with that.
Party stack.
Not a single bite. Sucks.
I wasn't even listening. I don't know what you even said.
I know.
That's why he's sad. Just the natural tune.
South.
Look around.
South, more like south.
Look for your
Where?
partner. Check the right boss.
Whoa!
Please, why?
Team.
Huh.
That's why I cheat the other way, Zeph.
I was
Otherwise,
actually-
that happens. every
Yeah.
time.
No, the
These
problem
markers are
was
not-
there. I couldn't see who I was tethered to. I couldn't read the name.
You got knocked perfectly though, didn't you? Yeah, if you get knocked perfectly, you
I,
kill each other.
did we die?
Yes.
Well, I just
We both
wasn't.
got exactly
I
where
couldn't
markers
tell.
and kill
I
each
couldn't
other.
tell where
I
my partner
always
was going.
cheat. Sometimes the person opposite me does not cheat because they're doing it a different way.
Yeah. No, it wasn't that. Normally, I wouldn't be so close, but I just didn't know who I was tethered to.
Well, that hasn't happened to me ever since I started cheating more onto. I stay on brown if I'm C. If I'm blue or green, I stay on the brown on the arena.
The brown one.
I have assumed the Tyler 1 posture. No, it's not shrimp, it's slouch. I'm just like leaning, decaying into my chair.
What are you talking about?
West.
I'm supposed to be muted.
I'm Momo.
The warrior, line up. Keep them even.
Oh my god, we're all alive.
Out. My silence.
This ends here. And now the final cut.
Healers go. Blaze go. Range go.
Holy, we're alive.
Hit him with the 360 no scope on the way out.
Awesome. Save it, please. No.
I mean, Zephyr's not even throwing the spear at us. He's throwing it at his own dudes. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking they're trying to do right now.
Alright, time to sit up again.
It's kind of satisfying watching him die.
What?
You're an asshole.
I do not want to do that, Kappa. Not at all. Not one bit.
I want an orange dreamsicle right now.
Are those just like ice cream truck things?
It's like an orange popsicle, but the inside's vanilla ice cream.
Ready? Move.
It's usually soft.
Yeah. I know which ones you're talking about. Those are really good.
Did you call it creamsicle or dreamsicle?
Dreamsicle.
I called
They're
it creamsicle.
creamsicles.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably
Don't
a
care.
brand name or something.
Four. Dodge turret.
Ready? Oh. Move.
I'll get him.
Paladin's 4.
I will not be able to get that. I
I
think.
wonder how that's
No.
gonna be.
Yeah, there's no way.
I was thinking maybe there's like Zeph can get it on the way up and I'll just die, but that did not play out.
Not quite.
I also want a chili dog.
Okay, Sonic.
Like the big Coney Island foot-long chili dogs.
It's a lot of dog.
Tell you what, me plus foot-long chili dog.
I want you to think very carefully about the next thing you say.
It's going down.
He didn't think carefully.
Maybe I did. I'd be awful if Mom and Pop was watching us right now.
I wouldn't.
BD. Dodge Earth.
Oof.
Paladin's B. For Buwam.
Right.
Middle. Line up.
Close line.
Look at your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away. 2 to the Dark Knight. Melee swap.
Anti-clockwise. Look around. No swap. DPS out.
I just don't have a partner. Oh.
DPS
Knock back.
partner.
Knock back.
Knock back.
Why are you gonna die?
Because that was the short pattern, and the ninja was the one doing the short
Oh man.
and wasn't contouring. So
What
it
do
was
we
as,
even
as doomed as possible?
That's just GG.
Can you Shikuchi over puddles?
No.
Ah.
You know what? I have an idea.
What?
What if we... Would the distance between the edge of the tower towards the outside of the arena and the inside of the tower inside be enough to make the rocks not explode?
What are you saying?
I mean, that needed both people to be the furthest point, and then
What
also...
if we had the meteor people drop the first meteor as close to the middle as they could? As close to the middle of the arena inside their tower. And then they moved out and then dropped the second one here. So that when the other person, whether it's short or not, can come in and drop their 7th meteor right on top of the tower. And then there's just one on the inside of the arena, and then one where they just drop.
You mean two within
down.
the tower? I think that would be too close.
That doesn't work if there's ice, right? So it
These
depends
macros
on
remove
where
waymark
it's
signs
Yeah,
over people's head.
Thanks.
This is
I'm gonna
only
I'm gonna
removes
give
from
you
the
an
tanks.
Equally simple solution. If you're like between Socion, between 4 and C here, so I guess if you're
Removes
between
from the tanks,
a letter
removes
and a
from
number, and
everyone.
the letters on your right, you want to be as far right in your tower as possible. If you're between a letter and a number and the letters on
This
the
is
left,
how
you
I
wanna be as far
non-verbally
right as possible.
communicate with my co-tank.
That's how you, no matter
When the
what
signs appear, I'm
situation
trying to
you're in,
communicate my position.
That gives the most amount of space.
And then I remove them to get rid of visual clutter.
Okay.
And then contouring. Always just follow, even if you don't know it's short or long, just always do the contouring.
Tonight, after raid, I'm going to make a diagram of what I just explained. I think it works.
Well, I've already been told that what we're doing works. People just... Well, okay, I don't know about Ninja. That's the only
I think
problem.
mine's easier and doesn't require contouring or worrying about where you're standing in your tower. Besides just in, would be really easy to remember for every single one.
Ready? Move.
Does Ninja always have the speed buff, or is it only when your weapon's out?
Oh, it's a good question. I don't know.
It's a trait. So it should be
Oh.
always traits are
Okay.
valid. 2-4
DB.
DB. Yeah. Sorry.
Can I just call that? The
Yeah,
only reason I stopped is because you're talking over me when I call it.
I've literally never heard you call that.
He was
The one that
initially.
was initially calling
Yeah.
it all day yesterday, and I've been calling it several times today.
Okay. Go for it.
I started calling it again because nobody was calling it, and we started wiping. Preferably if Zeph knows it, he calls it, though.
Yeah, I'm just fading out. It's all.
Alright, forget that guy.
You gotta sleep good tonight.
He's gonna stay up and let him
I'm
talk.
fueled
He
by
doesn't sleep
Prague.
until
I
it's
don't
done.
need sleep during Prague.
Move? That's the problem, Revenge. What prog?
Hang in there. BT.
We've been doing the same thing. Move. For so long in a row with the same mistakes, and there's nothing left for me to do or think about. I'm just tired. Anti-clockwise.
That's a lot of dead.
Yeah.
So I'll put that one. Bad pattern. I want to practice this.
Yeah, I looked in a direction where there was no eye. And then I was like, okay, I guess periphery is a bitch.
Yeah, that happens.
There was no eye on my screen.
They should literally
Direct
flash
mouse.
visor those mechanics.
Yeah.
By the way, you can call out the other stuff. It's just that one mechanic. Whoops.
Okay.
I love your call outs on the other stuff.
Thanks.
E. Move.
3.
Dodge the earth.
Move.
Pallid seat.
Yes. I'll go this way.
Left.
Oh, yoink. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I didn't actually know that it would. That would happen. I've never actually done that.
If you ever see a tank with a damage down, that's why.
Oh.
That's why we're getting them. Because we keep getting robbed.
Would it work if you just let the person have it and then just stood behind them and took their tower for them?
No.
Like you're like,
Feel
okay, you
thankfully
get
better,
busted.
buddy.
I think we died to all the stuff going on.
So much stuff. Oh my bruh.
I don't know. We've seen that mechanic a ton of times now. It's kind of like you
Move.
can kind of almost immediately go to your spot.
CA.
Dodge earth.
Move.
Paladins A.
Right.
Left.
Oh, no expedient here.
Robbed again.
Robbed and no expedient. And my sprint
Yeah,
was
because I'm
2
trying
seconds.
to get to my spot.
Ah, okay.
Sorry.
Alright.
I can't really. I'll try.
I can pre-pull sprint earlier, I just have to click it instead of the...
No.
The
It's
macro.
just I'm supposed to be as fast as everyone else, but I'm doing
Okay.
7 with my entire kit there, making sure it hits. Who's there?
I ran around you, Zeph. How weren't you standing near the thing?
I was.
Like I
don't-
specifically tried to arc around you.
I think it actually tethered to someone that was already south, and so it was never on me to begin with, and you went through it at that point and took it away.
Oh,
I
did
think
they
that's-
spawn when I was going to my spot? I didn't
Yeah,
recognize when they spawned.
I think someone was going south and it spawned on them. Ready? Move. And so it was like, yeah. You were the closer one, so you went through it. I'll have sprint now though, so it's fine.
4.
Dodge earth. Paladins 2. Oh,
Wall
that's
time.
The, there was a bit of freaky movement on our side. I think it might have thrown me and Vela off. Yeah, because I was so concerned about where she was and I was trying to squeeze up away from her in the AoE, I didn't look where the earth was. And then because Vala died right next to me, I ended up not looking at the cast bar. So a lot of distractions happening there. Move.
2-4.
Move.
Paladins 1.
Left.
Middle. Line up. Look for your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away.
Anti-clockwise. Around. No swap. Tank's healer's out.
Bring into an open DBS knockback.
No, I went. Sorry.
I should have gone further, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna go where you were, and then
Yeah, we just
That's
both
fine.
went the same way.
Pharaoh, how much room was there for you? You're a meter, right?
It was fine.
We didn't blow up,
You're in
so it
mirror
worked.
Almost opposite. So I just stood in my tower closest
Yeah.
to the cardinal.
It's just that I had a ton of space. Like, I
Yeah.
could have dropped an extra meteor.
Yeah,
Oh, I
your,
made
your
space.
zigzag was good, Fura. They were
fine.
appearing perfectly on the outer and inner points. I almost left the instance instead of starting a countdown.
I'm tired of this.
Oh?
Two, 4.
Dodge Earth.
Move?
Paladins B.
Right.
Middle.
Oh, I misheard. I thought you said. Oh my god!
yeah,
I gotta turn
Yeah,
up
he
Discord,
stopped
I
saying
guess.
bra and
Gotta
dildo or
say
whatever.
Dicko mode, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I can also just turn you up on Discord.
I had him turned up and
Maybe,
it's still.
maybe I'm gonna start behind
Yeah,
my
it
knight.
actually is, especially because I actually just learned I had you turned up all the way.
I don't know why people are always running
And I
the right
actually
through
had
it,
to
because
turn
they're not on the
Discord itself
cardinals.
down to adjust your volume. So I had to turn Discord itself up.
No way. Why would you?
If a knight is here, the safe spots are there and
Why
there,
would you
so
guys-
I don't understand why people are running
bit.
Most of the time,
straight
yeah.
through there.
Really?
Forever, pretty much.
Yeah,
Unless
you're
unless
150 and you're
screaming.
quiet.
Let them keep it if they take it. Well, the
The two
problem
loudest
is,
people
Rui,
for me
I
are
do that,
Revenge
we wipe.
And Pharaoh.
They have to be able to
Terms of
take it
microphone
down.
volume.
I can whisper.
I can whisper too.
Who dat?
Yeah, I'm gonna start on the other side and just wait. It's gonna make my movement a little bit tighter, but I'm gonna position myself in such a way that if they do grab it, I can take it back. This means I'm gonna have to get to the wall very quickly. When did I get this mosquito bite? Really annoying me on my forearm. There has been a mosquito that was flying around the past few days and I never managed to kill it. It was probably that one.
BD.
Ready? Move.
Paladins B for dick!
Alright, I'm going to
Left.
use your fucking jumpy boy.
I am a
You see that nonsense?
I know, I meant jump up and
I had to try and grab it and squeeze in between both of them.
You always jump around.
This is what I have to deal with. But Rui, I want to actually prog. I'm so tired of being regressed on these mechanics.
Line up. Look at your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away. Tank swap.
Anti-clockwise.
This mechanic's so easy now, actually.
Around. Hero with Slayer. Tank healer's out.
Tanks, healers, cardinals. I'll go 3.
These meteors are free.
Yeah.
Knockback.
That was the god pattern for meteors.
Yeah, that was the easy fucking pattern.
Okay, let's make sure we mitt.
I used chain early, sorry. Forgot we need to hold until he has the debuff.
Why? My grid!
Everyone's pressing the button still.
Start behind. Into the first. Start
Is it
behind
always the same
again.
pattern?
Start behind.
No.
I think we've gone the other way once.
Yeah, he's gone front
It's
right
random.
first.
I think he'll be
Okay, big map.
Remember, away from C at start,
Yeah.
Zeph will be facing it there. Party will go there after we get our mark.
Don't do DPS now, just focus on the mechanics.
One's DAB. This will be out then in after the stack. Out first, get to your spots. In.
Oh! What happened
Yeah,
there?
threes would go so good.
There's a tower in the center of the boss.
Yeah, I gotta look to see
Both of
who's-
them. They didn't go far enough across.
That means that they were too far outside the hitbox, yeah. Let me see.
But either way, that would have been the two. The twos would have taken that. But also 4 people.
No, the threes.
the
out.
threes.
Yes, that's what I meant to say. But also 4 people ate the out mechanic.
I think a good call out there. Oh, actually, no. We have a priority for that. Who were the other threes? Was it?
I had one.
Was it a tank and a healer?
I had one.
Okay, so me and Valor would have gone on DB, and Zeph would have been.
Yes,
right?
yep, I would have been. I did go to do that, but the towers, I don't know what was going on with those.
And then we just do our DPS priority D1 through 4 or H1.
Okay, so you would have gone.
Yeah, so I would have gone to B since we were looking at the bus, and then you would have gone to D.
It's important to note if you're a 3 and it's not out then in, if it's like in and then out, or sorry, if it's out and then in,
I think you have to go
and
around
you're
a
a
bit.
3 and you have to get like to C. Yeah, you have to walk around the outside.
that's what I was
Is there
just
time
thinking.
To wait,
Early.
to wait for the Nash and then go through the other side. Is there time?
No, because it's happening as that's happening. Like the soak of the
So
tower.
Zeph during the Nash cast would have had to gone around.
Yeah, I
You would've
think
had to already
so.
be like halfway
Yes,
there.
it's very much like doing your towers in P1S, depending on if it's donut or point blank first.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, like,
On
you have
top
to
of
already
that,
know.
just let me check something real quick.
I was standing too far out.
Yeah,
for
you
it.
you have to be on the hitbox of the boss for every single one. So in the case that it was out then in, you would have been just behind the hitbox ring.
Is it possible for someone to write out what we're doing?
I
It
did.
has been, if you check the channel.
You've changed it like 5 times.
There's also
The last
one-
thing-
there's
the
also
last
one from
thing-
3 different people.
The last thing I put is valid. Pharaoh put his in there for his own personal. They're saying the same thing, it's just a different way of writing it.
Mm-hmm. But yes, you're always either, in the case of the donut AoE, you're standing right inside the hitbox between the double lines. In the case of point blank first, you're standing right outside of the line, right on the boss hitbox.
Okay. It's starting to all make more sense as I'm seeing this time on stuff. The tricky thing is he casts Nash and Lash or Lash and Nash and then doesn't do it until after the stack.
Correct.
They go stack and then pause. And then that's when we're moving to get ready to soak the towers. And then it
Yeah.
happens.
It's like immediately after that stack. So the issue is that like right after that stack, if it's out and then in, the 3 that has to go to the other side is gonna probably have some trouble getting there, right?
They just gotta be looking as we're getting ready during the Nash and Lash cast. They identify, okay, I need to take the stack and then start fucking moving around quickly. They
Yeah.
have enough time.
It's no different than being somebody who has to go from south to north in P1S.
Yeah.
It's the
There's
same.
actually just a bunch of time during those cast bars to look at the debuffs. and
Does the
know where you
tower
gotta go.
resolve during the out and in though?
It's resolving with the second part, I believe.
Yeah, it
Yes.
happens like as the second one's going in.
So literally, like in that case, if Nashing is first, you'd be starting to circle around, Nashing would go off, you'd run into the hitbox and beeline towards
Yeah.
where yours is
yeah.
gonna
So
be.
you just choose to start cutting in. Yeah. Okay.
I actually, I think I did make it to the tower, it's just there were 3 of them there.
Yeah, Revenge's
And
tower was
two
the
of-
one
two
directly
of them
under the
were on
boss.
D for some
Yeah.
reason. Like, yeah. Just make sure
What-
you know which debuff you have and face the right way. We go
Why
again.
is the weather in here a 1-up, a close-up of a 1-up mushroom from Mario?
It's oppression when it should be depression.
Suppression.
Anyway.
Alright. As my chat is saying, left, right, donkey, let's go.
What?
Donkey.
That's a reference to Whoops' joke from earlier.
Donkey!
What jokes? Didn't know Wook's joke.
Just call him Wooks.
What?
Loops
You want
is
cheese?
loud.
I want caffeinated eye drops.
It's starting to get to that point of the day where we're getting a little loopy.
I'm just warming up.
Pretty sure that's been happening for the last 3 hours. Move.
We're having some pretty good pulls though.
That was a good one.
Dodge or
Ready? Move.
Paladins 3. For 3 dog. Ow!
Left.
Shout out to. Shout out to the Whoops Happy special there of doing it wrong for no reason.
We see each other and we're like, yep, this is happening. Line up. Look for your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight, 2 to the Dark Knight, 1 away from the Dark Knight. Range swap.
Clockwise.
I'm not gonna question it. Let's just do it.
Tank privilege.
Me with Fura.
Swap with Zeph.
Fura with Zeph. Tank Sealer's out.
Happy has 4.
DPS inner cards.
You go. all the way.
Knockback,
Go
knockback,
for it. Knockback.
knockback.
I,
Oh, wait,
I called 4, and then I told
Oh.
you to go and you didn't. So
no, that's sorry. I couldn't hear it.
I think if you went the other way, Happy, that would have made more sense. Because Vela was
Well,
already next to that
I mean,
one.
it would have. But
Yeah.
It's just I'd already called it. So I was
Okay.
hoping for the
Okay.
dog. It's so much more toxic to make the outside.
God, that mechanic is so loud, by the way, if your camera's over it. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, as the inside, I don't care if I have to have more responsibility.
They're not doing anything else. Just depends on whether they can
It's just
see.
it's the difference between the middle taking 2 steps over and people on the outside. trying to
Yeah,
fucking
yeah, I know.
Run
I mean,
all the way around.
Yeah.
But I think specifically, if you're gonna do that, the people on the outside have to communicate which tower
I
they're
agree.
taking.
I
So like
agree.
so like if you're intercardinal and you don't want to like have to move, say like this spot's taken, because then I can use my eyes to see a marker that I have to take, so I just shift over. So
Yes.
like it would just have
Correct.
to be
Only one
communicated.
person will have to move no matter what in the center. Well, that's not true. If it's the 2 and 2, it's possible
Yeah.
that both people have to move. But in the case of the 3-1, that was a 2-2.
Like, if
let's
you
start
want-
communicating it.
Like, I don't make that like the rule, like always adjust in the middle. But if someone on the outside says like to move, just move, because you're standing in the middle and doing nothing anyway.
Yeah, but then they need to make sure they move to a spot that is vacant and not where the other person is if it's a 2 and 2. Which is really the only... If it's a 3 and 1, it's simple because there's only one place that one person can go. If it's a 2 and 2, that's where
The
the
I'm also going to
communication
do
is
something
required.
different because for me that's extra hard because all the colors of these mechanics really do just overlap, and I have a fucking huge problem with that. Like it's just red on blue on explosion on red explosion on red explosion on red explosion.
As somebody who isn't even colorblind, I can imagine.
Yeah, that's what I meant when I said that I got lost yesterday when we were doing it.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't
I'm just gonna do
see
what I
through
do in
the visual
phase 1.
mess.
I'm gonna use the mini map because I can see
Yeah.
the blue dots on the mini map. It's
Yeah,
much
true.
easier. I do that for phase 1 for the night when Adelfell comes back, north, south, east, west. I just look for the red dot. So I'll just do that. I think it'll be fine. If I just start doing that, I can probably adjust more easily
Yeah.
instead of changing the strat. But if I really need to, if it's like a complete 180 around the arena,
If we
might call it.
if we can give thought to, like, we can go, but like if we can give thought to a better, like a good communication method for that, I think it's fine to do inside. I just don't have that in mind. Right
It's
now.
only if it's a 2-2 that it's necessary. If it's a 3-1, it's really easy because that one person just slots in to the
I already
vacant
know how
spot.
to resolve it with a rule, but we'd have to relearn it.
Sometimes I have
think
told
that's
people to take a certain spot as I moved, but that's like only if
I
there's
feel
a
like that's
confusion
resulted
on the
in
outside.
wiping though.
That's just because there was already confusion and I was trying to make it easier for them.
If you want to make it so everyone always has a tower assigned to them, then everyone has to remember their original starting position. Clockwise from that is their tower. So after
then how
people
do
shuffle in the
you-
middle, they go back to where they need to get knocked to, because
How
the
do you
people that are
fix
outside
it?
are already near where their tower is going to be.
Well, actually, oh, hang on. You can actually do that if it's... You leave the cardinals as they are, just based on where meteors are ending up, but we can just pair up on 1, 2, 3, 4 and make that fixed if
For
you want.
example, if there's a bunch of towers on A and B, for example, and the inner towers are also on A and B, the D and C players are flexing to those towers, but then they go back and just get knocked onto, say, southwest and northwest.
You could make it so...
You've made a rule so everyone always returns to their spot and or remembers their
Well,
spot. as the tower clockwise
that
from
would...
it.
I agree, but only for intercardinals.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is only
So,
for
and you
intercardinal.
can color code it, so I would always be 1. If I'm an
Yes.
intercardinal, happy would always be 1. So you just stay on... If you're an
This is
intercardinal,
after
you
the
just...
meteor shift,
Yeah.
whatever mark you're on, you're gonna get that colored intercardinal later.
Yeah.
If you're on C, for example, but you need to flex to an inner tower near 1, you're gonna get knocked to 3 later. That way, because you're the best case to get it. This should probably be written down though, because
Wait.
it's gonna fuck people up.
I'm not understanding half your explanation.
And if I write it, maybe you will.
Yeah.
What?
I was just gonna say wherever you stack with your ice marker, you're just responsible for that same colored inner card by the end of the mechanic.
Yeah,
That was all I
that's
was
what I was saying.
That is,
If
that is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
if you're a non-meteor roll, you go to fixed numbers. Is all I was saying. Yeah. If you are a meteor roll, you're doing the usual because they're rotating and you can't really have fixed towers.
Yeah.
I mean, you're fixed on your cardinal anyway, so it's like not a big deal. It's just 2 of them are flipping.
So if it doesn't matter. I mean, take care of the center ones however you will. But it's just like if you're A, then no matter what, at the end of the mechanic, you're responsible for 1.
Yeah.
If you're on D when you take the stack, you're responsible for 4.
That makes sense to me.
I'm gonna do a ready check because I want to make sure that everyone understands what we're doing. This ready check is for... Do you
Okay.
understand that? Oh. Fura, if you are non-meteor roll, you always end on 4. Always. So even if you take a tower on 1 on the inside, you shift over to 4 to finish the mechanic. You get knocked back to 4. Or if you're on the outside, you always run to 4, regardless.
This is different. Well, actually, yeah, they're non-meteor, so
Yeah, non-meteors
Yeah, like that.
only.
because they don't
Oh,
ever flex
yeah.
anyway.
Because the middle guys can really easily just come back in if they need to, or if that's their responsibility, rather. And then they just look for their color quadrant.
Yeah.
or whatever.
So we have assigned essentially
Yes. It's your clock.
am always-
Your
wherever
clock
you-
spot
wherever you do
color.
the
no
split.
matter
Yeah.
what.
It's just
basically-
wherever you do the split. Don't. It's just if you have to adjust and you're going from A to B, for example, just 2 is your responsibility. Whatever color you take the ice on, that's the color you're responsible for intercardinal.
Since we're non-meteor, we never need to flex anyway.
It mitigates the need for like people to run all the way around the outside of the arena to catch
Yeah.
everyone.
The
If,
only drawback
uh,
to this is the
While
players
there
in the
is
middle
enough
can't
time,
take a
if there's
bathroom
two
break now.
people- If there's 2 people running, it's kind of wonky. That's-
If there are two on the outside and they're on opposite, you can still make that. There's no problem. It's the
is
same
gonna
as the
work
meteors.
Totally fine.
Yeah.
Wait, this will actually just make it easier.
So every single
This makes
individual.
it even less of a brain required than it was before.
Yeah, every single individual should know what waymark they're going to end on if they are non-meteor.
Yes. Me and Slayer 3, Valor Fira 4, Happy
Me,
Zeph 1, Revenge, Fair 2.
I mean,
Yes.
no, our pairs are set for the initial stack, but if you have to adjust...
Well, the adjust is only the meteor roll, so it doesn't matter.
Happy as a non-meteor ever.
Yeah. The non-meteors will
That's what I thought
always
at
be...
first too, and he
yeah.
corrected me.
The non-meteors will always be in
We
their spot.
actually do have true north inner cards.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if I have to adjust to B and B has 2 towers, I now have to run from B all the way around to 1 if I'm static. Or something of that capacity.
No, if you're
If you adjust
if
to B,
you're-
you're only doing that if you have a
if you're
meteor,
out,
which means
it's
you're on
'cause
a
you
cardinal.
are gonna stay on your side anyway. You're not leaving your quadrant.
Yeah.
If you're in, then you just need to change and make sure you get knocked back out to your assigned inner card. So there isn't any case where... I don't think there's any case where you need to do a weird adjustment
Yeah,
anymore.
because a non-meteor never flexes.
Yeah. The meteors are swapping, but they're going to do a 180
Oh,
anyway.
yeah, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I know where you're going with that.
Yeah. No, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Is everyone
Alright.
good now?
Yeah. So yeah, if you're
Sense.
non
Let me edit the
non-meteor,
last
you're
step in the
always going
rules
to
that I
be
typed just to make sure it's there.
fixed.
Fixed non-meteor towers every time.
And meteor towers is just your quadrant's cardinal,
Yeah, meteor towers is still.
which is basically fixed as well. It's just that 2 of them are going to be doing a 180.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
This is good because then we move. Now the players that are flexing out barely move, and the players that are inside are the ones doing the flexing.
That's not a whole lot of flat. It's not a whole lot either.
Yeah, but compare that to the time saved flexing. The yom saved. We're saving a lot of yoms now.
Can I sit on my keyboard, please? Oh, okay.
Ready? Move. My inputs just stopped working while I was scratching my head, like all of a sudden the window wasn't active. That's weird. I had my hand off my mouse scratching my head, so I couldn't click back on the screen.
CA. That's for cat.
Roger.
Ready? Move.
Paladins B or
Going to cock.
Left.
middle.
Middle.
Oh, I'll go right. I'll go right. I'll go right. You're next.
Line up.
Line up. Line up. Line up. Somewhat close to the middle. Look at your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight. 1 away. Melee swap.
Anti-clockwise.
Swap as well.
Staring at the eye moment.
Wait.
Oh. Oh,
Wait,
okay.
Where am I? I went to the wrong spot.
No, the eyes are gone. You don't have to worry about them anymore.
Should I continue to call out don't look at the eye? Is a reminder there? I remember I was doing it earlier.
If
Any
you
call that has been
It
done
just-
should be repeated until the end of Prague. I'm sorry
Yeah.
to say that. Don't start doing a call and then stop, because you've basically taken it from someone else. Usually Zeph.
do it,
that call was never happening.
Say it after I say clockwise or anti-clockwise, because I'm waiting for whoops to finish his call, and then I make mine. And if you want to put yours on the end of mine, by all means.
Silly.
I mean,
Chain
I
call-outs.
just, that's why I took it off, because Whoops is consistently doing the calls for
He's
that
not
mechanic.
doing. He's doing the first part. Then I'm saying the direction, and then you could just add a reminder at the end if you wanted.
Do we want to just have Zeph say everything?
That's what is supposed to happen. is
Well,
Zeph
no,
is
because
supposed to
I'm
call
I'm not
everything.
I'm not paying attention to the swaps because Whoops was doing it. So I'm not thinking
Whoops.
about that.
Okay. It's up to Zeph, whatever he.
I mean,
Just
as
don't
far
try
as
and limit how many people you have doing calls.
I'm not doing. Alright, I'm not gonna do the call, just don't fucking look at the eye.
And the problem, no, my problem there was that the eye, because the eye was right in front of us, it's off screen for me when I'm trying to look around for it. Then, yeah, it's too late when I realize it's right in front of us.
This is why it's important to ask why someone messed up before we start talking. It was just a mistake.
okay, let's go.
Just
Then.
looking at the eye was a mistake.
Yeah, but it doesn't warrant trying to change something every time. Sometimes people just fuck up.
That cat's being so dumb.
Me? Move.
Ring.
BD.
Ready? Move.
Paladin B. 4 bro.
Left.
Middle.
Sorry. Oh.
Huh?
I mean, it's okay, but
You're gonna have to provoke immediately.
Oh,
That's
Not
normally
a
his.
provoke.
That's his reprisal,
Put in a
but he was dead.
visionary.
Oh yeah, and that.
man, did you just look for Pharaoh and then just know you're going right? Yeah.
yeah, I look for. Well, I wait because Pharaoh normally runs on me at like later, so I just sit middle until I know that that's open.
But I also can't leave my spot until you're gone.
That's why I usurped. That's why I ran around you.
Yeah, I still waited because I wasn't sure if you were gonna cut through the guy again. Okay.
Cat left. Now my back is cold.
But yeah, like if I wanted, I could go there like immediately, but then I'm hard committing to a direction that I could also
Yeah.
be chatted off of.
Ready? Move. Same. No.
AC.
B. Move.
Paladin C.
Right.
Sorry, I should have been going right.
Middle.
Okay.
Yeah, that was because I should have been going right there.
Oh, what the heck?
Really
Is it
need
hard for
people
you
to
guys
be getting to
call
this
all
spot
the
early.
marker names if you have blue, or are people not aware of them?
I think sometimes people stack up. Like when the markers appear, some people just stack up in the center, and sometimes it makes it hard to see exactly who has it.
So true.
I don't know why we were consistent on this mechanic yesterday when we were progging the next one, but now that we've move. Now that we've progged through the next mechanic, suddenly we're stuck on this one all day. It's making me hard to focus because it's just not capturing my attention anymore.
C. A.
Ready? Move.
Paladins 2.
Right.
Yoink!
Mid.
Plan doesn't work when that's the combination.
Yep. We're gonna say the same thing.
I'm taking the L so that everyone else can have the
Line up.
W.
Keep an eye on your partner. 2 1 away. 2 deduction, 1 away. Tank swap, melee swap.
Anti-clockwise. Look out for the eye.
Your spots.
Look around. Happy with Valor.
Swap.
DPS out.
Out.
Alright, Slayer, you and I remember where we're getting knocked.
Uh-oh.
What? Wait, why did I die?
Oh, those meteors just randomly choose
back.
people if the original target dies.
Slayer and I were gonna do the thing.
You would have had to have either eaten it alone or stood in it.
Bella
too
died,
long,
so it just started picking random
iced to
people.
death, or you got fire before you went over.
I want to check this. Right?
You might have cut the corner while you were swapping to the new spot. You got hit by fire. I've done that before.
No, Velo is the meteor beta.
I'm running laps right now. Oh my god, wait, it's that Thornton guy from MSQ.
I don't believe you.
going for the sneak attack.
I feel like if you get attacked back there, you're just gonna get autoed to death.
Nah. Watch this.
Me? Move.
Backstab damage does extra. Leg sweep.
3-1.
Ready? Move.
Paladins 2.
Going.
Too many
I got
snake
blue.
tongues. Goddamn play.
Right.
Left.
Mid.
Why'd you sound so aggressive?
Just trying to talk over what's talking.
Ah, okay. That's why he gets viewers.
Line up. Look for your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight. 1 away. Melee swap.
And swap.
Don't do stupid
Clockwise,
things.
don't look at eye.
That's such a great call.
Worked.
Happy with revenge. DPS out. Fix towers if you're tank healer.
Knockback.
Knockback.
This is an inner card, my friend.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
You're fine.
Otherwise, yeah, that new strategy for the non-meteors looked very comfy, actually. Eat some food, Zeph.
Move.
One three.
In some countries, they call that 13.
D. Move.
D.
I'm going ah.
Right.
Left.
Middle.
Man.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
that's,
deserve that. I need to just get in the habit of looking for the things.
I also, yeah, that's also the one where I'm supposed to go mid because I'm.
I need to
between
really
Terra.
be just looking for them.
I'm gonna also change something that's gonna help me in the long run, so nothing else needs to change. something that has never actually been a problem for me in any raid tier we've done, but it is now potentially.
What is that?
I'm gonna not be initials only. I need your first names.
Oh.
You and Fiora, because the F's confuse the
Oh.
fuck out of me when I'm looking real quick.
That's the original reason I don't like initials. It's
Yeah.
annoying as a healer, also.
You guys hide names and titles?
Yes.
I use
Oh, yeah.
people's names
Because you can
to
get reported and banned for
move.
it.
What?
Only if you're a toxic gremlin.
If you jokingly say anything about any player, you can get reported and banned.
I'm unmuted. I'm not banned yet.
I'd probably just stop playing the game.
I roast people so hard all the time.
DB.
Dodge Earth. Paladin A.
Sorry.
Middle.
Left.
Right.
I got him. Oh. Nope, not
Nope.
okay.
Too late.
I need to change something on my UI.
I would have been left there. Supposed
Okay,
to.
we're gonna agree to do it not our way anymore.
I mean, yeah, we should do it right.
Yeah, we should do it right.
I know why I'm fucking dying. I need my enemy list to be 200%. Okay. I think I'm good. I need to see his cast of his sword while I'm looking for the paladins while I'm hitting heals. And then I'll be fine. My UI had an error on it that I didn't realize.
Give us a checkpoint for our next phase. Crooked-eyed. Buck-tooth motherfucker. I bet Thornton smells like beets.
It's delicious. They're superfood.
But they stink.
Boyas came by, nuzzled my microphone, pushed it out of the way, and then left.
That was a big yell just now. Oh!
DP.
Earth dodge.
Ready? Move.
Paladins 4. Like Wendy's 4 for 4. Left. Middle.
I wonder if I should rescue Zeph there. See
Huh?
what happens. So that you can get there early. If
Well,
you can.
maybe, but what if it passes the
I
tether
can't
to
tell
you?
if you're. I can't tell if you're joking or.
I don't think he's joking. If he has confidence
That's a-
that he can get there early enough.
Okay.
It's not a good idea. Don't do
Line
that.
up, everybody. Someone
Probably not the
close to
best
middle.
idea.
Line up. 2 to the Dark Knight. 1 away. Watch your partner. It's a race.
Clockwise, don't look at eye. Clockwise. Now, go. Spots. Look around. Valor with happy. DPS out.
Easy pattern.
Tanks, healers, fix towers. Knockback.
Back.
Knockback.
Hey,
Very nice job. No, fuck. Terrible job, guys. Thumbs down. Thumbs down.
Zeph?
Oh yeah, I should.
Tank's heal is
Or
fixed.
no.
Yeah, Tank's heal is
Yollos.
fixed hours.
I had to. I was counting and it. I ran the entire time and it didn't make it. I don't know why.
Yeah, don't.
If you have the
worry about
long
how
path,
many-
yeah, if you have the long path, basically you
Wasn't
just
even a
want to
long
be.
time. That was a perfect 180.
End on a letter.
Oh well, you would have started not on the cardinal though. You just, if you're a meteor, you're
Oh,
always
right, yeah,
ending in
that's
front
it.
of ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're always ending in front of
was
ice.
It was a long pattern.
Yeah.
I should have kept going.
Is no one else gonna call him out for saying this is the easy one to bait a YouTube clip?
Did he say that?
Yes, you did.
Oh.
I mean, that was the easy meteors, yeah. It's just I stopped on the wrong one.
That's why it's a good clip.
I
Yes.
mean, it's not that funny.
Whatever you think. Ready? Move. I just heard it. What? What?
Yeah, you finally heard it. Huh?
This is the first time I've
That's
heard
been
it.
happening like every other poll for me.
What?
Or that happens all the
I don't get it. Why?
I don't know. It just
DP?
happens.
Ready? Move.
4. Paladins 4.
Left.
Middle.
Right.
God, I just got chatted out of my spot by Pharaoh and then double chatted out of my spot by Whoops.
What do you mean chatted?
Pharaoh's always right.
This is you're trying to
Actually
chat
got
here.
there earlier than ever.
I don't know, Boomy.
Line up.
Why not?
Dead center.
Look at your partner. 2 to the dark knight. 1 away. Look at your partner. Just melee swap.
Clockwise. Don't look at I.
I'll get him.
Okay. I got dash.
Look around.
You should be raising
No
near
swap.
where we
No
are.
swap.
Stack with me right here.
DPS out. Literally fixed Boomy, it's just random if you go clockwise or anti-clockwise. That's why I'm calling that.
What the heck?
Always the same thing. Basically, you see these things around the outside?
What
You
the
start here.
French toast?
You stop just before it. I'm stopping, like, right here. You can count 1, 2, 3. I'm basically stopping 3 things in front. I'm not counting, though. I'm just feeling it out. But that's basically where I'm stopping if you wanted to count.
I can't wait for sleep.
Move! It's a similar style to Predation, basically.
AC.
Ready? Move.
Paladin 3.
Left.
Line up. Somewhat close to the middle. Line up. Line up. Look at your partner. 2 to the Dark Knight. 1 away. We're good. Don't
Clockwise. Clockwise. Go. Look around. Hero with Slayer. Tanks healers out.
What?
You missed that tower.
I know, but how? I was fucking standing right in it. Deflects faster, I guess.
When you go back in, it's always clockwise of you is your prio.
Wait, are you talking about the inner towers?
Correct.
It's not always. Move. It's based on who doesn't have an option about the tower. Everyone needs to rotate away from them.
Right. My only
It-
option is clockwise of me.
Yeah, but if your only option was anti-clockwise, that means everyone goes anti-clockwise. Just need to
What I'm
eyeball
gonna
the
say is
towers.
1-3.
Okay. Ready? Move.
Paladins 3.
Right.
Left.
I've been playing this game for so fucking long and I still don't know what those sound effects are for. Now that I think about it. Line up. Line up, line up. Look at your partner. Someone close to the middle. 2 to the Dark Knight. 2 to the Dark Knight. Thanks, Juan.
Clockwise. Don't look at eye. Go. Look around. Revenge with whoops. Revenge with whoops. DPS out. Tanks healers fix towers.
DPS Cardinals.
This is not gonna work. I started as far back on my side as I possibly could.
Was the meteor in the tower you ran into in the middle of the tower?
I'll have to check again real quick.
Yeah.
But even then, I don't know if I would have made it. I think actually I would have. Let me check. And I did the contouring also. Yeah, that one was like, wow, that's tough. I don't know how much better that could have gotten.
Was it?
It looks like it was centered, but man, I don't know if even if it wasn't, if it would have been all right. If it was to the left,
Have we successfully done the bad pattern yet?
I don't think so.
Oh. But Ridden told me they were doing it consistently.
I literally, I had 2 meteors left by the time I reached the meteor on the other side. That's with contouring. And I started at the back end of mine.
There's gotta be something we can do.
Like, even if I had maybe taken another couple of steps, it wouldn't have improved it much. Oh, no, that wouldn't do anything. Never mind. Changed my mind about that statement.
When do the ices go away?
During
The very end,
knockback.
right before the knockback, after the meteors are basically done.
Hang on, I need to feed my cat. He's bothering me. He wants it.
Okay.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I was just to the left of, like, from here, I was just to the left of 2, and the first meteor I ran into was just to the right of C. Yeah, so that's pretty much the bad pattern. It doesn't look like it was all the way to the left, but like I said, even if it wasn't, I had 2 meteors left by the time I got to them.
Yeah.
Like, I could contour a little closer, I guess, but like I'm already kind of following it.
You have to know very specifically, like, how tight they
Yeah.
can be together to stutter step, because like that, it's been instant death every time anyone's tried to stutter before. I still think the answer to the bad pattern is identifying it early and going to the same quadrant, then going opposite directions, but again, that's incredibly hard to do.
It is, but I mean, like I said, I could probably have squeezed a little more space out of that. I feel like I probably could have squeezed a little more, but I don't know that would have been enough.
Yeah. With how we've been doing it, I don't think that you can feasibly get 7 placements there. It'd be very tough.
No, I think you can. It's just you have to get them on a perfect zigzag. Because I think what is happening, I think why that one was a bit problematic is my contours were still dropping them closer to the center as opposed to like in the actual divots.
Right, yeah, so you have to get the timing right, so you put them at each of the edges, which is what I was struggling with too when I was zigzagging.
They're exactly a second apart, so if I'm gonna try something next time I get that. Because like I counted 7 and I'm like, yeah, if I got one on every contour and then one on every wall, it would fit. It would 100% fit.
I'm back.
It actually fits very well.
What was talked about?
Just more specifically the means with which the meteors are contoured. Like really needing to be basically in the contour on the backside of the thing and then drop it on the wall like almost right now. It's kind of like what we talked about earlier. Where you're trying to almost drop 2 as close to the first tower as possible.
Yeah.
And then once you do that, the other 5 are actually pretty easy.
Okay. So are you saying you just take a harder angle? You take a harder angle to the
take
wall?
a harder angle.
Right,
You go contour wall, and it's exactly a second apart. So you basically have to go 1 turn, 2 turn, 3 turn, 4 turn.
Hey, let me just test something.
I made a diagram of what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, it took me exactly 7 seconds to get here. From between C and 4. And that was just by going right around the edge. Let me try again in reverse.
Yeah, so like what I'm saying is you'd have to start like here in a tower, like I guess right here where I am right now. And you'd have to go here 1, here 2, here 3, here 4, here 5, here 6, here 7, and then this is where the tower would be.
Could you guys look at that diagram I just posted and assume that's the bad pattern we get? So if the north meteor, what I'm saying is to drop their first meteor on that first gray dot in the north tower, would you be able to drop that last meteor from the other side, the black one, where I put it, the last one?
If you do the rest of if the other 6 are perfect, then yes. But yeah, if in the bad pattern, again, here's the only rule you should ever really need to follow. There's 2 rules. One, and I mentioned it earlier, if you're the meteor and you have a letter marker to your right, you want to try to be in that divot section, like right here-ish, to drop it. If the letter is on your left, you need to be dropping it as far. You need to be dropping it as close to that letter as possible. So you're always just dropping it as close to the nearest letter as your tower will allow you. Your first meteor.
Yeah.
Unless you're on a letter, in which case you could just drop it.
I would be very upset
That's basically what I just drew.
if
Yeah.
that wasn't already
That's
understood
what I mentioned
because
earlier.
I said
it's
that
just,
so
when
many
you're
times.
in the middle of doing it, it was a little tougher or something to talk about.
Because the person with the short distance to run, they need to be able to drop their last meteor like basically at the tower, and
But close to the wall.
yeah, but close to the wall, and then the first one from the other person who left that one needs to have it as far away from that last one to the drop.
So specifically, the thing to take away from this long conversation is to always place your meteor on the inside of your tower.
As
like,
close to the
towards-
nearest letter as
to the
possible.
letter as possible.
You're right. Yeah. But like inside and forward, and just leave that as like
And that goes
you're
for
a
every
constant.
single meteor position.
Right. That every single pattern should always be first meteor on the as close to the letter as possible.
Yeah,
Alright.
not just as close to the center as possible, but literally as close to the letter, like the actual inside as well. Not here. Here.
All right. Think can you try that?
Yeah.
Go.
Pharaoh's grabbing food apparently.
Wait, didn't he just say that?
He said, "Gonna grab food."
No, but like 5 minutes ago you said I'm gonna get a snack, and then you said I'm back.
Yeah, and then said, "I'm gonna grab food." Oh, he was probably cooking something.
Oh. That probably makes sense.
You got a Pop-Tart?
Oh, I had a meal, tikka masala. It was gonna expire, so I had to.
We don't want sprint. We want to be going slower, not faster.
Pop Tart. No.
Busting out the tiki masala mid-raid.
You can eat it with a spoon, so it's good.
That requires heating.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
doing the
it might be for
contour
4
is a
minutes.
whole second,
You crazy.
You what it
whole
mean?
second less, which is
I might-
bad. Yeah, it's for placing meteors.
Okay.
I have a
Tiki
suggestion.
Oh, your
masala.
name is. I
Yes.
forgot your name's Microwave. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what if we just had the Aussie players like go into the death wall to drop their meteors, because that's possible without dying sometimes?
That's
I think
so
that would
Maybe
really
actually
help
buy
us
us enough
succeed.
space.
That's so.
I think the Aussie players should just run into the wall right now.
What? Oh, by the way, I was just doing some testing. Move.
Move.
What'd you learn?
If you do the contour, it's a whole second.
This guy's dead.
I'm not dead. I had half cooldowns.
too fast.
If you do the contour, you take a whole second longer, which is what you want. You want to take longer.
DB.
Okay.
Ready? Move.
Paladin's A.
Right.
Left.
Either of those.
And 1 second longer accounts for an extra meteor, as Happy said. There every second.
Being in the wall would make it a lot longer too. No,
Line up.
yeah, I do think the takeaway is always
Line up
placed
towards the middle. Look at your partner.
Now, let's focus on this first.
2 to the dark knight. Healer's 1.
Clockwise, don't look at the eyes. My group looking straight out. Go. Look around. No swap.
No swap.
Tanks healers out. And the 2s.
Knock back.
Ah,
Yeah, that was the bad pattern. I ended right
Yeah,
on
but we
top
didn't die
of
to
it.
the bad pattern.
Yeah. No. The meteor did go off.
You were
Let me-
dead, weren't you? You were
Let
Yeah, I
dead.
thought
me-
you died and then the last meteor.
No, I did die because I was staring at the meteor that I did an anti-knockback. I'm looking at that clip because that's my first chance to actually try that.
Did your partner drop it as close to the number letter as possible? I think that was Slayer.
Don't know.
Fuck the bad pattern.
Sure, I didn't.
Butter chicken with palau rice.
Yeah, it looks like Slayer was pushed up.
Skill issue?
Trying to think.
Let's see. Looks like he's up a little bit, but he's not as up as far as he could be. But either way, it's gonna be tough.
Either way, he would have to be like a whole tower's width over for that to not be touching. Trying to think.
Until we solve this bad pattern nonsense, this is gonna really fucking fuck with our prog as we get later in.
I know. That's what I'm thinking right now.
I think it's gonna have to involve us moving the ices.
There's no room for the ice though. You can't move it further in, otherwise it covers the towers.
Yeah, we barely have enough space in there to begin with.
Oh, were you guys unironically thinking of how to move the heights? So I put a joke way that resolves it earlier in the chat.
I recall.
well, I mean,
It would actually
we're
work.
looking for actual ways.
The way is run the meteor better. or redo how you're handing out meteors, handing towers to meteor players.
I mean,
Like literally rotate everybody sometimes.
That's
Like,
where
I
my
mean,
mind
so
is going
there is
right now.
something I can do, but the odds of me being able to do it and call
Yeah,
it every
so-
single time is dog shit.
I know what you're saying, Happy, because
Yeah, I brought it up earlier. It's
Yeah.
where you have to look at the quadrant opposite of you and see where their towers are and know
Yeah.
if you have them. But then there's going to be times where even if there's only one tower...
yeah, there is the possibility that there is no tower, and
Wait.
so the only option in that case
Hold on,
is
I
to
have,
rotate all the meteor players.
I have an
Yeah.
interesting thought. You'll never have a bad pattern if you, you'll never have as bad of a pattern as we currently have if you always send the meteors to the same quadrant if there are 2 towers in that quadrant. So all you have to do is identify which of the 2
We can't do that, though,
quadrants
'cause of
the
the
meteor people
ice.
are and determine
So
which one to
there's a
send it
different
to.
there's a different problem with that. They end up both on the same other side on a cardinal, and there's no
Yeah.
yeah.
There's also the ice. You can't be stacking them together before going out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of how feasible it is to actually just call an entire team rotation. Not whole team, just meteor players rotate. You would have to identify that where they're going is a bad option, though. Oh man, there's not a lot of time to think.
Can't you just always keep the meteor people adjacent, have one of them prio right, have the other prio left, and keep that consistent? And that way, it'd be the same thing as what I said, but it'd be circumventing stacking the ice.
Okay, so what you want to do is like
Yeah,
send them north,
actually.
send them north and west, and then
Yeah.
they rotate from north
Correct.
to south, west to east, and then the other 2 people fill in.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now wait.
Actually.
There's a problem about halfway through.
It wouldn't, because you never make it 180 degrees placing meteors.
No, but
yourself.
you make it pretty close.
Right, but then you just double back like what 30 degrees.
Okay,
to
I'm
that
gonna
tower.
present you. So looking at the diagrams, I'm gonna present you with the one that has pictures of all 7. I'm gonna present you with diagram number 2. Let's say north and west have meteor markers. The meteor is gonna be on the far right one. The other meteor is gonna be on the south one. They're both gonna rotate clockwise, counterclockwise. They're gonna hit each other super soon.
Were you? Oh, I didn't quite interpret. Did you suggest that you put them next to each other and rotate away?
Yes, kind of.
I already-
suggested that you keep adjacent cardinals, yeah. And then
I already
have a
theory
right prio and a
crafted.
left prio.
I theory crafted
Yeah,
that
no,
yesterday.
there's patterns
and
that are even worse than
yeah,
this one.
there
in that
are
case.
certain ones that are impossible. This is just hard because, like, technically it is possible. Maybe there's a stutter step timing or something, which is that seems unreasonable, but it's still doable. But the other way is you will run into patterns that are literally impossible because you cut out an entire quarter of the arena to use. Whereas you can only really afford to cut out the space between 2 waymarks. You can't cut out a quarter.
What if you
Wiggle.
Yeah. What's the timing on the towers spawning? Is that the same time as you're placing ice?
Everything pretty much comes up at the exact
Yeah.
same time.
Right, like, but the towers spawn and then the ice resolves? Like, in that order
Yes.
specifically? Yeah?
That's why I was joking. You could put ice outside on intercards and completely
If-
change the strat.
I just
so,
thought-
no, so if an inner tower doesn't exist, you send the meteor player, you don't send the meteor player to that. You only send a meteor player, other way around. You only send a meteor player to a quadrant if there is no inner tower, because then there are 2 choices for towers in each of the quadrants that you send a meteor player to. And that way you have the ability to always have a long distance.
I was gonna make a different suggestion. The meteors can never go to a quadrant that has a tower on the right. Because if there's ever a tower, because you can do a tower in the middle and then the other one be a tower on the. I guess actually. That's you
Yeah,
need to identify both of them,
I
yeah.
think maybe
that only
that-
works if you could identify the whole arena top down.
There might
That's why
actually
I'm thinking, like, if you're
be...
looking at the inner towers specifically, you can choose the direction almost immediately based on that, rather than having to observe the whole arena. And I think if you were to think about it, you can always send them to those quadrants without the inner tower, because you'll always have 2 choices in them 100% of the time. There's never a situation where either of those quarters, like those quadrants that are adjacent to a no inner tower middle, that won't have 2 choices in them based on how they distribute towers. If that makes sense. Like, I'm horrible at explaining things. You know this from yesterday.
I'm just...
You're gonna need a diagram to describe anything you just said.
There's a
Yeah.
possible thought shortcut to being able to swap, call a rotation of the meteor players. It's dependent on assuming that they've programmed it in a way that there is always at least 1 tower on a cardinal. In which case, we only have to check 2 spots. And then, if you don't see a cardinal tower, you just call for a rotation. And everyone in the meteor group rotates 90 degrees.
I mean, I know how to resolve a lot of these meteor issues without changing
Yeah?
much. Because when the meteor player is stacked with the ice, they can call what tower they want instead of always making tanks healers grab right. And
Yeah, but
that's what we did.
So that's true,
That
but there's
pattern
cases where 2 quadrants are apart from each other.
Yeah.
They're directly across. They both only have a single tower.
Yeah,
and
that's-
those towers are a bad pattern.
That's why
We-
the thought process was always choosing a quadrant that has no inner tower, because that guarantees 2 towers outside.
I think I might have just came up with something pretty big brain.
I think it's based on Zeph's whole cardinal thing.
No.
Okay.
Let me finish testing it on a couple more patterns, and if it works, I'll share. But I'm
Wiggle.
pretty sure it does.
I'm really annoyed that there's literally 2 patterns that just have perfect across.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, 3 technically, but there's
If you're
Then
looking
there's
at
like
it,
4 patterns that are off.
I'm wondering, is there any possible way to identify what might be around the outside based on the missing ones in the middle? Do you see any pattern on that?
Well, I mean, given
Well, the
the
thing
fact
is-
that you only can have 8 possible, and there's a maximum of 2 per quadrant.
Yeah, but I mean, by looking not around the outside, is there a way to identify? I'm trying to see if there's a consistent rule.
Yes, if there's not an inside tower in a corner, then there's guaranteed to be 2 towers in each of the connecting quadrants. If that makes sense. So like if you don't have an inside tower in the northeast, both the north and the east quadrant should have 2 towers, correct?
Repeat that.
If
I'm
you
not
do
quite
not have a
following.
northeast inner tower,
I'm looking
you
at an
should always
example
have
that
2
has
tower.
I'm looking at an example that has no northeast tower. There's 1 north and 2 east. So I think that goes
Right,
against what you're
like
saying.
but there's always 2 in either the quadrant or like in the intersection between 2 quadrants, meaning the inside towers. So looking at this example of all these 7 diagrams, that's always a true fact. You're always having 2 towers total in a quadrant, whether it be inside or outside.
Yeah, but how is that helping us?
You guys
If you-
discuss this after, and we just try and make the best of the rest of our night. Because I feel like this is gonna go on forever.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you're either gonna get frustrated trying to get to Nidhogg with just random RNG. Of
I'm not getting
through this,
frustrated.
or-
we don't have...
Not use of
The reason Farrah's saying that is because we don't have that long left today.
Then I would say
And
call it
refining
the
this-
mechanic at the time. Like
We're
I'd
not
rather
perfect
just
with
figure out the
previous
mechanic.
I mean, you wanna call raid to figure out the mechanic instead
I mean,
of
if that's the
try
choice,
zigzag
if
or
you
anything
accept
else.
the ultimatum, yeah. Because there's no point in wasting time doing pulls and re-queuing, because we're at 9 minutes left on the timer. You have to re-kill, get back in, then
Okay,
hope
we'll
up for
discuss
RNG.
it then. So you guys want to come up with a? We can try and figure out a new way to do it.
I mean, there needs to be a consistent way, because if you're
look
running
at-
into a situation where it's just RNG fail, it's not okay.
Look at my Discord
I
stream.
assumed it was a skill
Okay.
issue and people just didn't know how to zigzag.
Look at my
I don't know
Discord.
what even started this conversation. Was it anyone's? Is there a clip of
It's
the
because
poll
we
in
literally have
particular?
never done the bad pattern correctly a single time,
Uh,
even after trying multiple things.
I thought some people were having success with
I'm
it.
trying to watch and
No,
it's
we have
not
literally
expanding.
done it correctly.
I'm
It's 'cause
trying-
it's my
I'm-
webcam.
Oh. It's just a tiny pop-up. I can't see it properly. Okay, well, it's tiny. I'm just going to squint.
I think you gotta click on
You
it.
have to click the top
yeah,
left of
click
it,
it.
The top left. Oh.
where it says
Okay.
raid.
Oh, okay. I see. Thanks. All right.
Okay. This might work. Okay, so I'm gonna annotate meteors with dark blue. Okay, so let's put the meteors here and here. This is where they would be taking their ice.
Yeah.
Light blue is tanks and healers that don't have a meteor. So we put them here. These guys would just go out and follow the same. What do we have in tanks and healers, right? In this
Yes.
situation,
Yeah.
they would only have one option. So this guy would go here. This guy would go here for their first ones. This guy would go here. This guy would go here. And then these ones would be, this DPS would go out because there's two. And then 3 DPS would take these. Same shit. Then when we have these guys on adjacent quadrants, we just fucking have them do this.
I can't see your stream, by the way. It's like
You
Ah.
can't
the
do
size
that.
of my
You will
thumb.
100%.
You go into the
Your
death wall.
meteors will cross each other.
They'll be the meteors will be done dropping by the time they get to like here.
But they're
That's
overlapping.
the
I
same
at
also
that point.
like to
Bad
point out
pattern.
this is an easy pattern. We need to solve it for hard patterns.
This is impossible.
Or even so, they could just keep going.
Yeah, but they're colliding into each other, so their meteors
This
are
is
going to.
guaranteeing a bad pattern in a way. Like if you're worried about them being close.
I think the meteors will stop for both of them at this point.
The meteors go. If you just run, they naturally stop. A little bit less than 180 degrees around.
I think this was what I was suggesting originally with the adjacent ones, right? The adjacent quadrants, and that's what you were telling me, that there are situations where there aren't room between. So, like, there's still patterns that are bad for this
Yeah.
orientation.
It doesn't address the problem. You would run into the same issue just in a different way. The south,
Even-
is if their only tower is anti-clockwise, and the west one, if its only tower is clockwise, you run
Yeah.
into the same exact problem. Except this starts you off at a closer distance to each other with your paths.
Is there ever a pattern where there's only ones on the outside, or has there always
No,
been one quadrant with?
There's
two?
always one with two. The rule is there's either one or two taken from the middle and put randomly on the outside.
I think you could actually conceivably call. opposite
That's
towers
that's
while
what
you're
I'm
sitting on your ice spot.
that's what I'm thinking
and
about right
call
now.
people to rotate onto them. Because if you have, I've been sitting there and I have been seeing opposites, and I've seen people not take them because of the rules.
Yeah, the
Would we just leave it up
the
to
issue
them to
is
swap then?
like you can do swaps. The problem is sometimes you'll still get patterns where they don't have an option within their quadrant. At which point the only option is to rotate
The quadrant
everyone.
the quadrant thing is out the window.
Yeah, I'm saying you
let
rotate the whole
meteors
thing.
take what they want, and there is a row that they're taking, and everyone just flexes around them. Well, the other two players flex around them.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying.
The
If
ideal
it's
roll, if the meteors are north and south, and there is an ideal roll like northwest to southeast, the meteors are going to go west and east, and the north and people are going to swap with them. Is what I'm
well,
saying.
yeah, that's
so you
actually
would eyeball it and try and call it on the fly.
that's what I was saying before. Like with the
you don't
thinking
need
shortcut.
to create rules or another strat. You could just call.
No,
it
yeah,
exact
that's
time.
that's what I was trying to say. Actually, is
Yeah.
except I'm just trying to think of how do you shortcut the thinking process, and you only have to look north and south, because as far as I can tell, the mechanic is designed in such a way that there is always at least one cardinal tower, and so all we have to do is look north and south, and if there's no cardinal tower there, you rotate all the meteor players 90 degrees clockwise. That's what would have to happen.
It's not that simple, because sometimes the ideal situation would be like if there's a tower to the southwest on this pattern here.
Alright, yeah.
Like if there was a tower southwest on this pattern, then northeast southwest would be the ideal. I mean, you can see it if you practice it.
Well, yeah.
I would like to.
I
get
guess
there and try
on
that.
top of that, you just prioritize meteors in the
'Cause
middle.
you can angle your camera. I've been doing it. You can angle your camera so you see every tower on the arena, and you can see where the rows are, and try and call them quickly, and then just be like, "Hey, this meteor go here, this meteor go there." But
Well, you can
it's
just
tough
say
because you just don't have a lot of time to do it.
I think, unfortunately, the truth of it is most of this brainstorming is going to end up being a waste of time, and the true answer is that there is a point, there's a sweet spot between the stutter stepping that failed 100% of the time and what we're doing with pressing W. That is the correct answer, and we have to learn the cadence of it to be able to do that movement.
that seems unreasonable to me, though.
That's what I said, and you
There's
said you
no
wanted to
way.
zone out and talk about it more.
Right, but
I honestly, what I'm thinking is pretty much what Pharaoh's thinking as well.
The best
Which
you can
is-
do is either get good at a bad pattern, or stop.
Well,
call
so
you
the
never
thing
make
is,
bad pattern.
I think our rule number one needs to be we just need one meteor on a cardinal tower. That's it. So, following what you were saying, Pharaoh, is if it's not
Yes.
north and south, we just rotate the whole thing 90 degrees, all the meteor players, and meteor players are priority middle, priority cardinal. Otherwise, you follow the usual rule of tanks healers right, DPS left.
This completely changes how we do our flexes, though.
No, the flexes are the same.
No, you don't want them to be the same. If the players are on south and west, and south is on the good roll, then it's normal.
No, I'm
West
saying
is
you
on
you
the
do
good
the you do the swap, and then there's a call to rotate.
That's too. I guess if we're
You
dead
could
center of
see
the arena and
the
barely
problem
moving,
is
then it's
the
fine.
the problem is you could identify the correct pattern and then call the swap, but it's hard to know who to swap around, like which players need to swap.
I mean, if you just learn where everyone stands on your team. I know Slaya is south. I know you're north. I know Fear is west. So I already know if someone was like swap with Fear, I'd go west.
Yeah, no, it's just the issue of identifying the correct pattern and then looking at the meteors, whereas I feel like you can, while people are handling the swap, that's when you look around and say, okay, just rotate one more step before going out to the ice, because you do have time to get to the ice.
Mm-hmm.
If you do the swap quickly enough, you have a little
takes
bit
a
of time.
second to activate, so you might be able to cheat through the arena quickly.
I actually find the ice activates fairly quickly for me if I don't leave it straight away. I get the dot tick.
Okay, so do you want to try and call a row then?
A row? So what do you mean when you say
Towers.
row? Oh,
Well, you need to spot 2 towers. The thing is, you need to spot the towers, and that meteor player needs to take the correct one if there's multiple towers on that side.
Hang on, let me think. Basically, the way I would think about it as I'm approaching the mechanic is we do the swap, And if they are going to be east and west, then I would check east and west, and if I don't see a cardinal tower, then we just rotate all the meteor players. That needs to happen.
So you're making someone be in the correct spot, then the wrong spot, then the correct spot.
No, they're never
That's my
starting.
issue.
They're never starting in the correct spot. If they're east and west, there might not be any cardinal tower. There has to be a cardinal tower there for there to be a guaranteed option.
What you're saying is you want them to be opposite first from each other, and then flex.
Well,
if needed.
the first step is you need to make sure that they are opposite so that they're not going to be going to adjacent quadrants. And then you just rotate them if the quadrants that they're in are not correct.
We can try that if you want. See how it works. I'd rather you just change how you flex.
Well, the thing about changing how you flex is it changes the order of how you identify the safe spot, because that means you have to look at all the quadrants and then figure out which one is valid, and then look at the meteors and swap the correct people. It's just harder to do. That's all there is to it. Whereas if you swap the players and then check their quadrants, you're only checking 2 quadrants for a single tower, rather than checking the entire pattern itself.
So my way is harder but faster. Your way is easier but slower, and I'm not sure what our problem will be, so we have to test and see what happens.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's faster, because it's a lot of thinking to be able to figure out who needs to go where.
It would take me maybe 2 seconds to see what row I should be in as a meteor, and then I would just chad the position.
But what if...
Be like, okay, there's a row here, I'm taking it. Go take my spot.
Let me think.
This mechanic sucks, bro.
It's like Wormhole, man. It's like
I hate it.
a lot of fucking theory crafting. Remember Wormhole?
Okay, so I haven't thought this through, but what if... the thing is, you would have to look at yourself and see if there's no cardinal, and then you'd have to know that the other person on the other side also doesn't have a cardinal, if you wanted to rotate.
You can, if you angle your camera downward, and you got the right angle, you can see. It's why I sometimes go to my ice spot really late. I just stay still and look at them.
Would there ever be a way that you could send both of the meteors out to the same quadrant with 2 on the outside?
No, he tried suggesting
There
that
are
ISIS
some
would then
patterns.
die.
Yeah.
The issue is they need to get a tower right as they start dropping. So you have to.
There have to be
so
2
They have to
towers.
start on towers.
I'm saying if the meteors somehow made it out to the same quadrant that had 2 on the outside, they would start right next to each other and then just go away from each other. And then the other 2 on the other side would go mirror them, and then they just swap sides.
That's what I was explaining when you were doing your drawing originally. I was saying identify the quadrant that had no inner, because that would guarantee outer, like multiple outer, but you'd then have to
Somehow
have
get past
2
the ices.
Well, you'd have to have 2 adjacent quadrants to do that, and then you'd have to have them meet up, one to the right, one to the left, priority, and that's not always possible also, so it just introduces, it's possible, but I think what they were telling me is that it introduces just as many bad patterns.
It's a good idea. It's just I don't think you.
I already
room out of the arena.
I theory crafted that yesterday. It's just that you can get patterns that make it literally impossible is the only problem.
Yeah.
This mechanic would be so much easier if just a couple little things, even if one of them was changed. It's insane.
Well, they had an extra year to work on the ultimate, so they just kept tuning it harder. Okay, I think we can do this.
What are we gonna do?
We're going to not. We're gonna make the flex harder, but more convenient for the meteors. So after everyone has flexed, we're going to make an extra rotation on those meteors if it's convenient for them to go out and get towers. And an additional thing that we didn't specifically officialize is I don't really like that it's always tank healer right, DPS left.
Well,
I think the meteor player should take the one that's best for them for the meteors.
Well, the thing is, if you get a meteor on a cardinal, it doesn't matter. And in which case, you're prioritizing. If there are 2 towers and there's a cardinal, you're putting the meteor on it regardless. So it's not always right left.
So what he said is what makes sense. If there's a tower dead center of the cardinal and one is off to the side, and you're paired with a meteor player, no matter what, they should get the cardinal, even if they're a tank healer.
Yeah. So that's basically a new rule, just so everyone's aware. Is
even with our current strat, that'll save us.
Yeah,
right?
with 2
Even
towers,
without
meteors are
anything,
always on
that'll save
cardinal.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if we wanted
You can
it,
see if,
if
you're
we
paired with
wanted
a
to,
meteor player too, it's kind of obvious.
yeah. If you're looking at 2 towers, yeah, and you have a meteor with you, you just let them take the tower that they want on the cardinal. If there are 2 towers and there's none on the cardinal, then you just do tanks, healers right, DPS left. It doesn't matter, because whatever cardinal tower is existing is going to be on the other side. And the only way we can make that consistent is by checking the quadrants that the meteors are on, and then rotating everyone if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But it has to be fast.
How much
Everyone-
time do we have to identify that? We would
Like
do the
3
swap
seconds.
We'd have to do the swap without a call, so the comms were clear, and then you would have to say, like if it was on DPS, you'd just say DPS clockwise, and then we'd quickly move again.
Yeah,
right?
so I'm not going to be saying who's swapping. I'm just
That-
going to say
that first swap
just say
has
swap.
to be fast as fuck, and then we actually
Yeah.
might have enough time if we
because
can do it.
you need those in position to know whether they're going north, south, or east, west, and then you look at their quadrants. I mean, there is one other way, but it involves more communication, which is basically you do the swap, you look out, everyone. So let's say you've done the swap, and then you look at the quadrant that you're going to. If you see a cardinal tower, you say yes, and if you hear at least one yes, then you keep it. If you hear 2 no's, you rotate. But that everyone has to be verbalizing it. That would be a really easy way to do it.
Yeah, that'd be a mess.
I'm pretty sure you can just have someone smart call.
Oh, it's
where the
not
meteors should
not
go.
even a mess, because it's. I mean, well, you could do this. We could go back to Uwu, where you press a macro if you see a tower, and if you hear SE1, if you don't hear SE1, then you rotate. If no one's pressed it, but the problem is knowing. I mean, you could say you could do SE1.
You're like trying to
for-
do this in a way that people can pug it. Like we can just have a couple people in charge of calling.
Oh no, I'm saying
You
it
don't
would.
need everyone
I'm saying
to
it would
be
literally
phasing
be. I'm saying it would be easier on the people that are having to call it if they didn't have to check everything. If people were just checking their own quadrant. I'm actually saying this.
Yeah, but
I was
you're assuming
avoiding this
that'll not
because
work.
No,
You're right,
it will, but you have to be faster. I'm saying it's easier. This is actually not a pugging thing. This is more a static thing where you get communication from every individual to check if there's a tower. So you could
also
do.
Only have an hour left today. Fine.
Yeah, I know. It would work if you.
I wouldn't see an issue in ending soon, and then just taking
Yeah.
the rest of the night to think on what we should do. But I'm down for whatever.
Like the thing is, if you just.
Zeph, can you pick something and we'll do it? Because we already
As-
have a couple ideas. We could just do a thing. and
As
see what
long
happens.
as everyone is. I mean, we can try this where as long as one person says yes, you don't rotate. But if there's nothing, you just rotate. But it would have to be done within like 3 seconds, and then I would just call rotate if no one says anything.
I'm
But
not following.
maybe that's probably too slow.
We would we would have to do the meteor flicks without any call, and then we would have to, as we're getting into our pairs, we would have to look at where the meteors are at, and as long as one of them has a cardinal, it's fine.
Yeah, that's pretty much our goal. We just need one cardinal tower where the
I
meteors
could
are.
Can
I
we?
could call that.
Can you weigh out the difference in is that more difficult than learning how to stutter step with the cadence of the meteors? Because you always have
I
to
feel
weigh
like
out
that's
that,
that's
because it's proven possible the other way. So
yeah.
it's just
I'd
not
like to
proven
ma- I'd
possible.
like to
by
If we
us.
rotate,
stutter
if
steps as well.
yeah, it's just I look at the
Can
clip
we
that I did.
practice
And
this in T9, unironically?
You'd have
The-
to
the
compare
meteors,
the
those
cadence,
meteors-
the meteor drops.
those
I think they're
meteors you
slower.
can't be as close. I just
think
I just
the
need like
distance
1
apart
minute.
Is different too. You're right.
I need 1 minute just to think hard.
Yeah, from memory, I'm pretty sure T9's way too different.
You just have people
unfortunately.
jump.
What?
If their quadrant has a tower on the cardinal, have them jump.
How about we just let's just try doing the fast flex, and then I'm going to try and check the quadrants and call a rotation if I see it.
And then you would just have to say meteor roll rotate.
Can I? Want to ask a
The
question.
meteors are the only ones that'll be rotating, so I
Your
would just
only
say rotate.
Your goal is not even to do what I was thinking, where you call out an exact, as opposite as possible set of two towers, right?
No, yeah. So what you're
You just want
suggesting
one on
is
a
just
cardinal.
making it. Yeah, yours is making it.
So
more
how is that
consistent,
not the
but-
responsibility of the people that have the meteor?
Because they might not
They can
have a
just look
cardinal where
out and
they are.
see.
I'm gonna posit something that I noticed
Yeah?
looking at all 7 of these patterns.
Yes.
If you always send the meteors north and south, you can always have a good pattern. Because there's always, if 7 of the patterns have a first tower that's directly north, and one pattern has one that's directly south, so one of the meteor players just needs to take that one, and it gives you the extra space.
So what you're realizing is possibly that they've made it in such a way that north-south always has a cardinal.
That is in fact the truth.
If that is the truth, that does work. If we always make it north-south.
Is that actually the case?
Well,
I'm
this
letting
is
look
why I
at
was-
all
We
7
don't-
patterns.
We
Tell
don't
me
know
with
if it
your
is,
eyes.
but in this sample size, it is the
No,
case.
he's
Oh, I'm
actually
sorry.
right.
Yes, in this sample size. Okay, let me rephrase. If this was always true north, that would be true. But what it means, there's always one. What you're saying on the cardinal is essentially correct. 6 of the patterns always has a cardinal that the meteor should go to.
Oh,
in fact, all
as long
7
as
patterns.
one meteor that you send has a cardinal.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
you
no matter
remember-
what, just
Yeah, that's-
identify one quadrant with a cardinal.
That's
meteor.
what I've been saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but,
you
remember-
okay, so
but-
assuming if they
Happy's
can
saying,
turn,
Happy's
obviously
saying
it
that
changes.
north and south always at least has one. So if we put the meteors north and south every time,
I'm gonna disprove that, but I'll do it intelligent. But essentially, what I'm saying, yes, this whole cardinal thing is correct. There's no reason it would be wrong. However, just looking at these, I'm curious if it's even simpler.
If I'm willing to totally invest in north south until we're proven wrong, and
Yeah.
then
I'm going through
I-
footage
Yeah.
to prove us wrong now.
Oh.
and then you invest into. But if you find a quadrant that is a cardinal, that's correct. Yeah, we could definitely.
Yeah,
just-
well, that's what I'm saying. We would have to do the fast swap, and then once we see
That's
where
what I
we're
said
going,
before we zoned out, and you said it wasn't possible.
I think Revenge was misunderstanding because he's repeating what we were just
Maybe.
talking about.
Because I didn't want to zone out because I said just have the if you could have the meteor player always get the remember we decided to have the meteor
That-
player get the tower closest to cardinal. We decided
Yeah.
after. I wanted to fix that because the clips I've been watching of you guys dying is because it was tanks healer right.
Yeah.
And
I
they
mean,
stole the
yeah.
better or DPS left. They stole the better tower from the player.
So that's
which made your
true.
meteors get fucked up.
That, so
10 minutes left in the instance.
That's
yeah,
probably half
so-
our wipe.
Yeah, but
The other half
Fixing
might be
that-
East-West.
prioritizing meteors on the cardinal fixes that, so long as
Yes.
they still have one on the cardinal.
Yes.
So it does reduce the number of wipes we're gonna have, but it's still possible
That's
to just have a bad
as
pattern.
ideal as it gets.
Yeah. Short of just rotating the entire thing if there's not an option.
Yeah.
So if we
If
never
Happy's
wanted
right with
to...
north south, then that's gonna make.
Yeah, but
I'm
he's
probably the other
disproving
half
it.
of the wipes. Can we go in and try?
Happy said he's disproving it.
I'm looking to disprove
I'm
it.
going through
I'm-
footage too, and I have yet to see a pattern where there wasn't a cardinal on either north or south.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm looking at the ones. Like, I'm trying to see how consistent it is. Just, based on what we just said. And, okay, so I found pattern 1 exactly as it is in the diagram. That's a good start. Because if I can find them all exactly as they appear in the diagram, and that's all I can find, that's what I'm looking for.
That's 3 for 3 now. I've seen just today.
Hold on, I have one
4 for
where
4.
there isn't one north. Okay, so no, never mind. There is one
There
north.
was, there was one south, probably.
That's fine. No, there should be 6. If I'm correct, there's 6 patterns where there's one north and 1 pattern where there's one south. However, I think I might have found the one that disproves that. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, I think I have one right here that disproves that. I think it does turn.
Oh yeah, I just found one too.
Okay,
There wasn't
yeah,
one
so
on north and south.
yeah. Okay, so it does turn. So the cardinal identification is the best way.
Yeah, we're agreeing it's the only way to make it 100% consistent is if we identify and then rotate 90 degrees.
And
I
it doesn't
still
matter
don't like
which.
the idea though.
It
'cause
doesn't
you're
matter.
gonna-
Okay, go ahead.
Can I say this? Can we make it so that if a player is already on a straight cardinal, they don't flex at all, and you make the other meteor flex?
There are situations where there's 4 cardinals. Like there's 4
Right.
cardinal towers.
So you have to have a priority. You have to say.
That's the ones we've been doing correct. The ones where we actually get through. That's those are the patterns we're getting most of the time.
Yeah, but if you're adding that many number of flex steps, you have to recognize this has to happen within 3 seconds.
One person doesn't flex, the other one does. It's the same amount of flexing. It's just a different person they may flex with.
There's a chance that you have to have both rotate.
Yes,
If
in which
north
case
is-
you will do that. You'll just rotate them. Instead of doing one flex and then, oh no, none of them are in the right place, flex again to get them in the right place. You get them in the correct place from the start.
It makes sense. The problem is there's more thinking required to get to that solution, which I,
don't
think makes
think
it
the
take
thinking
longer.
is bad.
No, it's that I think it actually takes longer to complete all of those steps versus flex, and while flexing, check the towers and then rotate. Because if you hear rotate, everyone that is a meteor roll just moves. And it's a faster thing to happen. Whereas if... Like, for example, if you want to flex only the person that doesn't have a cardinal, let's say neither of them do, then you have to rotate. But
Wait.
first you have to identify
Hold
that
on.
neither of them do, and then you're doing a full rotation, which
you-
is the same thing.
Just completely drop the idea of having partners, right? Ignore the fact that you have a set spawn that you're, like a set location that you're going to. If you're running in after the initial mechanic, the towers are appearing, you just need one person to say North Cardinal, South Cardinal. As long as one person identifies one Cardinal tower, all you have to do at that point is have a priority of the 2 meteor markers that are marked to then line up, or to then go north, and then the other one to go south. At that point, everyone else fills in. There's no adjustments needed, no communication.
Yeah, well, the
needed.
thing is...
one person has to identify one cardinal.
Yeah.
North priority.
That could make sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
And then-
think
And if you have the meteor markers go north and then south, the others don't even have to adjust. They just fill.
Yeah. I was thinking kind of the same thing, but you prioritize just lining the meteors up north and south, and then if there isn't one, then everybody rotates the meteors.
Well, that's basically what I'm saying.
Same thing.
That's what Zeph said.
We're all
but
saying the
I
same
think
thing. Yeah.
I don't.
I am
think
not
that-
saying
Well, I know what you mean,
I don't
Revenge.
Think you default to a position.
I still think you
in
need
the right
to.
spot.
I still think you need to because you're adding confusion to the people that need to fill. I
But
think
they don't have a responsibility to do.
They just
for
stand there and
multiple
walk
seconds.
onto where the empty places.
yeah, but they
Because
might
all
pick
you're
the same
doing
one.
Is just putting yourself between, like, in the cardinals that don't have 2 meteor markers standing there. Like so you're not necessarily even moving. Like you're not doing anything that requires thought. Right? Like there's no.
Okay, hang on. So what? Something I was thinking about, but I hadn't verbalized yet, was not having DPS on the intercardinals in the first place. Just pairing up on the cardinals. Because I think we're seeing the mechanic well enough. The thing I was worried about was not being able to tell who had it. But with the combination of party list and just like a light spacing, we are going to have we're going to have meteor markers on the cardinals the moment they appear. And so we can just check a cardinal, and if you have 2 adjacent, then you can very quickly just pick one and say, like, let's say it's A and C. Let's say it's A and B, and the meteors show up on those cardinals. You just quickly check the cardinal, and just say north-south, basically. And the one that isn't part of north-south just swaps with the person that's south.
Yep, I'm following that.
Or if the one that is at B, at east, has a cardinal, it doesn't matter if they both do. All you have to do is just check one and check the other for a cardinal tower, and then just call the first one you see, basically. So that's kind of where I've been going with this whole thing, is you only check 2 cardinals, and you just call the first one you see.
Yeah,
And
so
if-
you would do north first,
yeah.
yeah. Second. So if north doesn't have one, you'd look east. To what
Yeah.
you're saying.
But if they do
What
happen
happens on
to
northeast?
so if they do happen to spawn, if north and east don't have one, the opposite is going to have one, guaranteed. So you can still
Right, but do you know
Well,
which one?
no, so you're gonna have to check.
Right.
But,
which is why I think you just have to
Which
find one. And
that's why I was
orient
saying
yourself to it.
that's why I was saying the 2 quadrants you should check are opposite, so north and south. That's why I want us to be doing the flex first, and then you check, and if you don't see it, you just do a quick rotation. Because you check those two, and if it's not there, you guarantee it's in the other 2. Whereas if they're
Go in and
adjacent, it
try
could
what
be.
it- Let's
Yeah.
just go in and try that.
Alright.
I feel-
Repeat it in as few words as possible so
I feel
everyone
like
can
you're
listen to the
saying
instructions.
I feel like you're saying what I'm saying, and then you're changing it to sound like how your brain works. Like, because now you're just saying assign the spots and then choose which way you're rotating, rather than going in and going to a spot based on.
No, you guys
Come
are.
Come on, guys, we're
you guys
wasting
are
time. Zeph,
completing
can you
it.
Go
please
in,
repeat
yeah.
what you want to do?
Oh, hang
Sorry,
on.
whoops.
Repair. Make sure you're repaired.
Repair. You want to do a flex as normal,
So, deep,
and
except,
then everyone
yes.
looks out.
But DPS will be pairing up on cardinals by default now, so we can immediately see where the meteors are. And then we'll do the swap as quickly as possible. I'm just trying to think. I feel like swaps would happen faster if you always swap with a north or south person. Well, maybe not, it depends on... Well, actually, it would be easier if you do the swap always to a north or south person. Does that make sense? So if they're
What does that
adjacent... maybe I should just... Should I just screen share again?
No.
No?
Can you
Okay.
write down what your thoughts?
Alright, I'll
I
type
guess
it
you
in
can
the
screen
channel.
share if you want. Like, I'm not going to be a dick and say no, but it's...
We're running out of time today.
We're
I know.
running out of time.
If
Well,
we
I
don't
can
know,
explain, but
Ow.
people are gonna have to understand what I'm saying verbally.
You can't summarize it and just
I'll
simply
use.
instructions?
Well, I'm trying to think. I haven't condensed it
think
in
it's
my own
easier
head
to
yet.
use
That's the
it.
thing.
I think you gotta try to
speaking of
summarize
the
these
time-
explanations
I
like
think I
much
can
more quickly,
summarize
because
my
you
idea,
spent, like
'cause
50 minutes trying to explain how to do this.
So it's a funny thing about using the diagram. There's patterns that aren't on that diagram. I found some while I was going through.
Nice.
I think the most concerning
Well, yeah, it's
part
true
is that we're
random,
7
so-
out of 8 accepted twice in a row.
No. I mean, I mean those 7 patterns. I don't just mean they can turn. I mean, there's completely different ones.
No,
Yeah,
we're
I know.
not even able to
The-
queue.
Okay.
The whole thing is
I'm not
completely
trying to
random.
bluster Zeph here. It's just you've been. I hope I'm not sounding mean. It's just you've been arguing really hard in favor of this, so I assumed you would have a write-up or be able to just quickly.
Well, no, it's that
like,
if you want it in
Saying,
condensed,
we're trying to figure out.
if
something
you
that works
the thing is, for me to condense it, I need to break it down for myself into simple terms first, because I've talked through it. But then if you ask for me to condense it, I have to first work out how to simplify it. Yeah.
See, that's why I'm saying I'm concerned because we've failed already checking queuing in twice and no one's been said anything.
He probably did.
I mean,
not again.
I don't think
I
it's
guess you can screen
necessarily
share and condense what
worse
you're trying to say now.
Good night, Leah.
If he is asleep, I don't feel like it's the worst thing because we're stuck anyway with an hour to go.
I'm checking again. Yeah, he might not be here. I was just frustrated because I had an idea, could have jotted it down. We could have tried it for an hour and then been done and then talked.
Right, but aren't you then hitting your head against something if it doesn't?
The assumption is it won't work. I know.
Well,
it'll
no.
probably
What you
work for some people.
what you said will reduce the number of wipes, but not eliminate them entirely. So it's a better strat than what we were doing, but it's still not perfect. Is the only thing, which is why we even talked about it.
You can't.
Sorry,
yeah.
jeez.
If you have guaranteed fails on top of player issues, like player failures, you're gonna run into way too high of a percent of failures, especially since it's the first phase of the fight.
No, I'm saying what I said would probably work in another stack might be doing it right now, and they might clear with it, so it would be viable. I'm not saying it would
Right,
be
but-
easy, but it could work every pull if you practiced it. It's also faster. It's just how good are you at flexing fast?
I'm gonna screen share for the sake of thinking out loud, and you can just watch if you want.
All the ice are staring at each other, so I would be able to, at a glance, know where to flex. I guess it's kind of like, were E10S orbs hard for you? Or could you do them in like 1 second? Because I can just glance at the meteors and know where I need to move to instantly.
Okay, so instead of DPS being into cardinals, you are pairing up immediately, rotating clockwise.
Mm-hmm.
And so the moment we see the meteors appear, if they're adjacent, whoever is not north-south swaps straight away. That's what I was trying to say before. Whoever's not north-south swaps. And then we check north-south. That means you only ever check north-south for a cardinal tower. So you don't have to concern yourself with a random swap, which, if we follow our current rule, goes like this. And then you have to check east-west. Whereas you can already get ahead of things by checking north-south. Making it always a north-south pairing. And then if you don't see... And it'll be better if I do this. Let's say this is our pattern. Because this is possible. So we have this. If we follow our rule of swapping to the person next to you, then we end up... you have to check east-west instead. Whereas, I mean, obviously this would work, but it's random, right? I'm trying to just think of how you identify it really quickly, and I'm
I think
getting a
good
little
example would
bit.
be put fire on the summoner and the bard.
Yeah, if it's like this, you just swap
Oh, you,
whoever's not on the cardinal, and you only ever check north-south. And if you don't see it, you rotate, and that can happen very quickly. Because the swap is simple. If you see them adjacent, it's just, well, I don't have it and I'm on a cardinal, I'll just move over. And so you don't even have to call who's swapping as well, because the person that's on the cardinal, if you don't have it and you're on a cardinal, you know you're going to the one that is, you're just swapping with the one that you see east or west. So you do this swap really quickly, and while you're doing the swap, you don't have to worry about am I checking north-south or east-west. You always check north-south. And if you don't see it, you just rotate all the meteor roll. One spot
who's
over.
checking south?
I think one camera flip from, like, I think I could check north-south. Because if it's the same thing, if I'm checking for the same thing every time, it can happen really fast. But if I have to look at where the meteors are, and then consider north-south or east-west for a cardinal, then it becomes more difficult. Although, that said, could just check north-south every time regardless, and if you don't see it, then you know it's east-west. So maybe it doesn't really matter.
Don't
Although
forget
the-
there is a flip camera button to instantly see behind you.
There is, but I think I unbound it. Actually, no, I think it would be simpler, because I can't call... If I'm paying attention to the towers, if it does happen to be a swap that ends up east-west, and I look north-south and see no tower, I then have to consider, well, are the meteors already where they're supposed to be? Whereas if it's always north-south, I can check, and I feel like you or Happy, pretty much anyone can check it, and immediately just say, yeah, that's a rotate. Because you also know that, you know immediately that the meteors are going to go to the wrong spot if they go north-south, and you just call a rotate. And I feel like that can happen within 3 seconds feasibly. Does anyone
Shit, I could call
disagree?
north-south with the flip camera button.
I mean,
can we
yeah,
say-
if you want
it
to,
just
Happy.
takes one person. It just takes one person to say north, south, or east, west, and then the meteor
'Cause-
people would know that they would have to
Yeah.
rotate or not.
Because if I flip the camera and see it's south, then we just do north-south instantly. Like, I
Yeah.
don't... And then if
So-
it's not, then we know it's the opposite.
Yeah, all that needs to happen
since you
is a
have
quick
this
check
up-
and a rotate call.
Since this is up, can we just show my idea real quick? To
Yes.
see?
Yeah, sure.
With the fire on the bard. What I was saying is you check, and instead of putting the bard south and then putting the bard back east, just have the summoner switch with the dragoon here. And do a single movement after you've identified, instead of doing an automatic swap and then identifying towers and then swapping backwards or rotating. You would just have only the if a meteor player is already on a cardinal tower, they shouldn't need to move.
So what
What if
what
both
needs
of
to
them
be
don't
what
have a
needs to be
cardinal?
okay? So let's consider we're in this position.
They would rotate.
Then
What
that
needs
requires all four of them to rotate, right?
so what would
Still
you
a singular
look at?
movement instead of
Uh,
moving someone one way and then moving them again.
I'm just
But yes,
so I'm not against this. I'm asking for the sake of convincing myself. What are you looking at to identify which one needs to swap
the
quickly?
bard is looking east safe.
But what if there is a cardinal above the summoner as well?
A cardinal above both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's where you get the confusion where it's like, okay, which one
Because
is actually
both of
going?
them at the same time are gonna say north, south, east, west.
There's literally a pattern where north, south, east, west all have cardinals. So you need to pick a direction that holds priority.
Yeah. That's why I want to just
Okay.
default to north south, and then if it doesn't work, you rotate. While it is extra movement, it's a guaranteed fast call, is the thing. And so, like, what would happen is in this case, I'll just drag the marker as the player. They're going this way, and at the same time, the check is being done. And if it's a rotate, you just go one more over. And I feel like this can feasibly happen within 3 seconds. Maybe with a bit of practice, but I think it can happen.
Yep. As
And
soon as
at
we see
least-
the meteors, we just call out the roll too, and then those people are knowing that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting ready to move.
At least for me, I have more confidence in being able to call such a thing.
This. Okay, it makes more sense now. Because I hadn't considered a cardinal being north and east. I didn't even know that was a possible
I
pattern.
can't wait for stutter step to be the solution to this still.
I mean, it is realistically.
It's technically possible, which is the annoying thing. It's just kind of unreasonably hard.
Says the Aussie.
The thing is, this is the worst part of this is it's still the northwest. If there's a fire in the east and west here, you're still not getting an ideal pattern. Like, how hard is that?
Solution is to replace static with West Coast only.
Gamer house. That's what I'm saying. It all comes back to gamer house.
Full circle. God
Not
damn
even
it.
half the static is NA.
I think we may have just lost Slayer though.
Slayer said bedtime.
I started talking for a long time.
I'm gonna be completely honest.
Mechanic sucks.
I kind of felt like calling it at 1 hour earlier, like 12
Yeah, I
hours
agree.
anyway today, just because we weren't making progress.
Cause we can do a write up for how we're gonna do this. And
Yeah.
we can have a better sleep on what we're gonna do for.
Yeah.
We have the information we need for the entire Nidhogg phase actually, so we could just,
Yeah.
stick on it for tonight.
This mechanic is like
It's harder than I
rampant
thought.
combined with
It's because we don't want to
strike.
learn stutter step.
combined. With,
Aside from that,
I was
stream rule
fine
that
learning it. I'm not the one that gave up.
Well,
I practiced it,
we can
but I don't
we
know
can
how.
every single
I don't know,
time
dude.
every
I wanted
single
to
time
fuck around with it
someone's
for a bit. I'm
every
just
single
being selfish.
every time someone's tried stutter stepping, it's failed, which is the problem. Like it's all 8 people are gonna have to learn it.
Yeah, I accidentally did the smallest stutter step ever, and it actually failed.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
Yes,
want to learn
that's
the
a
stutter
fair one.
step. I wanted to master the zigzag.
To do well, I mean the zigzag.
Well,
sort of requires it too, yeah.
I tried the zigzag
Contour
and
also
I
doesn't work every time.
so I was thinking to myself zigzag should be possible until I finally got the opportunity to do it, and I realized how tired and
problem
ridiculous
is
it
if you
actually
don't
is.
stutter step with the zigzag, they just
Yeah.
kind of land in between where you want to be.
Yeah.
And then it just looks like you ran in a circle anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the snapshot is exactly between the blasts.
Yeah, essentially you're supposed to be moving while it's impacting and then stopping.
Yeah, you keep
for like
a
brief
rhythm.
Second. It's basically a half-second rhythm.
You
You have to stutter
Yes.
for half. You have to and then stop.
Well, it's a
stutter,
second
stop.
and a half, so you got almost 1 second.
The problem for me is
perfectly
knowing
consistent for 7 iterations, though.
Yeah, that's fucked.
yeah, the problem for me is knowing when to start according to my ping. Like I could learn it eventually, but I'm gonna have to have trial and error to figure out when my starting point is, just to get into the rhythm in the first place.
And just to cherry on top of the meme, server ticks
Yeah.
would probably fuck with that.
I mean,
regardless.
movement ticks are every 3 a second, so you have a little bit of weirdness there as well.
Yeah.
Can I mention something about the progress bar? In
Yeah.
The TPS clip. They killed Nidhogg. It's at 90%.
Oh, it's
It
probably
goes immediate.
it's. Oh,
Do you
go
want to
ahead.
know what the next phase is after that?
I don't
tell
want
you.
to. I don't want to know
It's-
yet.
Well, I mean, they teased a phase that we haven't seen yet.
I don't look at their fucking Twitter.
I
in
mean,
the live
no,
one.
I know what it is. Yeah, I know
Oh,
what it is.
you mean it's Double Dragon team up?
When
No.
else is it going to be?
it's not
It's the
that.
same arena.
It's not that.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
I've been, I don't know, I've been expecting Raise Velga, because we never really had a raid boss Raise Velga, but
All right, then deafen Pharaoh. Is he deafened? Okay.
Yes.
It's
I don't care.
it's just
yeah.
it's just the Estinian attached to 2 eyes. It's a DPS check and adds phase DPS thing, but
Oh.
there's a
Yeah.
lot of intense mechanics surrounding it.
okay.
Okay.
You're separating.
It's the same boss.
Yeah, you're separating the eyes from him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the next thing. But like, it's.
I
it's
guess
the
that's how
progress-
canonically Nidhogg would come back in that fight.
Correct.
Well, canonically, he uses the same body and just changes form.
Yeah, but now since we're gonna actually fight the real one, that makes sense.
No, but guys, the progress bar, it like how how
Yeah,
it
When it
goes
gets
I'll be at
full,
a-
something else
it's
probably
so
happens.
nice.
Yeah.
It goes to 90. Oh, really?
it probably unlocks
The
another
fight
step.
probably isn't done at 100.
Yeah, it's probably a second step.
It's probably like the progress bar to the final phase, which is 5 minutes long or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably just do some research tonight and look at other teams who are consistently doing Nidhogg phase pulls and just see what they're doing for towers.
So
In order to see it
there's two
consistently, you have to
trains
check
of
every
thought.
single one. Every single one of their
So
pulls to
this-
see if they randomly fail.
So I've been consistently watching. I had a couple streams open, and there were two teams that I was seeing far into Nidhogg. One being One Ace, one being Arthur's team. The other, well, and Stahl's team technically. Stahl and Arthur's are doing similar to what we're doing, where we're trying to handle most of the mechanics around the boss ring. One Ace is handling it where they're doing the Spine Shatter and Elusives.
Oh, we're talking about that. I was thinking about
talking
where we're
about
stuck.
Towers before.
Oh,
The part that we're stuck on.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
the teams who are consistently getting past that towers and meteors bullshit. How they're doing it every time.
oh,
so
Stutter
consistently.
Steps. Almost
Really?
entirely. Yeah.
Actually, well,
Sorry,
okay, hang on.
Fucking clip,
If
please.
if you can get a bunch of clips showing how they're doing the movement,
stutter
then if I can look at that and learn it without having to trial and error myself,
Yeah.
then I would be more
Unfortunately,
game to do that.
One Ace and Arthur's are sub-only VODs.
Well,
I've
I'm
tried
a
get
sub to
clips from
others.
them. If
But
you
then I would
can,
have to-
yeah, I mean, I've
Well,
specifically watched.
can I just
him
gift
stutter
you a
step
sub?
before.
I'll just gift you a sub.
Well, I mean,
Because
yeah,
I don't know where I'm
consistent-
looking. You've been watching, so
consistently
you know where
being
you're
able to
looking.
stutter step would be hard, but I think just knowing how to do it, and then in the off chance we get a bad pattern with how we're doing the mechanic right now,
You think
would be enough
Like,
for me. I think.
just visually seeing it? Okay.
If
I mean, I could
you've,
find one,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm just gonna give you a
Because
sub. So
our
you can...
strategy right now works really well, and the only problem is when we get that one bad pattern. If we were able to at least try to be able to recover that with stutter steps, I think I'd be chill with just keeping our same pattern and knowing how to stutter step.
Are we talking about meteors again now?
Revenge.
Oh, yeah, you're
so
fine.
Revenge has
Sorry
said
for-
something.
Tell you to
believe
undep it.
Harshiphon turns into Sunhog.
Revenge
Damn
has Revenge said something that changes quite a bit, which is he has been seeing teams that are getting into Nidhogg stutter stepping consistently. So if we have clips of people doing it consistently, then we can learn from that. I thought we were just gonna have to trial and error ourselves.
The only concern is that both teams that I'm watching are JP. You know the ping on JP.
Yeah, but I've played long enough that I can adjust to my ping. I just need to change my starting time. I just need to know the cadence. The cadence is the important thing.
I think the ideal one is actually finding a example of before Begu.
Oh, by the way, I think
stream
are
stops.
you guys okay to say if someone wants to just leave now, go to bed, whatever? We're officially done for the day.
Yes.
Yeah. Because basically we're planning out what to do next.
I really wanted to practice
Yeah, I
stuttering
know.
myself
Yeah.
because
I mean,
you guys
we
are
can't go
you guys
in.
are convinced it's impossible or
I'm not.
unrealistic
No,
to
not
learn.
not in.
I
Well,
think
Revenge
it's
is
possible.
Yeah,
I wanna
the
see
problem
it.
was
I want to
just
see proof though, and I want to see
Yeah.
when they do it.
so Revenge didn't mention that he's been watching clips of people doing it consistently. I thought it was just like the odd thing, but if we can get clips, which I think I gifted you a sub, by the way, I didn't see it show up in chat.
Yeah, I'm already looking for.
Oh, okay, yeah. If
What
you can
I'm
get like
thinking-
2 to 3 or something, then I'd be happy
What
to
I'm
look at
thinking
those.
is You might have to use parts of the arena, and then when the one behind you drops, that's when you know the next one has snapshot on you, and then you take another step.
I don't know if the pattern required stutter stepping, but I've absolutely seen him stop between the placements. Like without a doubt, I know that happened. So that's what I'm gonna find.
The thing is, those explosions that are going off behind you, yeah, I think when one lands, the next one is snapshot. Is that right? I think that's how it worked in...
When one lands, you said?
Yeah, like when...
Yeah,
because
when
they're every
one
second, right? So
previously
when...
behind you lands, the next one has already snapshot on where you're at.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think about how do you manage your movement. Like, maybe you don't stutter step immediately, but once you get the cadence of the meteors landing and you can hear the pattern of them, or like you hear the rhythm, then you start stutter stepping. Because you only, as we've seen, you only need to stutter step a little bit just to take off that tiny bit of extra movement. So you don't have to stutter step the whole time, I think. So you could use the... Because it would be really unrealistic for... Not unrealistic. It would be unreliable, at least on my ping, while I'm figuring it out, to know when to stop on the first one. But if I can afford to use 2 meteors dropping to get into the rhythm and then start stutter stepping, then I think that would work.
Grabbing a
How
16-hour
come-
VOD sucks.
I have a-
actually, you don't have to stutter step all 7 of them, right? You theoretically
No,
only
yeah,
have to do, like,
I'm
2 or
saying,
3.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Correct.
You use the first couple
Successfully
landing.
do the first ones, then you just run to the end.
Oh, I'm not saying, I'm saying don't do the first ones because you haven't heard the rhythm yet of them dropping behind you. So you get
yeah.
into the rhythm with the
Once you
first
get into the rhythm,
2,
then, yeah.
and then you start stutter stepping according to
number
that.
1 is when the tower cast bar is done.
Yes.
That's 1.
Yeah, no, but that's
You
the
go boom,
snapshot, but it hasn't
boom,
landed yet.
Boom, and then you can start stutter stepping.
When it lands, that's 2.
Yeah, so okay, so tower disappears, 1. First one
Yes.
lands, 2, and at that point you have a stutter step rhythm. If that makes sense. And so at that point you would maybe do run a bit, boom, run a bit, boom, run a bit. So the important thing is that you're just moving immediately after the snapshot. You don't want to be like stopping like halfway between the rhythm, if that makes sense. Because then you're just stopping 2 next
want
to
a
each other.
stutter step instead of sprint.
Sprint and RP walk.
Sprint makes your stutters safer.
Wait, what?
If you're stuttering without sprint, it's more dangerous.
Wouldn't that make
It makes your movements more
erratic?
jerky when you
Oh,
sprint.
well, so if we have, so the next step
I
of
didn't even get to try it, but I was gonna sprint
Okay.
and go forward and zigzag and stop, move, stop,
Yeah.
move, stop with sprint. It's
the
easier.
next. So the reason I hadn't thought about that is I might go too far. But if we have defined points at which you would stop for each meteor, then yes, that would be
Yeah,
good.
you'd be looking like, okay. You just stop if you go too far.
So interestingly, I'm
You use the
actually
speed,
noticing
not for
something
distance.
different. I'm noticing something different that I wasn't even looking for. That now that one of you mentioned it earlier, I'm noticing. As I'm looking back in every single pull, they're consistently doing. I don't know who suggested it, but they're consistently placing one meteor at the very start, at the very wall on the tower. The second meteor is going right up against either the fire or ice, just outside of the tower.
I'm
So
doing
there's-
the
Can you-
rock
can you
pose right now,
screenshot?
the WWE rock pose? That was the
What?
first thing I suggested today.
I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier, following the cause.
Zigzag.
This one.
Oh, I was
I know,
trying.
but
I
they're
tried that
only
once.
doing
no, not following the contours.
Stop. They're only doing it with the
This.
very, very first one. Every time. That's the
This.
only
I'm
one that they're
reposting it.
ever.
It's actually the last thing in King Thornton chat.
Stop using the word this. You ruined it.
Revenge. I think revenge. You said to the wall, not to the thing, didn't you?
Yes. Let me.
He's suggesting something similar, but in reverse. I think.
Yeah.
That would be.
So look at where the first gray meteor in that screenshot I posted is, and then look at the last black meteor. That's what I'm talking about. That difference where one of them is on the wall, and then the one that was first left by the other guy is like as far into the tower as possible.
Look to the right. On the right. That's the tower. So that's one of the Cardinals' starting positions, all the way to the right. That's the first.
So
meteor
they put it
placed.
out.
all the way to the edge.
Yeah,
and then
okay.
They step and they put it in between the crevice of the ice and the fire. But that it's important to note that they're starting on a cardinal.
Yeah, in other
So
words, they don't need
if
to
they were in the other spot, they would have to start on the inside because otherwise.
If you start on the inside, you don't gain. I don't think.
Yeah.
No, if
Yeah,
I'm
what
saying
we're
if it
just
was
saying-
the next tower, if it was the next tower over, you wouldn't have the benefit of starting on the edge of the ice.
I'm
Because
gonna
if you
find an
start
example of an
in,
intercardinal
what he
start
said-
if
what-
there is one.
Hang on, I'll draw over it.
Okay.
I mean, can you just clip this so I can see a stutter step as well, since you're looking at it? Like that's literally why I gifted you the sub.
Yeah.
Scammed. See ya.
But yeah, I got sidetracked because I started seeing that placement every
Yeah.
time. And also, most of the time, they're not. Some of the players aren't doing it. I've just saw Arthur's doing it
Okay.
specifically. That's why.
That
I
might just
recognized it.
be his way of doing it.
Yeah. But like, I see every player, no matter who has the marker, every time I get to that point in the pulls, they're doing
Yeah.
that specific placement. So
Okay.
that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if they're successfully stutter stepping, it may just not matter, and that's just how they decided to do it.
I think this is... You should be able to get 4 or 5 meteors on a single cardinal. If you... Okay, so... You're only going to have one cardinal that you completely cross over when you're handling a meteor. Like in Whoops's example. See how the west cardinal in this example, or the east one, is like the majority of it? You want to be able to try and get 4 or 5 of them in there by making a zigzag.
He's managed. He's well, yeah. From cardinal to cardinal, he's going to manage 5 according to this screenshot.
Yeah. So I should try and draw fire and ice on Whoops's image, because it makes it... I'm just trying to draw a shitty example of fire and ice.
Why, when I click flip off of a VOD, all it sends me to is an untitled page and it never loads.
If you are loading it from, I'm trying to think. I know why that happens, because sometimes this happens. Is he still currently live?
Yes.
That would be why.
Oh.
You guys probably won't even be able to see what I'm drawing here.
Or if you go to the highlight for the current live stream, you have to wait till the stream ends to make a clip.
Oh, cool. All right.
I have troubles with it all the time.
Awesome.
Love that.
You'll
I'm
have
gonna-
to local capture, like window capture.
Hey, Zeph.
Yeah.
And maybe revenge. Does this
Yeah.
make sense to you? This mess that I just drew?
Posting it in Discord?
It's in team chat. I drew over Whoops's image.
Wait, which parts are you? What's your drawing? I have to. hold
Okay,
on.
well, it's a 6-year-old drawing, so the
Squint.
circles...
No. Like
Is
I
the
have to look
fire
at
and
Whoop's
the
drawing
ice?
originally to see. Okay.
I'm just giving an example.
Yeah.
So I drew some circles. That's the fire and the ice, because you can't realistically just zigzag. However, what you were saying, Revenge, is the reason you start at the wall first is because you can get into a butt cheek of an ice fire AoE, right up into the butt cheek to put the inwardmost one, and then go out, sort of following the curvature of the AoE to hit the wall. Then you go straight, and then when you're in your primary cardinal where most of your meteors are dropped, you can zigzag into the butt cheek and then the wall and then back into the butt cheek again. Are you following?
Yes.
You do that every single time.
So I just checked something by using a tempo tapping thing in the browser. They're not actually dropping every second. It's technically it's a little slower. It's slower, yeah. Because when I was checking the I was assuming it was every second when I was checking whether the movement was feasible to just run a zigzag, which
No,
I
three
realize
of the
now it's
3
not.
seconds you get 2 meteors, I believe it is.
Yeah, because
Because
it's
I was
40
tapping my
it's
fingers
42
in both
BPM.
rhythms.
Yeah, it's 42 BPM, which is basically 2 every 3 seconds.
Oh shit,
Yes.
we're getting into BPMs now.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I was doing this on my keyboard, and then I was doing the meteors, and I listened to the difference between 1 second and meteor.
Have a
And I was
This-
like,
this
okay,
should be
that's a rhythm of maybe it's a little bit 2 on 3 rhythm.
Yeah, isn't this right up your alley though? Whoops.
Yeah,
Your Guy Fieri snorting coke, Zeph is.
unironically, yeah. I think there's just got to be an easy way where you can do it with some kind of markers on the floor in the arena and just moving every time you see the one drop behind you.
The
They're all
way I said
contouring
it,
every
so
single
the
pull.
way I'm trying to explain this, Whoops, is you can basically foresee the path that you're going to want to drop them in and just aim for them with sprint.
Yeah,
So it's sort of like your image, except one modification, in that you have actual things on the field to aim for.
yeah.
Is that what you were trying to show with your image?
The main thing I was trying to show with my image is the fact that the person on the opposite side from the person who has to do the short. So basically the long distance runner. You
Okay.
following?
Yes.
The long distance runner would drop their first meteor as far away from the wall as possible. So that
I understand what you're saying.
when the short person eventually gets there, they can drop their last meteor on the wall right in front of the tower. So there on that tower there'll basically be one like on the super far inside edge and then one on the super far outside edge.
I feel like
That essentially gets rid of one meteor for the short person.
Is it really worth that much distance?
I think so.
It's seeming now that I'm watching. I've watched 7 pulls so far where they're doing contours, and I don't know, man. It seems like it's like night and day for some reason, and I can't wrap my head around it. But like,
Are you linking them?
it just
Oh, were you not able to clip?
I can't.
Oh, you can't clip.
I think
I
they're
mean,
just not
I could
holding
link the
W.
entire VOD.
At least just like halfway in, they'll just like tap W a couple times and just not hold it. But I don't know how.
I'm gonna
I also
find
think
it.
they're doing what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna find a POV of him doing it, and then I'll tell you the time stamp.
Just locally record it.
Locally record his.
I mean, you could also just screen share what you're
Window
looking
capture.
at. Do you want to
Wow.
just
Yeah.
do you want to just window capture what you're looking at?
Screen share.
Or screen share it on Discord. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, he could. Timestamp VODs are a little clunky though. It's really hard to scrub back and forth through them.
Let's see.
Actually, that's exactly what he's doing himself.
I said it didn't.
Ideally, we would have clips.
But I kind of.
Because it's because the timeline, like the widget, what do you call it,
Oh, I can choose an application. I'm
is so small in a long VOD
No.
that you can only go forwards or backwards 10 seconds, which makes it really annoying to try and
Goodness,
just double check something.
Oh,
Wait, did Slayer come back?
No.
I'm still here.
Good.
What?
Oh hey.
What? Huh?
Huh?
Don't tell me you've been here the whole time.
I was.
Tell me you woke up.
No,
What?
you.
You must
fucking
you must have been
liar.
asleep. You were
Piece
asleep
of-
at some
no.
point.
He's lying, bro. He was here, but
Liar.
he was asleep.
You're such a liar.
I mean, it is possible to sleep without realizing and just, you know, gotta wake up and think you just blinked. Slayer, it's been 3 days. Where have you been?
It's day 6, man. I'm glad we're trying to figure out a consistent strat for this, anyways.
Yeah, when you consider that this is like the start of the fight, I don't want to be inconsistent on this when
I
we're
don't- I
progging
don't wanna
something
be
10
on
minutes later.
Phase 5, and then like we'll just
Yeah,
randomly.
I mean,
run
it's
this.
I know it's kind of annoying to have such long discussions, especially during the raid time, but I feel like it's ripping off a band-aid that is gonna have to come off at some point.
Agree.
All right, so placement 1, placement 2.
That was easy
Agree.
pattern, right? What they just had.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I
But
wasn't
it's
looking.
just they're doing contours every single, like no matter what. But yeah, that was an easy pattern.
Oh, so yeah, they go butt crack, tip of the
Yeah.
AOE, butt crack, tip of the AOE.
That's what.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's what
Every
I
single
was.
time.
That's what
Yeah, but
I
if
was
you were
saying we
running
do,
into
but we weren't
bad
started
But
stepping.
they're-
We weren't.
They memorize the time, so they just make sure that that's where the meteors drop.
That's why I was saying you sprint, and you can foresee all the places you're going to
Yes,
drop it.
yeah,
and
no.
just
So
aim for
I
them.
agree. It's like a combination of all
Yeah,
that. The
Just
problem
don't
is,
hold W.
hang on, I'm looking at this clip though, and maybe I miscounted because I counted 7 spots total, but I might have just miscounted. Hang on, give me a moment.
3, 4. Yep, they're just doing the contour every time.
Okay, so the problem is I'm looking at my own clip. So maybe it seems okay because they're not getting bad patterns. Let me
Yeah, I'm
publish the
trying to
clip I'm
find a
looking
bad
at.
pattern.
My
Going through it.
because I've been looking at this for a long time. I've been staring at it for ages.
Unfortunately,
'Cause
I
if-
no.
If
Can
you
we just go try and zigzag tomorrow? And
there's
whoever-
one flaw. If you look at my clip, I'm putting it in team chat. If you look at this clip, I already thought about that, and I've counted the divots and like tips of the AoEs, right? So you go in, then out, then in, then out. There are 6 of those before you get to the next meteor that's waiting for you, and you're
Yeah.
dropping 7,
The-
which means your 7th is going to be on the other one.
Did this work, by the way?
No,
I think
what
the
what
step
my
you're
clip
missing in
failed.
this, that's right, but you would have to take a very small pause at every point.
Yeah, well, the thing is, so if we're doing what Pharaoh says, which is you sprint to each location, that drops 6 towers. 6 meteors, and the 7th one is going to be where the other person started. That's a problem. So the stutter step has to be smaller than that. That's what I'm saying. We need to stutter step such that we fit 1 extra one in.
Oh, might have a bad pattern here.
Okay.
They start in an intercardinal.
Arthas is just constantly running though.
He's just going. There's
That
no
he's
way
doing
that-
he's doing exactly what I just did. If you look at my clip, that's exactly the same.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Was that he
That
ended
doesn't
on a
look like
cardinal?
bad.
That
Yeah,
wasn't a
that was a
pattern.
cardinal.
yeah.
Yeah. Never
That was
mind.
a semi.
I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was the.
Well, it's you call it bad, but actually those patterns aren't even bad. As long as there's one on a cardinal, it's perfectly fine.
One cardinal is fine.
I got baited. Sorry.
It's the close ones.
Yeah, it's so annoying because
What? Yeah,
every
why
other
did that
pattern
keep happening?
works.
It happened
Yeah.
to us so many times today. Bad
It
pattern.
did.
That's actually what Rin said as well. They said, "Oh, it probably won't happen that much," and then he said they got it 20 times in a row. Obviously
Which makes
exaggerating,
me
but
curious. I wonder
lot.
because they're all talking in Japanese. I can't tell, but it makes me wonder if they're orienting themselves to not to avoid the bad pattern. You know?
So go back then and look at the start and see if there's any, like check the movements of the players and see if they're doing any kind of adjustments.
Okay, I shall do that.
Because that's how I worked out the steps for the other strats, is I look at every single player and see what kind of decisions they're making that lead to what they're doing. That way you find out if they're actually making a conscious choice to do something. So if you see a random swap of players, you have to stop and ask, why are they doing that? What's the logic?
Yeah, I mean, if we can't get this to work, I will opt to calling the mechanic.
Yeah, so that if we can do
sorry, I
that
forgot
consistently, yeah, if we can have a call that is consistent, then that's also a guaranteed way to work. It's just going to
Yes,
require some practice.
Literally, I will look north. I will press my fucking flip camera button. If there's no cardinals, it's east-west.
Yeah.
And the
It's
intercards
as simple as
go
that.
to the spots they've always been going to, like at the I don't give a fuck meteors figure it out spots.
Yes, yeah.
There's always the other strategy.
What?
Buy the
Hit healer LB and then res somebody.
No, every clip ever that has someone struggling with meteors, you can see there's an alternate 2 meteors that are perfectly opposite each other somewhere.
Like I've been saying since the beginning of today.
Hang on, Revenge, can you run that back? From the beginning, because he's top down right now, right? He's not looking at any towers, and he's flexing, and they're
there
not
was no
even
comms.
they're
That's
not
why
even
I was-
talking about it.
That's what I was.
He's
noticing.
choosing
That's why I
a
replayed
tower
it.
there. He chooses a tower there. It seems like he's communicating, but he hasn't even looked around at all. That's the thing. How can you do
That's what I
something
was
like that without
noticing,
looking?
yeah. He was doing it based on the inner towers, like I think we mentioned.
Which is
earlier.
that's why I was asking for people to look at it and see if there's any kind of information maybe that you glean from the inner towers, like which one is missing.
My brain boom.
I can
So,
tell you
look,
right now
look at
that the pattern he just did is not a pattern that's on any of the ones that we've been referencing.
Well, didn't Revenge?
Yeah.
How many patterns did you say were possible? How many?
12 million.
Thousands.
No, it was 12,780, I think.
Yeah.
12,780 possible patterns for this man.
But that's given no
There
restrictions.
might be fewer when you consider that the devs have created. So
It's
there's always
16
one on a
16
cardinal, so that
choose eight
cuts.
op-
Play back
Yeah,
from the beginning.
16.
Oh, never mind. This is fine. This is
16 possible spaces, 8 towers, right? So that's like the 12,000 number. But like there are restrictions to where those can be placed. So it's probably fewer, but still like a couple thousand at least.
Yeah, and then you have to ask how many of those patterns have a bad pattern. What percentage? How likely is it?
It's very telling that when he gets marked, he doesn't observe anything.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have communication
that's
with
what I'm talking about. There has to be a way to just
did the
do it.
Did the meteor on the other side also go to the right, by chance?
Yeah, they went out
They
opposite.
would have had to.
Yeah, they went out opposite. He was the one that flexed opposite.
I think it might.
What I think is happening is that meteor is picking a cardinal and he's just going opposite of them. That's what I think is happening.
Yeah,
that would make
exactly.
sense. That's kind of what
which
it
is
looks
what
like.
we were doing, right? Which
That's
is
what- yeah.
basically, yeah.
It's just the meteor. So they're doing what they're probably doing is, given who's marked, it's what him and one of the other DPS. Okay.
Go
They
back.
probably have a D1 through 4, and then the one highest on the priority is
Can
the one
I make this higher?
who grabs them.
Okay, so what you would if I put myself in his shoes, if the person, let's just say the person, so I'm top down as he is, if the
Yeah.
meteor to my right has a spot, has a cardinal, then I move. If the meteor to my left has a cardinal, but I also have a cardinal, they move. So you would basically give way to the person to your right, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I don't think this is required, especially if you're doing that kind of like use eyes and adjust. If like one of them's cardinal, there's never a situation where you have to do like the degenerate like zigzags, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But I think this contouring is still a good idea.
Yeah, it's a good habit.
But I will say, looking through this VOD so far, like clicking through 20 different pulls now, he's not doing the same movement
Yeah.
he was.
Hang on, can
yesterday
you
when I
go
was
back
walking
again quickly? Just to the
Yeah.
start of this one. Pause it when he's top down on the whole party. I'm just wondering if he has a tower on his screen that he can
I
see.
hate how it darkens everything when I pause.
No,
It doesn't.
There's no way.
Hang on. Is there?
He can see the southeast and east one.
Yeah, but is there even a cardinal tower there? It doesn't look like it.
I can see one. You see the southeast one? You can make out the outline, the tiny circle outline of the east one there.
This right here?
Can you
Yeah.
can you pause a tiny bit, because I'm not seeing a tower on the east
Oh
cardinal.
no, you know what? they see that those two towers are reversed. That's what it is. It is the southeast tower, and he knows he can do the northwest tower.
Oh. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Hang on.
Oh,
Maybe
wait,
pause
I have
play a
it,
tiny
I have
bit.
It
Are you-
because there's no inner tower in that quadrant, that guarantees there is a an intercardinal tower in that quadrant of the arena.
Now wait,
Right.
can you say it again but speak slowly?
Okay, so because there is no inner tower in the northwest currently,
Hang on, stop.
in the
Stop.
northeast.
I'm gonna stop you there. No tower in the northeast. Is that what you said?
in the
Quadrant.
northwest is what matters.
Northwest.
there's
Is he
no
looking
inner
north?
tower,
He is looking north. Okay, so top
Yeah,
left of screen.
So
No
there's
tower.
only the two inner towers right next to him. In the northwest, there's no inner tower. That specifically means that there has to be an intercardinal tower in that quadrant because there's always two. And for there to be two in that quadrant, there'd have to be a cardinal, which would end up being in the north, and an intercardinal, which would be in the northwest. Right?
It doesn't
So
have
that-
to be. northwest, though.
I'm
It
not
could be
quite
south.
following. I feel like based on what he has on his screen, which is interesting because I didn't realize you could see that much. I guess I should
No,
have
that would
checked or
be-
tried. But Mr. Happy, we may
It's-
not even have to do a camera flip. You can actually see east and west, I think, just with the top down.
It's guaranteed that there's two towers in a quadrant. So if there isn't one in the inner, there's two in the outer.
I need to check my own VOD now. Because I've been doing a top-down similar to him, and I'm wondering if it's possible to just straight up see both cardinals to my left and right.
Probably depends on your resolution.
Well, he's 1080p and so am I, so... Or
Is he?
16,
Okay.
16 by 9, I should say. I don't think high resolution sees more... bigger... Wait, hang on. Only widescreen see more, I think. But if the ratio is 16 by 9, you don't see more. And I'm pretty sure that's
I think
16 by
that's
9.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right.
If you had
Uh,
ultra widescreen, you could see the whole thing.
Anyway,
It'd
I
be
guess
disgusting.
I
actually.
don't know exact. It proves the point that it would be a very easy pattern but I don't know if that's what they're using to decide this as quickly as they are.
The other thing is you could actually just rotate your camera to get the cardinals in the top left and bottom right corner of your screen. And see both that way quite easily.
Anyway, I'm going to try to find another poll.
I'm also gonna posit you a question. What do you mean there's always two in a quadrant when three of them are sitting on an intercardinal and we're using the intercardinal as a divider of
Yeah.
quadrants?
An intercardinal might have two, but it could be
So-
on the other side, which creates a problem.
I'm gonna point you to in the image of 7 diagrams.
Well, so-
picture number 3, which I don't know how you would determine one of those only has 2 in it.
So think of a quadrant now, rather than how we divided it with just like going to between two fires and looking out, that being a quadrant. Think of a quadrant now as west to north, like a general, like what you would generally understand a quadrant as. If you break out the arena into those quarters,
That doesn't
if you
help.
Look at bottom middle though.
Look at bottom middle. Look at
yeah.
the third one.
Huh?
Look at the second one, because then you'd
Hold
have to
on,
do
let
the
me-
south, right. So there'd be 3 in there now.
The third one has two double intercardinals.
Oh,
on
no,
opposite
no.
sides.
Okay, yeah, no, that's not what I mean. I mean that there's at least 2, right? So there can be 3, but there's at least 2 in a quadrant. And if there's no inner tower, that means that by default, there has to be an intercardinal tower in that quadrant
So
on the
what?
outside. Because
Hang on. So okay, let's go with that line of thinking.
I still don't think
You could almost, so you could possibly say, rather than doing north south or east west, you're doing northeast southwest. But you're basically sending meteors to the intercardinal lines, with the off chance that they might have to cross a line to get the tower that is on the other intercardinal. But
right.
So
I'm just
okay,
saying,
let's
like, I
if
don't
you do
think
that.
that's what they're doing, but that's what I noticed.
But
based on
if you
that.
did that, what do all the other players do to flex around that?
Yeah, I know.
That's the
I've
problem.
That's just by deduction is what I noticed. Like, I was just pointing that out, but I don't think that that's a feasible way to handle it.
In spirits of keeping sleep schedules not fucked, we should probably.
Oh yeah, I already said we've officially ended. So if you want to go sleep,
Yeah, but,
by all
like,
means.
I mean, like, we should all get off our computers and go do stuff and then
well.
go sleep.
No, there'll be a couple hours until I actually fall asleep anyway.
Yeah, I'll be here for 30 minutes.
Yeah, smile.
So I'm gonna be picking through this VOD for
if
another
you guys
couple
are
hours
gonna
anyway.
comb through stuff, I'm gonna go turn my brain off for a little
Yeah,
bit. and
no,
then I'm gonna,
by
I
all
usually
means.
wake up like 2 hours early, and then I do a
Yeah,
little more research. So
no,
that's what I'm gonna do.
that's absolutely fine. No one has to be here right now. If you want to go, you can go.
I woke up at 5:59 a.m. today. We rated at 6, so
I'm gonna go make dinner and see you guys in the morning.
See ya.
Alright, see you, man. I'm gonna find a few more examples, but I think the most interesting part of this VOD so far was noticing that they are just picking one. Like, one of the people marked by Meteor is picking a quadrant and just committing to it and just forcing the other Meteor person to go the opposite. That's the one thing that I think is important from this so far.
Was it really that hard to look for two towers opposite each other?
I'm trying to check that right now because the revelation that I might be having. So yeah, Happy can do it, and I trust that he can, and I also trust that I could as well. I'm pretty sure many people could do it reliably. It's just like, who's gonna call it out? And I'm fine if Happy wants to call it out.
Need to call them. They don't even need to be Cardinal. At this point, I could just swing my fucking camera and I could figure it out.
Yeah.
After seeing this fucking times. Like, it could be like the one that you highlighted with him. Oh, this is a good one. Hold this one. Okay, wait, go back. I need you to go back a second on this one. Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, actually, that's a good idea.
But yeah, I'm actually thinking, and I didn't realize that this was possible, but with the right camera angle, you can just straight up see both cardinals on your screen. And so you don't even that means you have all the information you need on the screen at once. You have the flexes in the middle of your screen that
I
you're
guess I
looking
should have
at.
showed you my POV
I think they just
that's what I mentioned earlier. And you
north
said it was
south
too
based
hard.
on that cardinal. I think that south.
That
is
actually, now
signified.
that you mention it, Pharaoh, that may have just been what you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying angle your camera and you can see every tower, and that's how I do the mechanic at the start of the fight, where you see the 3 charges. You just take a step back and look at it. You either top down in the middle or you stand near the wall and look inward and you can see everything. I usually stand a little outward sometimes with my ice before I go to my spot. Yeah, it might make my flex slower for a bit, but I can see every single tower.
Yeah.
I think just
based on the cardinal.
well, the thing is,
That would fix every
Yeah.
problem.
the thing is, if you top down from the middle, you're in a good flex spot, like making it easier for people to see where the meteors are, and you only need to see 2 opposing cardinals to know if there's a tower there. With that information, we could actually just feasibly call telling someone to go somewhere.
It would be just a 2-fold change. The meteors would always target the towers that are opposite each other. And the second change is the meteors get those towers. They don't follow roll rules on tank, healer, right?
Oh yeah,
Because
so the
meteor
cardinal
gets the tower
cardinal
that
always
is theirs.
towers. Yeah. Meteors always cardinals. Which I think even if we were doing the same strat, we would switch to that anyway, just because it makes more
It's not
patterns
ever going to be always
reliable.
cardinals. It's whatever is opposite. Remember when we first started this discussion? I was saying if one is southwest, and no, I should just draw it.
Look at what just happened. Look at what just happened here. Very important.
Okay.
Look what they just did.
Okay.
Lined up east and west.
And then
They
rotated.
Shifted. They
Yeah.
shifted because there was no cardinal.
Okay.
There was no
Hang
cardinal.
on. Hang on. Let me.
on either
Hang
side.
on. I'm muting BGM. Does he have his team's comms coming through stream, or is it just him talking?
I think it's just him. I can't tell.
Are there any other
I
voices
think
at any
he has
point?
I think he has his team not coming through to stream.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's possible that someone is
But
doing
it's all
that check.
Japanese though. Yeah.
No, but
They're
the thing
probably
is, I
just
want
having
to. I
somebody
just want to
say
know. I just
flex.
want to know if someone is saying something. That's the thing. But if we can't hear it, then doesn't matter.
Probably.
Also, that was really. Oh wait, they failed that because of how close those were. Look at this.
Are there
Watch how this gets
Nuba? Are there patterns
done.
with no cardinal towers? Because I haven't seen a pattern without.
So this
That's
is
because
actually
they put them.
white.
They put. The
We were
meteor in the
going. We
wrong
were going
tower.
with the assumption that there is at least one on
Did
a
I see
cardinal.
that wrong?
Do you have any?
No, you
have
saw it, right?
It's rare.
Can
but
you go back
it's
and
possible.
pause before the first meter goes off, to where he's looking at the field?
Yep. So east west.
So when
there's-
he gets to the wall and turns around.
The question
pause
is
it.
if there is absolutely no cardinal tower. I feel like, hang on.
The correct towers is the between D and 3
They do talk, but it's very soft.
and opposite that.
Hang on. Oh,
That is the correct 2 towers to take for meteors. That is what I am thinking.
apparently.
So between D and 3 and direct opposite that is a polar opposite, and I don't even know if
That's
guys are s-
correct. But
were you guys
I
saying
think
there
it's
is a
easier
pattern
to-
ever where there isn't a polar opposite?
No, there's always polar opposites.
Because that's like the one thing that there always is.
But this would be the worst case scenario of having a cardinal right here. This distance that they're doing right now, where they swapped and settled on just having one person in a cardinal tower right here.
Okay, let me check. One second.
That's like what
This is the worst case scenario. So this is like half.
No,
Two rules,
it's
2,
not
3
the
tiles
worst
middle,
case
1 to 2
scenario would
tiles
be
on
if it was
outside
over
quadrants.
Yes.
if it was where.
It was over one more to that tower next to the meteor left.
1 to 2
That's-
tiles on
Oh,
outside.
oh well,
the
at
bad
that
pattern
case,
I'm fearing the
Cardinals
most.
or quadrants?
that case, because they went north and south, they would have gone to 3, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but if that was one
this
over,
person
like
doesn't
one
have-
more over, they would have gone to 3.
Hang on, wait, no.
Right?
What
Yeah,
is there? What is
this
Kululu's
better than the case, yeah.
Twitch?
So hang on, you can play this again. So this is the always put it. A cardinal always is on a meteor strat.
Correct. They're always finding one of the sides.
So
that has a
Nuba,
cardinal
have you
and then adjusting
seen
into it.
yourself
The other
a
side
pattern
just
without a
finds
tower
the
on a
best
cardinal?
option for them.
Because that's
So
that's
if
really
you do
important.
This strat, you need to zigzag. If you do the other way
I
that
need
was
to.
saying,
If we're
you
just
have to be
talking
able to
statistically, it
identify
could happen,
fast,
but
like
it's
the
rare.
11S
Then
clones, basically.
okay, but the question is,
or like the beginning
have we
of
seen it?
Thornton, where you see the lanes
Because
that they're charging.
the reason we're
You need a
talking about
visual on the
this,
whole
reason
map
we're
fast
assuming
and
it
spot the
and
two
talking about
opposites.
rotation is
And
because
then you'd have to do the flex quickly.
Yeah,
from what
'cause you
I've
gotta keep in
seen,
mind, even
it
if
seems
3 was where
hard
the
coded
other
that there
one
is at
was,
least
they
one
would
on a
have had the
cardinal.
zigzag. 3 going to the other cardinal would have had the zigzag.
So statistically, is
So
different
is that
from
right,
actually
Happy?
seeing
Is there
it.
literally no pattern we've ever seen where there aren't 2 that are
There's
sheer
always
opposite
2
each
that are
other?
opposite, they're just not always cardinal.
It's probably the intentional. That's probably how it was designed intentionally then.
Pain in the ass.
And this is just like a let's just
So
do
his,
this.
his
strat.
local time is 10:19. And if
I
he's
can,
in Japan,
like I said, I am confident that I can find
it'll be 11:19.
the correct one.
I would really like
Oh,
to
it's
do that
sub only vots.
because then you'll never have. You don't even need to learn how to drop a meteor.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident that I can call this.
Can you rewind?
And then they did cardinals again.
Rewind to the beginning of the mechanic. Okay, we see. No, play it out. Start it again. I'm trying to see how long from when you see a meteor and a tower to when ice pops, and I'm trying to get a feel for it. I don't know why I'm making you rewind it, but I don't have a clip of the same thing.
This one's also a wipe.
For
What was
unrelated
that? Did you say
reasons,
it's also a
though. I
wipe?
think.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
unrelated
attention.
Yes,
reasons.
this
though.
one's also a wipe.
Although maybe
whoever's
I wonder-
zigzagging on the other side gets him too close.
Yeah,
The
okay.
side opposite of the way he's looking.
The
So
person
that
you're
10
looking
seconds
at.
that you have from when the
Oh,
tower
yep.
spawned to when ice pops.
Just go to the very beginning of the phase and I'll count it out loud.
Yeah.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Anything that long in an ultimate is expecting you to be looking for something and adjusting.
Well, you have to. So when I said 5 seconds, I was accounting for the fact that you have to be in position. Like the last 2 seconds is time that you have to already be moving. So you technically have 5 seconds, and the decision of where to go pretty much has to happen in the first 3.
Well, I'll say this. That's only partially true. The intercard people, as long as they're there and you're within the range of their ice to split it, you have an extra second or two to run through the ice before it starts ticking on you. The
Well,
meteor people do.
And is the ice on non-meteor players guaranteed?
Yes.
Okay.
7 seconds is an eternity in ultimate time. It's more than enough time to spot 2 opposing towers, call it out, flex onto the positions, and then pop them. And you can just you can just sprint. Like that's so long
We'd
for
call the
ultimate.
towers what? We'd call the towers by the number, or sorry,
Yeah.
by the number of the letter, and just be like. And so, for example, if you called, I don't know, 1 and 4, then the people would go north and south.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like think about it. They're giving you almost savage amount of time to assemble for this mechanic.
Wait, actually, so think about. Does that? Man,
There's
I don't
plenty of
know.
time.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
Oh, not
Well, you take
opposite,
that
not
off,
necessarily
tomorrow
opposite
I'm
Nuba,
gonna
just
call.
one cardinal.
Yes, please.
So I'm not saying we're
gonna
expecting
call it?
opposite. It's just
Meteors are gonna
as
do
long
it.
as you
If
have
someone says
cardinal
it's too
and
hard,
one that
they're
is
gonna get
offset
good
by
and
one.
go faster. Because it should be like that.
Because if there is one on cardinal, that's all you need. As long as there is a meteor on this cardinal, it doesn't matter where it is on the opposing quadrant.
Tonight while
And
mowing
as
down,
far as I
but,
can tell, it
yeah, I
seems
think it's just a matter
hard-coded.
of them, they're
Based on what I've
choosing
seen, we've never not had a cardinal
pattern
tower.
that they can make work between the two. Like, so they're just actively avoiding the bad pattern, which I think is a good idea.
So, for center towers, we have had opposite center towers.
See ya.
All right, take care. But yeah, I think that's all that we can really do for now.
I think we're gonna have a better strategy.
Well, we're all. Oh, they're not saying find opposite. They're saying find the cardinal. I think, unless
I'm
Pharaoh
very
is saying
confident.
find the opposites.
Because I just, yeah, having a fail state is bad.
What do you
Like,
mean?
there are definitely teams that can make it work, like, just brute force and do whatever they need to do. Because, like, if they fail once in a while, that's fine, because they'll get to their prog point every other pull. But I think that it's just important to have.
Yeah. You can try and fucking stuff a square into a round hole and be like, it kind of fits, but
Right.
the more I think about it, the more you're supposed to take to oppose. That's the only thing that is always consistent, right?
Yeah.
I just can't see Scornex being like, oh yeah, you need to zigzag. One of you needs to zigzag, and the other one needs to run faster. That's why it's so cursed. 'Cause it's not by design.
That's why I said it's unreasonable. It's an unreasonable expectation of players because it's. I think even just zigzagging, at all, shouldn't be necessary. You don't have to zigzag as long as you have one on a cardinal. As long as you take a wide, as long as you hug the wall, that, as far as I've seen, is enough distance.
Yeah. I think there's already teams doing it like this, because I've been seeing people talk about it. Are you okay with this, by the way, Zeph?
I haven't been entirely in tune. Are you saying with you just seeing?
Here's my question. Are there patterns that don't have opposite towers?
Oh,
Because Happy said that it is impossible to find a pattern without an opposite tower, and I haven't actually seen one.
I mean,
And I wasn't sure
I'm
if
a
some of
little.
your
Theoretically,
diagrams
I've
were
just not
mistakes.
seen one. Like theoretically, there exists a pattern, but there's not any.
The
proof.
thing
Like,
is-
I don't have a proof of it.
It can't be
this-
theoretical. It has to
I-
be proven, because then this is by design encoded into the mechanic.
I have an example that I'm literally looking at on my screen that doesn't have opposite towers. Actually, hang on. This. Oh, the very first example, top left. There are 2 cardinal towers, but there are no opposite towers. That was the first one that we ever looked at closely.
That was the first clip of towers?
That was actually
that
our
you
first.
posted?
Yeah, that was our first time seeing it, I think. Or second time when we actually got a proper look at it.
Was it tower pattern number 2 clip or tower pattern number 1?
I think tower pattern number 1. I think I've done these in order, so I've named them according to the screenshots. I think the diagrams.
Is what appears to be an opposite tower on this one.
Let me make sure it's consistent with the diagram. Just to make sure I'm not looking at the wrong one or saying the wrong one.
Yeah, I'm going through the next clip to see. This one also has an opposite tower. Tower pattern 4.
Oh, so yeah, tower pattern 1 is actually the second diagram. So I must have done it. I wasn't naming them initially, so I might have done it in the wrong order.
Oh, tower pattern 2 also has an opposite in it. They're not cardinal or intercardinal. They're 2 intercardinals.
I
that are
think
both
there
opposite.
might be a clip somewhere, because there's no tower pattern 3, I don't think. I didn't name a clip tower pattern 3, but I remember skipping a number because I didn't have... Because I started naming them after the first 3, so it might have been the third one. Now I'm wondering
Number
where
5
it is.
has an opposite pattern.
This top left, I think I might have just grabbed it. Oh, hang on. I'm being shown a clip with no cardinal towers at all. I need to look at it first, though.
That's not related to what I want to do.
No,
but
no,
that's
it's
fine.
not. So what you're saying, if there is no guarantee of cardinal towers, what you're saying would be the next best thing. Yeah.
Even if there are cardinal
there's-
towers, what I'm saying is guaranteed to be safer for meteors if you can learn it.
Yeah. So yeah. I guess I'll share this.
If there's no guarantee of opposite towers, then that's concerning, but I have yet to see a pattern where there wasn't opposite towers. It's easy to mistakenly see, but
The thing is, I
find
remember this. The top left one, I remember seeing it. I remember looking at the clip. I just can't remember if I clipped it or if I got it from the VOD, but it was basically our first or second time seeing it. So I can probably find it from
I hope
yesterday's
I get
VOD.
proven wrong, because I don't want to run with an idea that Happy already agreed to. It's not viable.
Oh, is he gone now? Oh, yes.
Oh yeah, he said
I-
I'll call out opposite towers tomorrow, and then he left.
Okay. I need to go to the toilet quickly, and then I'll come back and check my VOD.
Have a beautiful bioblaster.
Honestly, I think I need to lay down. I'm getting a headache just from thinking about this stuff too long. So I think I'm just gonna
Go to sleep.
relax and tackle it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll talk to you guys later.
Have a sexy sleep.
So yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, hey, Slaya.
See ya.
Why don't you go sleep too?
Just trying to listen in.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry. The talking got really extensive, and then we were kind of like, eh. And we saw you were gone, and we were like, you know, maybe it's probably good we talk about it anyway, because we were gonna crash and burn over and over.
I didn't know those ready checks. I think I was just too zoned in. So I was here the whole time.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, so yeah, Maz, the thing is, you can always identify a spot for meteors. The question is, how easily can you get everyone into the right position for that? So it's not a question of solving it so much as having a clean solution. Because, like, yeah, you could spin the camera and identify, but then that needs to be communicated to all the people involved. And the right people have to go the right way. No, but when you say your solution, is that the one you DM me? Because I still haven't looked at it yet. Let me look over it now. Well, I woke up and we started our raid day, so I just haven't had a chance. Yeah, so you say worst case scenario you will end up with the 12 o'clock, 12 and 5/7. Okay, so 12 and 5 or 7 is actually fine. I think it's actually doable just by going around the outside. I think that works fine. So as long as there's one on a cardinal, that's not an issue. I'm back, by the way. I'm just reading a proposed solution. You're guaranteed 12, guaranteed opposite or 12 and 5/7. And that's just a logical reasoning, right? I'm trying to think. Because it just wouldn't be possible. otherwise. Like, there's no way, based on this rule set, for me to... Like, that's going to be there. It has nowhere to go. It's either 12... Yeah, you only have to look at north-south. Ignore these. Just looking at this set, and the one opposite with 2, there is no possible pattern that doesn't have 12 and 5, 7, or 2 opposite. I mean, sure, I'll take a look at Momo's clip. Why not? Yeah, there's always a quadrant with 2 towers. So the quadrant with 2 towers, yeah, so always has... The opposite will always have at least 1 tower. Yeah, that's right. So we need to get the Meteor players into those quadrants. One with the... Hang on. Okay, okay, I think I'm starting to see the light. So based on... Rather than... So we were talking about seeing a cardinal and then adjusting to it. Instead, we need to see 2 towers and adjust into it. So we could, for example, look north-south. No 2 towers, rotate. Or, alternatively, flex into those spots. And that guarantees the correct solution. At that point, you either take the cardinal tower, or... so, hang on, let's consider this. You either take the cardinal tower... If it was 2 DPS, if it was DPS out and we were following the rule, this would suddenly become... What? Hang on, no. Not this. If it was the DPS left rule, this would become the bad pattern, at which point you have to do the swap to this tower. To get the opposites. So that requires using eyes. Right, with Solar Tower needs to communicate because they're looking this way and seeing, so they know they only have one place, so they look and check where the opposite is. So what would you say? You're looking this way. Do you say clockwise, mid, counterclockwise? Or if it's mid, it goes without saying. I think if it's mid, you don't even need to say anything. But okay, so yeah, they would want to communicate, and you say, I feel like left or right, because you're looking at it left or right. Everyone is looking out left or right as well. Yeah, but that means that person needs to be assertive with their voice and know what they're looking at. Unfortunately, that's what I was trying to avoid. But I mean, I also said the same thing. I actually proposed it to the team where we have the individuals, like rather than one person having to check everything, we have the people involved looking out and just saying, like a proposed idea I had earlier when we were on the idea that there's guaranteed cardinal. Let's just assume there was a guaranteed cardinal. A proposal I had was both of them look out and just verbalize yes or no. And if you hear at least one yes, it's fine. If you hear 2 no's, you rotate. And that's something that happens in an instant. And I don't think verbal clutter is an issue if you leave it open for just 2 people to say yes or no. Then you're only listening for 1 word. And I feel like that would work. But it wasn't agreed upon that we would do that. You cannot avoid communicating unless you brute force RNG it. I mean, you could even use macro, because the thing is, every single fight in this game, and maybe this is a flawed approach, or a flawed idea, just because it's always been this way. But every single fight in the game has been doable without the necessity of verbal communication. And so technically, yes, you could use a macro. And like, okay, so personally, if the way I would do it, because I've actually been doing this for years, if I just show this, for example, I'm very used to this. This is literally an 8-year-old macro that I still have. So is this. And this macro is timed to the mechanics of the fight, the wait 5, wait 7. It says, it puts in chat, and I also made echo versions if people didn't want it, and I was just having it for my own benefit. It puts in chat what the mechanic is, but I also have an associated sound effect. And so at some point, I just know what the sound effect means. I don't even need to be looking at chat, so I hear a certain thing, and that to me means do this. And so for me, I could say sound effect 1 is left, sound effect 10 is right. The reason I use those is because they're very distinctive and loud. So that's SE1, as you know. And that's SE10. So as you see, I've got 10, 1. Did I use anything else? And I use danger bongos. 9 is also very distinct. And in Titan, I actually used to use that one for the double weight of the land, because it makes 2 sounds. So, you know, makes sense. So, like, I would also, depending on how critical the mechanic is, I would have a sound effect. So landslide, obviously, I need to know it's coming up. So it would sound like this. And like, I hear this, I absolutely know landslide's coming up. The reason I had this is because I had 500 ping. So I had to know... Yeah, you said your piece. So, okay. It makes sense to me, and I agree. The thing is, what we were discussing as a team, and before Mr. Happy left, we were on the assumption there was a guaranteed cardinal. So now that there's a clip of no guaranteed cardinal, we have to change the approach. At which point, I think yours is at least amongst our options the best, the most reliable, I guess I should say. Yeah. Oh, the thing is, we could brute force RNG and just deal with, and just wipe to the bad patterns. Any static north-south? No. When I was theory crafting yesterday, I realized it makes no difference. Because any pattern can just be rotated randomly, and it's not going to do anything. If you're trying to avoid certain things, then going static north-south is not going to help anything. No guaranteed cardinal and no guaranteed opposite. Yeah, but Jamba, logically that's impossible. When you consider just 2 opposite, like, let's consider this quadrant here is the one that has 2. There is guaranteed to be 1 quadrant with 2 towers, right? So where does this one... So in the opposite tower, the opposite quadrant, where can this tower go? Opposite this one? Cardinal? Or opposite this one? It's always going to be possible to have a good pattern. I will say, just for this ultimate so far, it hasn't slowed down yet, which is good. It doesn't slow down. Good. Because I'm sick of ultimates just having a part. There's always just a part that's like, oh, this is the easy part. Yeah, because the inside is, or the outside is picking from the inside. So obviously, there's only going to be 1 or 2 on outer quadrants. So if it picks from the outside, you'll I pulled that too far. It's going into one of the other ones. That's just how it works. So you could even have like these 2 patterns are both exactly the same. Didn't they hide the easy part with the checkpoint? Well, I mean, it's an easy part, but it's not boring. Well, okay, maybe after being walled on a mechanic 2 times past it, having to go back and do it makes it a little bit boring, but at least it's not really punishing. We get through with deaths. No, we're talking about towers again. Because our solution had a problem. People are complaining about door. I'm not complaining. I'm just. Oh yeah, not me in general.
You guys still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just
Yes.
Yeah, I'm outsourcing brain power right now.
Oh, I have your stream on still. Yeah, I see.
You see what's being said?
I don't see what's being said. I
Oh.
see the picture you have up.
Oh, okay. Well, basically, with the information that was given to me, the clip that I shared, there is no guarantee of a cardinal tower, at which point you have to find an opposite tower. And a quadrant with 2 towers in it is guaranteed to have either an opposite or a not bad pattern. So we have to base our entire strategy around the quadrant or a quadrant that has 2 towers in it.
Am I mistaken, or isn't that what Revenge said really in the morning today? Or last night?
Who knows what Revenge is saying?
He was saying to use the towers in the middle to identify where to go on the outside.
Oh no,
but
that's a little different. No, he was. I don't actually remember. I couldn't quite understand what he was getting at. I think he was trying to solve something based on the towers in the middle. Like you said, I think it might have been a half-baked thought, like trying to go somewhere with it. But
is like that.
Yeah,
to be honest. Okay. So there's always an opposite, but you're saying to look for one in the middle to point you toward the opposite?
No, as far as I can tell, the ones in the middle don't point you to anything. Because the outer quadrants are taking towers from the middle, but it's a completely random one with no rhyme or reason to it. So I think the inner towers are irrelevant. It's just telling you, if there are only 2 towers in the middle, it means that there are 2 quadrants on the outside that will have 2 towers in them. That's all it's conveying.
What does that have to do with finding an opposite?
Nothing. That's why I'm saying
Wait,
the middle. I'm explaining that the middle towers are not providing any information. They're not saying. They're not telling you anything.
I wasn't even looking at them.
Oh,
it's just as
yeah.
simple
No,
as
I haven't been looking at them either.
The whole field and looking for one across to the other, right?
Yeah, but what? So
like,
following on from that, I'm saying you can condense what you're looking for to just finding a quadrant with 2 towers in it. That quadrant is guaranteed to work. So if you're looking at my stream right now and I just isolate the north and south quadrants, if you consider the south quadrant has 2 towers in it, the only places that the north tower can go are opposite the one on the bottom left, the cardinal, or opposite the one on the bottom right. So and I'll move this over as well, so you see the same thing. At this point, this pattern is also guaranteed cardinal. So the quadrant with 2 towers is guaranteeing that you're going to find the solution along that line.
You're like 5 steps of knowledge ahead of me right now.
Well, just look at it. So you see the bottom 2 towers, right?
Yeah.
The tower in the opposite quadrant only has 3 possible positions. If I put it in the top left, it is opposite the one on the bottom right. If I put it in the top right, it is opposite the one in the bottom left. If I put it in the middle, that's the cardinal that we need. So no matter where you put it, no matter where the tower is opposite the quadrant with 2 towers in it, there is always a guaranteed safe solution.
Yeah, but the one you have literally right now is not opposite.
It's not opposite, but this is not a bad pattern. This is a bad pattern.
That
But
is a
this-
pattern. That is.
This is an okay pattern.
Oh, so the okay pattern you're doing is not what Happy's gonna look for.
No, if you look in the King Thornton channel, that's something that was shared with me that shows that there is not a guaranteed cardinal tower. That's a pattern with no cardinal towers. So what we agreed Mr. Happy would look for.
I don't care about cardinal. I care about opposite.
Yeah, but Mr. Happy was going to look for cardinals.
No, he's gonna look for opposite towers, regardless of whether it's
Oh,
cardinal or not.
okay. When I was tuned in, we were on
No,
looking for cardinals.
No cardinal. The cardinal thing is out the window.
Okay, well, I'm
If there's
saying...
if there's a north-northwest and a south-southeast, he's gonna call those.
Yeah, so
does
all
that
I'm
make
saying,
sense?
all I'm saying is you can shortcut that by just saying, Oh, so yeah, one other thing is opposite towers are not necessarily guaranteed. So you would want.
I've been trying to find any pole where there aren't opposites, and I can't find one.
Except
I've never seen one before.
Okay, this diagram
Maybe
I
it's
have.
just really, really rare to not
No.
have them. Opposite.
My diagram, the very top left one, that was either our first or second time seeing the mechanic, I believe. So I can literally go into the VOD, and I'm confident that that's what I saw. So if I don't know why it's not in the clips channel, maybe just because it was the first or second one and we weren't documenting them yet.
Yeah, I'm going through my VODs to try and find it.
But I know that this is, I remember distinctly copying this one down as our first diagram. Because I just wanted to know what it looked like.
Yeah. I guess I'm stupid.
And a lot of people are corroborating that there is the possibility of no guaranteed opposite towers, as this diagram states. Which means, if you look for the quadrant with 2 towers in it, that is the one that is providing a guaranteed solution. Either opposites or a cardinal tower. It's going to give you one or the other, at least. If not both, if the other quadrant also has 2. But you only have to see one. It could be north, south, east, west. You just have to see that one and call it and the opposite as the meteor line. The meteor quadrants. So I mean, Mr. Happy can still look and call, but what he needs to be looking for is the 2 quadrants with at least one double tower. And he just has to call the first one he sees. And I could do that easily as well. I guess the second part of that is what's our easiest way to get the Meteor players into those positions. Because I guess you say, you could just say Meteor players rotate clockwise to fill.
I found
always
our first ever poll, and there are opposite towers. Everyone telling you that there is patterns without it is gonna hate me. I probably am gonna sound like a monkey, but I've gone through 30 polls and I haven't found one.
I need to check my VOD.
I keep going. I can't find one that doesn't have opposite towers.
I just have to find where in the VOD it occurred. Actually, if I check the clip and then I just scrub back from there, from the Tower 1 set, I think I'll get myself at
I
least
know.
close.
I just can't take "just trust me, bro" as proof.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
amount
no,
of times
that's
I've heard
that's
that playing
why.
this game where like 20 people have told me something's wrong.
Actually,
and
no,
it turned out to be right.
It's timestamp 6:05. I made the picture 6:05 a.m. So I'll just find that in my local time in the VOD. So just give me a bit.
I'm not trying to be a dick. It's just.
Oh no, I
over the years,
understand. You want to
have-
just.
Have you ever been in situations where even people you really trusted were like, "No, I guarantee it," and then it turned out that your inkling was right?
Yeah, I will show you the proof.
No offense against everyone. No, they don't need to prove it. But I am trying to prove against myself here. I've been skimming through every pull of it.
I just
trying to
wish
find-
scrubbing through
There's ones that
Twitch
look
VODs
like it's
wasn't
not
so
at a
annoying.
glance, but it is.
So this is me copying what I just saw. This is me making the picture. So I just need to find when that pull happened. It's somewhere around here. Yeah, I'm looking at me watching a clip. A clip that's not
Bro,
working.
Your stream is so dang right now. I love it.
It's me watching a VOD of me watching a clip.
You're reacting to reacting to reacting.
I found the spot where I made the picture. Now I just need to find the pull where it happened. It has to be just a little bit before then. Oh, that might be it actually. But that's me watching the clip. I want to find the actual thing.
Oh my god, I tried to pause the clip that you were watching and I paused your stream.
Oh.
I'm so tired, man. Wait.
Alright, good night, Rui. Thank
Do
you.
you have the clip? Because you could just find the clip and click view full video.
Yeah, well, no, I don't have the clip. I think I either got it from a VOD or I didn't publish the clip.
Oh. Is this one?
I'm trying to... I think this is it. I think this might have been our first time seeing it, so... No, we had some kind of plan.
Our first time seeing it, A and C were opposite.
Let me just see
Like,
if this is
exactly.
consistent with what I'm looking at here. Oh, not that one. So there's this row of 3, and then 3 towers in front of it. And then what did I do? I looked to see a cardinal here. And the
Wait.
last one was not on the cardinal. Yeah, so that's this pattern. This is the pattern.
Wait. Is this... Show me the picture of the clip.
This is...
You don't have this clip? This is your
No.
VOD.
Yeah, this is the VOD. That's why the clip is missing, because this was
Is there
our
not
first
a tower
time.
right opposite that?
There are only 8 towers. Hang on, so let's count. These are the middle ones. 1, 2, 3.
The one you die on, right across from it.
That's... I think you're looking at an inner tower. So then...
Am I?
Yeah, so there's one... So hang on, let me draw over what we're looking at in my... on the screen right now. So...
Okay.
I'm
It's a good
standing...
drawing.
I'm standing right here right now, and I'm looking this way. This is my field of view. Well, actually, I'm further
Wait,
back.
what is the timestamp? I'll find it on my VOD.
10:09.
What was the time of
The
what was the
51
server
past.
time on
50.
your clock?
Oh, server time? Well, you could just look
Yeah.
for 51 past as well. But it's what is it? 9:14? No, that's Eorzea time. So you could get around there and then look for 9:14 Eorzea time.
Fuck, dude. Hey, where's your time?
Yeah.
It was day 1, right?
Yes.
So many Eorzean
Look,
days
you
we
can look
played.
for the local time around there in your VOD of 51 past.
51 past.
Yeah.
What?
Well, for me it was 5. I don't know what that translates to UK time.
How long into the raid day was it?
Maz says 7 p.m. 7 p.m.
51
UK
past
time.
7?
Yeah, 7:51 p.m. in your VOD, local time.
7:51. Oh, I think I got it.
Oh no, so this is based on True North. So I'm standing here right now, and my camera is looking like this. This is my perspective. Oh, thank you, Saltzman. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard. So from this
What time was it
perspective,
again?
I'm standing right here.
There's nothing at 7:51.
9:14. Let me just 9:14 p.m.
Bro, this is fucked up. Me having to go through Eorzea time.
Wait, hang on, wait, yeah. No, you're right. It is rotated. These aren't based on True North. These were based on my perspective, by the way. They're not True North. Because it doesn't matter, because they can be randomly rotated. What matters, the reason I had these, or made these, is just for the sake of being able to test rule sets and see patterns and that sort of thing. Maz made a mistake. 8:51. 8:51 p.m. your time.
Okay.
So it's 1 hour later in the VOD.
Okay.
Okay, so let's account for the towers. I'm not talking to Pharaoh right now, or at least checking the VOD. I am here, looking this way. This tower is this one. So that's 1. This tower is 2. That tower is 3. We need 8. That tower is on B. That's on a cardinal, straight out. Between those two towers, 2 and 3. So this is 4.
I think
And you have
you're
2
right.
in a line. You have 2 in a line. Yeah.
I'm happy to admit when I'm proven wrong. I wanted to be proven wrong, dude, so that we could not use a strat that wasn't gonna work.
Yeah. Yeah, so this, yeah,
So there is
I'm accounting
no
for every
guarantee
tower. Yeah.
On this mechanic, period.
Well, the guarantee is one quadrant has 2 towers. And the quadrant and its opposite
Yeah. That's a guarantee.
that guarantees a solution within those 2 quadrants. So we have to base our entire solution, our entire strategy around the at least one quadrant that has 2 towers. That's all we have to be making a call for.
Okay. Got it. God damn, dude, I had to look. It's ridiculous. The amount of time, the amount of polls we had to go through. You had to find me a poll. I didn't have it. I went through my whole fucking day and couldn't find one. I was watching another VOD that was linked, and I went through the whole fucking thing, and I couldn't find one.
Well, it's just because I looked at the diagrams that I'd made, and I saw one that didn't have opposite towers. That's the only reason I knew.
Good. I'm glad you made it, because the very first diagram you made was the one that made me doubt myself and start asking instead of just saying, hey, we're doing this. Yeah, there is no opposite.
Yeah. So, yeah, the only guarantee is if we base everything around a quadrant that has 2 towers in it, then we're guaranteed to find the solution there. So if we look at this second one here, the 2 towers, the 2 quadrants with 2 towers has they're opposite. It might not be that way, but you can just if there is a cardinal, you just guarantee the meteor goes to the cardinal, and that's a doable pattern. But if this tower wasn't here, you would just pick the opposite one. So what Nuba suggested is that the person that has the solo tower communicates to the other person whether they need to turn left or right, because they're looking at their tower, and they're actually, let me just make the example over here. I copied a blank layer by accident.
I'm sorry. I was just laughing. I had a funny idea
Okay.
for a strategy.
Right. Oh no, what is it? Yeah, where am I?
I want to do a stoner strat run of this fight with you someday, where we just think of the worst strats.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'd be down. I'm always down for something like that. You just have to find 6 other willing victims.
I can't think of any other legit thing this late.
Oh, okay. So anyway, where was I even going with this? Oh, right. So, if we consider just these towers existing here, and you have 2 Meteor players that have arranged themselves. If you imagine you as the summoner, you have 1 tower, and you know where you have to go, and so you can turn around and see where the opposite tower is. You either see opposite or middle, like it doesn't really matter. So you can communicate to the person on the other side, looking in their direction, left, middle, or right. So you're telling this person as they run to the wall, do they turn left, do they turn middle, or do they turn right? And it's only the person... Well, it's the person with only 1 tower. I'm wondering what happens if you have 2 towers on both sides, because then I guess that also has to be communicated. Well, not necessarily, because then they're... Well, then both of them might be waiting to be told where to go if they're not turning around because they're looking at 2 towers. So we have to have a method to account for that. But either
Can you
way...
rate my troll strat when you have a chance?
Okay.
Because I don't want the team to see it.
Okay. Basically, regardless of anything, we have to use the quadrant with 2 towers in it.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because I actually thought about figuring out a way to open a passage down the middle.
You just have the meteors meet up in the middle at the end of them. They're dropping it.
Yeah.
Then they can get knocked. Don't show my stupid picture.
No, I won't. I think maybe the question is, with the towers on the outside being next to each other, is there enough room between them for the ice?
There's like infinite... Yeah, there's enough.
Are you sure? If you drop an ice, that ice is
if
pretty
you drop
wide.
an ice exactly intercardinal, I believe, so correct me if I'm wrong, the first set of towers are never intercardinal. So you could drop an ice exactly on 2 of the intercardinals, and it will never stop you from getting one of the starting towers. And then you just run the meteors through your, like an S. They meet up in the middle and they get knocked at the end.
So dumb. And I feel like it has like
It's
a
dumb
40
because you almost
40%
wanna
guaranteed
believe it,
failure.
don't you?
Yeah, you almost want to believe it, but it's like depending on where the towers are for the meteor players, they might just not have anything near them.
Yeah, so it would be stupid. You'd have to rotate it because of all the patterns.
Which would be rotating people around the outside, an entire quarter
You'd
rotation.
effectively end up just zigzagging anyway.
Yeah.
Just through the middle of the
Yeah.
arena. But it sure would be fucking funny to see people try it.
You know what? I have a different troll strat, which is you put them. I'll show this on stream. So you put one in this tower here. You put the other one. Let me just get rid of all this. So you send them to two towers that are next to each other, which you're actually. I think according to all patterns, you're guaranteed to have two towers next to each other somewhere. Yeah. I think there's always gonna be two towers next to each other. Maybe not. Maybe not. But let's just say it's a troll strat, so you're playing for the meme, I guess. You start them next to each other, and then you space them like this. Or you space them like this. Or no, it'll be something like this. And then you both sprint. Or one of them sprints to have spaced out meteors, and the other one is dropping the meteors in between as they go. So they're just following them.
So stupid. You could show my picture. It's the
Okay.
easiest ever if you're Meteor, but it's fucking stupid for everyone else.
We can. Oh, Revenge hates Mario Kart strats. We can present it tomorrow and call it the Mario Kart strat.
I mean, the way people do Meteor now is basically Mario Kart. This is like a complete like fucking rehaul from the ground up of how
Yeah,
you
I know.
do this. Such a waste of time.
I feel like you'd start this one close to them, just so they can bunny hop over it. So you're getting like the perfect distance. Actually, I think they'd both be.
Place the
You're
ice
sprinting.
there?
You're sprinting both of them,
You just stand there.
and with the idea that this person gets to here for their second drop, while this one goes to here for their second drop. And so you're just keeping them spaced, but you're bunny hopping every single one.
Wait, is there an AoE there that I've never seen before?
For your
Does
strat?
Square Enix account for it? Hang on, let me check the VOD. Is there an AoE I just literally haven't noticed in like...
Oh wait, the outer AoE that we completely
Is there an
disregarded.
outer AoE
Yes,
that
there's
I
there's an
literally
outer.
haven't seen?
Yeah, there's a donut around the outside. I mean, if you want, you can just hypermitigate probably.
Yeah, just drop all your mitigation there, problem solved. Don't see what the big deal is. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
We got
Okay.
we realized that early, and it just became a non-factor really quickly. Like obviously, you start in the middle.
okay.
We just haven't been
so
looking
you
at
can't
it.
do that. So instead, you should just put a line from south to north of ice through the middle. Problem solved.
Okay.
For no shit though. What is your? Do you actually have a strat that is gonna be possible?
Well, okay. So the strat is
Are we just gonna go back to doing the original idea of the
We
most
still-
opposite-ish ones?
all that really matters is that we have the meteors. At least one of the meteors in a quadrant with two towers, and the other one is opposite. That has a guaranteed good pattern every single time. It's logically impossible. So if you look at this diagram again that I was showing,
Your definition of a good pattern is almost completely opposite, right?
yeah, I mean so These two towers, this is a bad pattern, right? Because this, we've tried zigzagging, and unless we have perfect stutter stepping, we can't fit them into this space, right? However, we have done this pattern multiple times, and it's been perfectly fine. The distance clockwise from the bottom tower here is enough with the movement we've been doing. We haven't had any troubles with this one. Unless someone sprinted, which has happened, I think. But so, yeah, this, as long as there is one on a cardinal, it doesn't matter where the other one is. That will be a good pattern. So I obviously, directly opposite is free, but cardinal and one space offset is also considered good, because it's viable without having to do anything weird at all. So if you, based on the clips that Revenge was showing from Arthas's stream, all of those were... not all of them, but many of them were this, where you saw they were just doing the zig... They were just following the contours, but they weren't slowing down, and it was working. But the only way you get a guarantee, because if this one's here, the only way to guarantee a good pattern is if there are two opposite. So with two in
way
the...
to guarantee
Let me...
a good pattern
I can just
is
break it down.
Two is if there's two towers in the middle?
Two towers in one quadrant.
There's 3 towers.
It's impossible. So one of the rules in the mechanics is there are only 2 towers per quadrant.
In the middle?
Oh, sorry. There can be 3 here. It doesn't matter.
Are you looking at middle towers when you're determining that?
Oh, sorry. No. Ignore these.
You said
sorry.
If there's not a tower in the
This-
middle, it's
this
on the
quadrant.
outside.
Oh, when I say middle, I mean cardinal. In between. Like the middle of the quadrant is what I meant. Sorry. I wasn't communicating.
Geometry, man. Sucks. Okay, so
just ignoring everything
what
else.
you said from the start, though, then, because my entire... I was staring at the center of the arena.
So this is a quadrant with 2 towers in it. So you have to ask yourself, where is it possible for for any tower on the opposite side to go? So this one...
I think it's random.
It has 3 random positions, right? If it's in
the...
There are only 3
Do they have
possible
3
positions.
spots?
Yeah, there's 3 possible spots per quadrant. Left, middle, or right. So if we put it in the
There's
left...
12 outer possible positions for the
1,
first,
2,
set?
3... Yeah, there's 12. 12 outer positions.
Okay.
Each quadrant has 3, and there are only... There's a maximum 2 towers per quadrant. So you can technically get 3 in a row, like this, which we've had multiple times actually. Like 3 in a row here, 3 in a row there. And 3 in a row in our first one as well.
And you could...
But they're in
have
different
3 in a row,
different
and then
quadrants.
The opposite side also has 3
So
in a row?
Yeah, so we got this weird pattern. Well, actually, yeah, you could get it. Oh, that's not... Hang on.
Okay.
You can. So you could have this, for example. But the thing is, there's guaranteed 1 tower per quadrant, and so basically, you could say, let's just make the whole thing even, right? You can't have 4 towers in the middle, so one of the outer quadrants is stealing a tower from the middle, so you might just take this one and just put it here. And this is a possible pattern. And it's possible for there to be 2 missing from the middle, so you could take this and put it here. That's also a possible pattern. This, anywhere in any of these quadrants, is a possible pattern, but not here. You can't have 3 in 1. Because you have to stack the ice on... you have to stack ice pairs on cardinals. So you just can't have 3 people in this area. It's impossible. So it's coded so that can't happen. It's maximum 2 towers per quadrant.
What are you looking for when when the mechanic begins? What exactly are we doing?
All we care about is identifying one quadrant with 2 towers in it. Because if
Quadrant, right?
outer quadrant with 2 towers in it. So if we just ignore everything else
And
we
that is the meteor. The meteor meteor goes there, the other one goes opposite, regardless of what any of the patterns are.
There could be
Because
two.
At
There could
worst,
be.
it's going to be just less than 180 degrees.
Yeah. At worst, yeah.
I mean, actually, at worst, you could be 2 spaces closer. But you'd need to, so basically what we have done sometimes, but the team needs to get good at zigzagging.
You don't actually need to zigzag if you...
You don't?
Well, you can do the contour, but you don't have to... It doesn't have to be perfect. You might actually...
Where I got to practice meteors, so I'm not
you might
speaking from experience.
You might even be fine. Honestly, I think you're fine just taking a wide arc without zigzagging. I'm not certain because every time I've had it, I've done a contour, but it's not out of. I think it might be okay. But what we're doing is not difficult. But anyway, just following the logic of it. If let's say we identify south quadrant has 2 towers in it, so we say north-south. And so the meteors arrange themselves north-south. The opposite quadrant, let's say it only has 1 tower. If it's here, in the top left, that guarantees an almost opposite pattern. As long as this one's on the cardinal. Because we already agreed that as long as one is on a cardinal, you have a good pattern. Regardless of where it is. If this one's on the cardinal, then you've got the cardinal on one or both sides. If it's over here, then you've got it opposite this one and also a cardinal. But let's assume there's no cardinal in the double, the 2 tower quadrant. Then the one at the top is either opposite the one on the bottom left, opposite the one on the bottom right, opposite the one on the bottom left, or it is itself a cardinal. So that guarantees that you have a good pattern. The only thing is, the person that is opposite them needs to know which tower to go to. So did I have the example right here? So this summoner, if there's a ninja opposite, so we've gotten our meteors into the opposing quadrants with 2 towers. This summoner needs to communicate, or it doesn't need to, but should, ideally, communicate to the ninja that by turning right, they're going to end up in the opposite tower. And we're assuming that everyone is looking out as they run towards their towers. Because you pair up and you're looking at what is there to know if you're going out or in. You could call clockwise or counterclockwise, but it's wordier is the problem. Because if this summoner is looking over the shoulder of the ninja at their towers, left and right means the same thing to both of them. Use clockwise, counterclockwise. Yeah. But the thing is, Nuba, I don't think anyone should be looking inwards on this mechanic. If you're dealing with meteors, I feel like you should just be looking outwards to where you're going. Which is why there are so many mechanics where I've been weirded out by people looking inwards, because I'm like, I'm just thinking, how do you see exactly what's going on? If what you're looking at is sort of at the bottom edge of your screen. Yeah, like advanced relativity. You're the weirdo.
Hey, Zeph.
Yeah?
So
Sorry,
we're
I
going to
just...
have the team
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
We're going to have meteors. Always take the one that has 2 on it.
Yeah,
Oh, the
so
next
that can be called
Can
out.
the meteor player choose which tower out of those 2 that they need?
That will sometimes be necessary. So in this example here that I've got on screen,
That's exactly what I was going to tell you.
Yeah.
Because that is the one.
If the
have you seen
DPS
Whoops's clip where he said bad tower RNG, but he took that one when a healer tank took the other one that he
because
taken.
because it's following the rule. But the only reason we were doing that rule with disregard to the towers was under the assumption that zigzagging would be sufficient for a bad pattern.
Okay.
But now that we've verified that it's harder than it looked, or maybe harder in practice now that we've actually had a chance to try it, we do the next best thing we can do is communicate going to the opposite tower. So
Put that left tower in the middle, dead south. Yeah, put that one.
If it's
Put the
south,
south
I
one
can't
dead
move it on
center.
this diagram. But let's just assume the
Oh.
ninja's here.
So that is the worst case scenario.
No, this would be a worst case scenario, yeah. Which is
Because
actually
there
fine
are two.
because
So the one
actually it's this. This is
because there are 2, you're effectively always replacing you're getting one tower further with this strat than you could. Am I making
yes,
sense?
you guarantee always being
This
able
is,
to go up
so
one
that
tower.
tower is 1, 2, 3, 4 from that bad one, but you're always going to be at least 5 towers.
Yeah. As long as one of
away
them is a
from
cardinal,
the other one.
it's considered a good pattern. It's
Yeah,
perfectly
so that's
safe.
5 towers away, so that
Yeah.
should be doable. Versus what you guys are
Yeah.
trying to zigzag with 4
1, 2,
towers
3,
away,
4.
which is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
4 away. 4 away is you have
Yeah.
to have perfect stutter stepping. 5 away is perfectly okay because when if I refer to my clip where I did the stutter stepping, I ended. Hang on, where is it? Oh, so yeah, that last meteor at the end of frame, I cut the clip off a little early, but this one, oh, it's not letting me pause at the end of the clip. Basically, I dropped it on. Okay, this is ridiculous. It's literally not working. I'll just go to the moment before. So this, I dropped a meteor on top of this one, which was where the other person started. So basically, let's take these out. This was the pattern, and I was starting on the northeast, and I ended by doing this zigzag with no stopped movement. So if we just watch what I did, all I did was just keep moving from the closest to the cardinal of my tower. I just did a non-stop following of the contours like that. And I ended right on this tower, which means if Slayer was 1 tower over, what I did would be perfectly safe.
Yeah.
And so by basing everything on the quadrant with 2 towers, we are guaranteeing that we can have at least that much room. If not opposite. Which, and as you know, if it's opposite, it's completely free. But at the very least, we guarantee just getting enough space without having to do anything weird. And so, if we're going by Mr. Happy calling something, all he has to look for is a quadrant with 2 towers in it. There might be 2 of them, so it could look like this. He just has to call the first one he sees. That's all that matters. So if he sees south first, he just says north-south, and that's where the meteors go. If he sees east-west, that's where the meteors go. Even if... I would say even if the meteors are east-west, and they have... Actually, let me just copy this example. Because I think it's faster it's faster to make the call and rotate than to consider an extra tower set where there may not be a solution. So in this example, we would have the summoner and the ninja east and west, and they're already in position. They have the option of a good pattern because there's a cardinal here. So this is a good pattern. But if Mr. Happy or I or anyone is always checking north-south first, and you just build a muscle memory of always checking north-south first, you call north-south because you see the one south, and so you call north-south, and so they rotate. You do a quick 90-degree rotation, even though you're already in a valid position, because this position, these two towers on the left might not actually be there. So if they're not, you don't want to be wasting time, if you get what I mean, checking for something that might not exist when you've already spotted a solution. And so I think it's better to just pick the first one you see and make the meteors rotate into it, then take the extra time to consider all possibilities. Because you want to get people moving already. You don't want to have to wait to check another one.
I have a question.
Yeah?
This is where there's a little confusion. Take the one on the bottom right, because I know people in the team are going to ask about this. Take the tower
yeah.
on the bottom right, put it on the bottom left.
It's the same thing. Because now this tower on the top right is opposite that
We should
one.
have the meteors take the southwest and the northeast, correct?
You could, or either of these are actually fine. And we can make it the priority rule that they take the cardinal, because that is guaranteed to work without thinking. But if it's like this, they have to take the one that's opposite. And that needs to be communicated somehow. Either with a swap from the person that's doing it, or from the person that can see it. So, going back to... going back to this, if we imagine the ninja as a solo tower, they're looking over, they see where they're going, up to here, and they're looking over the shoulder of the summoner and see that the summoner needs to turn right to be opposite them. Or you could say clockwise. The summoner needs to go clockwise to be opposite. So, ideally we have, in this situation, or even in general, we have the meteor that has one tower communicate to the person opposite where they need to go. Although I questioned this the first time I thought this through, which is if they both have two towers, then they're both going to be waiting for instructions. Because then, if they both have two towers, they might go like this.
Exactly
Yeah.
what people are going to ask, and need a system for this, because put another tower exactly top left for the ninja as well. Put the same pattern mirrored.
Yeah. So this is exactly what I was worried about.
This is the only time where DPS go left would actually work well.
Yeah.
But,
so this is what I was worried about myself as well, was this situation.
So this happens, right?
Yeah. At which point
How does the ninja know which of the two to go into, and the summoner know which is the two to go into?
I guess, like Nuba says, if there's no call... I mean, Nuba's presenting one thing, but I'm just thinking, like you said, if there's no call, just do DPS left. Just assume that there's something on the other side. Because this is actually a statistically very unlikely pattern. But in the event it does happen, just default to DPS left or tank healers right, and it should work.
What he said makes sense. I didn't even think of that.
Mid, left, right, or mid, right.
You just have a
right,
priority
left.
of that will by default you have a 1, 2, 3 priority that will by default set you opposite if followed. I mean, it won't set you opposite, it'll get you close to it on average.
Yeah, so if we have, let's say there's no call, and
So the ninjas summoner are gonna look forward, and they're gonna go see there's nothing middle, then they're gonna go left. They're gonna be opposite each other.
But
Move the towers.
if this summoner doesn't have a second tower, let's say the one here
that
is
is the
there,
problem, though.
then
If-
they go,
yeah, if
they
there's one
they're force a right,
tower-
which requires the communication, or requires the awareness as you're going out. But if the ninja, so let's say the ninja has the awareness to go to this tower because the summoner doesn't have a choice, there still needs to be communication to the tank healer that is
What
paired
Lux
with them, which
said
one
would
they're
fix
taking.
it, though. They're going to be staring out. They're going to see they have one tower. They're going to say priority on the tower that they see. It's going to be left, middle, or right.
Yeah. I mean,
One of
I'm
the
not
players-
against that at all. Either way works. I'm just saying whoever has it has to be vocal about it and loud enough for everyone to hear. That's all. Like it's fine with me. We just need to make sure everyone can be heard and that comms are clear for everyone.
I don't think we have an issue
to
with
make
that.
a call.
We should be fine.
Yeah,
That's
as long
why
as
everyone
as long
has
as
mics.
everyone, yeah, as long as everyone
I don't
speaks
recruit
clearly
micless
enough.
players
Yeah, I know.
for these types
And
of
so
situations.
if we imagine, yeah, so let me try and imagine this. If I imagine this from, okay, so you, what was said just then by Lux, you don't need to turn around. You as the ninja are forced to go right. So if you just say rightmost,
Yes,
if you just say
priority right
yeah,
to the guy
priority-
that has the option.
yeah, which means this person is either going to here or here, guaranteed, because we're basing it on a cardinal with 2 towers. I mean, sorry, a quadrant with 2 towers, which means they're
Here's the
guaranteed to
third
be able to
fun
go
part.
here or here. Yeah.
I guess you just need to get good and literally check both sides no matter what. Because how do you know if both sides don't have 2 towers and then they just hesitate?
So that's what Nuba said, which is if there is no
Yeah,
communication.
but how do you go from one priority to the other? Because I know how our team is gonna do it. I guess you're just gonna say I have 2 towers also.
Well, you have to know that the
thing
other
is,
person.
By going through all this, I think you just need to have everyone, both meteor players, look all over the map, see where all possible 2 things are, and then do your swap, be in the correct position.
I
And
wouldn't.
You just know
I
on
don't
the
think
other
it's.
side that there's 2.
I don't think it's necessary to make them do that much. I think just once you are opposite, both of you need to turn around and consider where the other person can go. Or basically, if you... I mean... If we were trying to just go with a rule set that was intuitive, like Nuba said, you prioritize mid, then left, then right for meteors. And so if you turn around and you see there are 2 towers on the other side, you just follow the priority. Or even if you don't have 2 towers, if you still follow the priority... Well, no, because then that doesn't work for here, so you still need the communication in this instance.
You could call it. It's just that getting to the point where me personally, maybe not the rest of the team, but me personally, I'd rather just turn my camera and just look at what they're doing.
Yeah, but the
Look at what
problem...
their options are, and then
The
just say,
problem
"Do
comes
this"
the
to them.
problem comes from you being paired with someone else and that person running with you knowing what you have seen and what you've decided to do. Because otherwise at that point, if we bring back this example, I as a paladin need to also look, I have to see 2 towers and then all of a sudden it's become my problem. Because now I need to know, now I have to turn around and see where the ninja is going to have to go according to their own priority with the summoner.
About
So
this.
if they're always going left, the ninja's going here, but now I as the paladin need to realize that and
How about
react
that?
accordingly.
You have mid, left, right priority. Only if someone has a single tower on the right, they do a call to warn and say priority is now
Oh,
right.
not necessarily on the right. If you have a single tower, you just make a call no matter what. How do I put this? This example here, this tower could be on the left or the right, but basically, if they're both waiting here, there is one situation that you'd want to avoid, which is the summoner going to the far left. The ninja has one tower, and so they just make the call. Priority right? Correct?
Yeah.
If that tower is on the left, they just say priority left. But the communication
I don't
is
think they
required.
even need to say priority left. It's only if the default priority puts people in danger of being 4 towers apart. That's the only time you would need to talk.
Well, if this tower
It's
is
only if
over
there's
here.
a right tower.
Well, I'm actually
when
the
you would
thing
need
is,
to talk.
if you're looking at one tower, you don't even need to turn around and consider what's on the other side. If you just say priority right or priority left, if it's in the middle, it literally doesn't matter.
If it's left, it doesn't matter either, right? Am I thinking of this wrong?
If this tower on the bottom right is actually on the bottom left, suddenly it matters. If the summoner wants to go here. Well, actually, no, hang on. Because if we're assuming the tower's in the middle, that takes priority before.
Because if you're doing middle, left, right, that means because of that priority system, right is the last one you want. If your only choice is right, that's the only time that priority system doesn't work, which is why that player needs to know if they shouldn't. They need to know if that's the new priority. I worded that so badly.
I kind of get what you're saying though. But if there is one in the middle, I feel like we need to use a different example, because if there's one in the middle, that makes it simple enough.
This is the way. If you do it like this, all you need to do is, if you're solo and you have a tower on the right, you call it so that the other person can flip their priority so they're opposite you, or almost opposite by taking their center. If you both have 2 towers, you don't even need to talk because you default to your normal priority.
Yeah, which is mid, left, then right.
Yeah, and if you have a middle or a left tower, a single, you still don't need to talk because the priority will resolve it as well.
So let me think. If there's a
you only
single...
ever need to talk if you only ever need to do a call if there is a single right tower opposite of the 2.
Okay, so I'm hearing you. I just need to visualize the steps. That's all. So if the ninja has a single tower on the left, the summoner wants to go middle, then left, and then it's resolved without saying anything. If the ninja has only a tower on the right, now I see it. Because the summoner wants to go middle, then left, but that's bad. So they've been told priority right.
They've been told flip your priority.
So the only so the
Because
two things
you're just going backwards with the priority. You only need to make a call.
Is it not correct what Lux is saying?
You taught the team a default priority
Uber?
system because you're only calling to go off of that priority system.
Because like what I just said, that if the ninja's going left and the summoner's next priority is left, without any communication, it works. Well, no, because the summoner here.
Because if it's a solo tower
mid, then left, and you've become opposite
Oh,
without
sorry.
any call.
Didn't know you stopped talking to me.
Oh, sorry.
I got confused.
But yeah, I think we're in agreement, unless Nuba is contesting, that the only time there is a need for communication is solo tower on the right. So
Well, think about it. If you put a tower in the middle.
Oh, hang on. So, you on the top or the bottom?
You cannot blindly do a priority system without a call.
Hang on, I need to just. I just need to pull in the files so I can do this in one place.
Yeah, it only should matter if it's right. Am I misunderstanding? If you're using a base priority, that should be the default, right? By the way, do you want me to stop replying in voice, Zeph?
No, it's good. I'm not talking because I'm just grabbing this stuff. Just so I can actually mess with this on what I'm looking at. I'm making this
basically
file so messy.
The base priority thing saves you from literally calling out. I mean, you wouldn't need to call out every poll, and people would just be made aware of when they need to change it. Which is something this team is usually more comfortable with.
Yeah, it
sounds like what you're looking for.
I'm just gonna reply to Nuba 1 second. I don't think we're disagreeing on anything, Nuba. You make the call if it's right. Else, there's no need for communication. Are we all in agreement of that? Because that's what Lux is saying, and it sounded like you were disagreeing, but I thought we were all saying the same thing. I just want to make sure that there's no contest to what we're saying. Because that's what I'm about to go with. That seems like what makes the most sense to me. Which means that if you have a meteor and you're looking at a right tower, yes, you say right priority, but it's actually just, if you say anything, it just means that the person on the other side is not going left. Like, yes, right priority, but it's just the fact that you're opening your mouth. It's just something needs to be said, and it flips the priority, and that's it. Like, obviously you're going to just communicate right prior or something, but it's just the point. The point is, you're just communicating that this is the situation.
Zuff.
Yep. Okay, so you wanted an example, right? So you can tell me what to do.
I need to go to bed soon, so I'm trying to,
okay.
I want to be able to write this up and post it so people can
Okay,
wake
right.
up and
So
read it.
so the two things that sort of the most important things is, number one, we need to base everything off the first quadrant we see with 2 towers in it. That's step one.
Is someone going to call that for the whole team? Are we going to default? Are we going to pick the first tower north clockwise that has 2? First quadrant? Is there a rule?
I mean, we can...
Or just do it the way you were doing it, where you're going to use eyes and call?
If... I mean, Happy... I was sort of going off the idea that Happy would call it, but if we did just spin our camera north clockwise and pick the first one we see, that's something that everyone can do in sync. To be aware. I mean, either way, we need to... Step one is base it off 2 quadrants. I'm just trying to think what is our best way to pick that. Because there's the possibility of 2 of them. So we just need to know which one we're going with. If we... Like, what I was saying is you check north or south and see if it's there. Else rotate. That's one way of doing it. Or you could just check north and then check east. But that's the same thing. If you check north and east, then it's no rotate. If you check north... Because that means there's at least one... No, it doesn't mean there's one south. Then you don't know if it's south or east. And so then you've just wasted time checking 2 of them, and it's not there. And then you might have to check 3 at that point. If you check 2 opposite, you guarantee knowing from 2 checks. So I think we just check north-south, and if we see it, we use north-south, regardless of if there's one east-west. I don't know if I was talking to you when I was talking about the example, but it saves having to check an extra quadrant unnecessarily.
Yeah,
just
you mentioned
to see.
that. It makes sense.
Yeah. So you just skip that. So you check north-south and see if,
So you
if
want
there's
to
2 towers.
prioritize north-south whenever possible as the default.
Yeah. So I'm thinking what we do is we immediately do a swap to get the meteors north-south. So we'll follow what we talked about at the end of today, which is pairing up on the... Let me get the rolls right here. We'll pair up on our cardinals like this. At the beginning of the mechanic. Meanwhile, identifying whether there is a... I'm wondering, do we do the swap for... I mean, it might be able to happen simultaneously because of how easy it will be, actually, to identify. It's just the hard part is doing the call and rotating everyone, if you need to, but that's really not a big deal. So we'll just say step 1 is pair up on your cardinal, and then you'll see where the meteors go. So whoever is not on the cardinal... hang on. What happens if they are east and west already? If it is east-west, the call is going to be made north-south, and so they have to rotate. If it's already north-south, the call will be made, so you do nothing. If it's north and east, and the call is north-south, then this person...
Can I interrupt you real quick? Because I'm writing it out, and I need to finish it soon. I just put... What you said is fine enough for now. We're going to prioritize north-south.
Yeah.
If neither north-south has 2 towers on the outer quadrant, we put the meteors east-west.
Yep.
After that, the priority for the meteors is middle, left, right, facing the outer towers.
Yep.
This means the priority for the non-meteor players who are with a meteor player has to be different. It has to be right, left, center.
I guess, yeah.
Do you want to just have the meteors
I mean, if there... Okay, so first of all, if there is a middle one, you know you're giving it to the meteor player. We don't have to... Hang on. Oh, yeah, so you know that they're going to take the middle one. Because we can completely avoid having to think about it by them taking middle first.
They're always going to take the reverse of it, but if they call reverse priority, that person that's with them needs to hear that and react to that as well.
Yes.
So meteor is middle, left, right.
At least the way...
If you're with a meteor player, you're going right, left, middle. And if you hear reverse priority, then you're just flipping it. Do you think people will be able to follow this?
So the way I'm thinking about it is the way I'm thinking about it is if there is a middle one, that is a meteor tower. That much is obvious. So regardless of whether there's a tower on the left or right, I'm just in the not middle one. So that's the first thing I'm thinking. And I think that's easy enough to follow, right? That's a simple thing to follow. Otherwise, I'm going to the right. But if they say right priority, I'll just go to the other side. So you're just either avoiding it. You're avoiding the middle one, or going to the right, unless someone says something. So rather than thinking right, left, middle, it's avoid, right, or go away, basically. So you're thinking about... Is this making sense? To me, in my mind, I'm thinking about where I'm avoiding rather than where I'm going. Because by avoiding middle, that's 2 towers in one decision, rather than the priority of right, left, middle, if that makes sense. Or in fact, you're never middle. So you're just right, or you're left. You're right unless you're told to go left. That's actually it. That's as simple as you can make it. Or if it makes it easier, you're right unless someone opens their mouth, basically. Because it doesn't matter what someone calls. If the call is made that it's right priority, it's just the fact that they are saying something. Because there's not going to be any... No one's going to say anything unless they are flipping the priority, if that makes sense. So as the partner, you are right unless the call is made. Then you go left. That's it. Because you're never going to be middle if it's there. So you only have those 2 options. Does that simplify it enough? I think that's as simple as you can make it. While the person with the meteor is trying to go mid, else left, unless told to go right. So they're actually... It's actually there are only 2 choices for everyone. If you have a meteor, you're mid or left. If you don't have a meteor, you're right or left. And then the only other possibility is someone makes a call. And then you just go opposite. So your third option is just the flip. But otherwise you only have 2 main options. Are you writing it?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's about as good as it can get. Anyone could make the call for prio flip. Well, the thing is, if I have... Hang on, let's make this example again. Yeah?
Players who are with no meteors. 2 players together who have 2 towers to take, who are both going out together, but there is no meteor among them.
They follow the
Is
same
that
rule.
staying tank healer left? Or tank healer right, DPS
Yes, yeah, just follow the exact same rule. Those quadrants can handle it the exact same way we've been doing it this whole time. Meteors and their partners are the ones that have something different. This GIMP file. I mean, I shared the layouts. I haven't shared the file itself, like not with the circles and the icons. I put it on Twitter, 1 second. So this is just all the examples that I have, excluding this one which I've kind of shoved in the edge here. Well, actually, maybe I'll make room for it now, because I made it after and I tried to shove it in. I meticulously aligned all these, but it doesn't matter. So these, I grabbed these icons, I just happened to have them on hand. And yeah, drew circles, circles and lines, that's it. But just having this is really helpful for being able to test your ideas against different possible patterns. Because then you see weaknesses when you come up with an idea and you test it and it's like, oh, there's no guaranteed opposite opposite tower. And then you see a pattern that Nuba had. Oh, there's no guaranteed cardinals. Or maybe, oh, there's 2 towers missing from the middle or something like that. Like all sorts of things. It's good to have different options. Hope your solution plus explanation help credit you if I make a guide. Well, I could. The thing is, this is gonna become the Mr. Happy strat. Whether we like it or not. For no reason other than he exists and he's streaming in the group. That's literally the only reason why. Because Happy Brambles became a thing, even though he didn't publish it as a guide. He just happened, it was our prog strat. Yeah?
I'm gonna post soon. But did you want me to at the very bottom, or at the very top of the post to the team, did you want me to type Awk strat? Or did you want me to type Nuber strat? Or
let's
Sword
ask.
Strat?
Let's,
Like,
I think
there's,
Nuber wants it to be called Awk strat.
Built on Nuber's idea.
He wants
made,
Awk
like, most
strat.
of it.
He wants it to be
Awk
the Awk
strat?
strat. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to type Awk and then put the picture of the dog, or just put the dog and then put the word strat after it?
Probably say Awk strat and then picture of the dog, I think. Just so it's verbalized properly.
Okay.
So Ko, the problem.
I'm gonna DM it to you before I submit it. Just to make
there
sure
is
it's good, and then I'm gonna go the fuck to bed.
Okay.
Because this isn't even instructions; it's more of a. Oh shit! I'm running out of the character count. Maybe I went on too long.
Oh.
Let me cut out some of the bullshit.
Okay.
I'm just gonna trust everyone can understand the concept of it. I'm just gonna finish it by saying, by doing this strat, the Meteors players will only ever end up in towers 5 bases apart from each other instead
Maximum or minimum
of the cursed 4. How does that sound?
Yeah. That's good.
You said, yeah, it's good on your stream. I barely even heard you because you're muted.
Oops, I didn't realize I was muted. I have a thing in front of my screen that's covering it's like covering the bottom 1 centimeter of my screen, which is where my Discord icon is. It's because I'm slouching, so I can't see it properly right now.
Okay, I wrote that.
Tell.
You can critique it. You can show it on your stream if you want to, but you don't have to. It's just, I need an extra opinion on if that's good from someone that doesn't know shit about any of this.
Oh, you put it in team chat? Wait, no, wait,
No,
where are you putting?
I DM'd you.
Oh, I'm scrolled down too far. Sorry. By doing this strat, the Meteor players will only ever end up in towers 5 spaces apart from each other instead of the Curse 4. Yeah. I think that's a good way of selling it.
Yeah, but can you just skim through the instructions?
Oh, okay, I'll read the whole
we
thing.
We don't end up on a screen chat for 2 hours?
New Meteor strat / rules. Meteors stay opposite each other, but one Meteor player always gets a quadrant with 2 outer towers, and we will check north-south first. We only go east-west if neither the north or south quadrants have 2 far towers. The Meteor players have a priority of grabbing the tower middle, then left, then right, facing the outer towers. If a Meteor player has 1 tower on their side on the right, they must call Meteor right prio. The other Meteor player opposite them will react to this and take the rightmost of the 2 towers available to them, leaving the players more opposite. Players that are attempting to soak outer towers in the same quadrant as a Meteor player should be aware of the priority the Meteor players want. By default, non-Meteor players who are paired with Meteors and need an outer tower should grab right, left, middle so they don't steal the Meteor player's tower. These players must also listen... I want to cut that out. They're never taking the middle tower. So you can just say right or left. You can skip one part of the priority.
right or left in that order,
Yep.
in that priority. Okay, I edited it.
These players must also listen for the meteor right prio call coming from the solo tower meteor player and adjust. But basically, that player, if you want to simplify the explanation, if they hear the right prio call out, they go left. That's all it is.
Okay.
They're just basically getting out of the way. So they're right, otherwise they're left.
Right.
But you could say the middle tower overrides. The middle tower overrides the rule, I would say, because if the solo player is looking at a right tower and they call right prio, if there's a middle tower on the other side, it can be safely ignored. The meteor just goes to middle anyway, just because middle is perfectly valid, and it avoids having to have the non-meteor players ever going middle. So maybe you say right prio, or you could just say right tower, and that's communicating
So
that
if
they
there's
need
a
to try and go
tower, hang on. I need to talk about this with you first.
Okay.
You need to show me an example of because this is different than what I
Okay.
thought.
And
I wouldn't.
okay.
I thought if a meteor player says right, you reverse it. Like period, you reverse it. You're giving the other player the center.
Okay,
tower.
so are you looking at the stream now?
Yes.
If this is the pattern, and we'll just ignore everything else here, and it's just these two players, the Bard will call right prio because they have no option and they need the person on the other side to not be taking this left tower if it is there. However, if this tower is in the middle, meteors always go middle, regardless of any call that is made. Because that's a valid pattern, and that means the person that's partnered with them is never going middle. So you're just eliminating them ever having to go middle. If that makes sense. So you're calling that you have a right tower, but it doesn't matter if there is a middle one on the other side.
Starting to get what Nuber was saying now.
You can flip the priority, but I feel like it's either you make the call and you swap left to right, but you just ignore it if there's a middle one. Like if you're looking and you see a middle tower, you already know. So you look at it and you've locked into where you're going because you see a middle one. If someone says right prio, you don't care. You still they're saying it just in case you don't have the option. This can happen. You can have, so we're trying to avoid the situation where the meteors are in these two towers, because this is an unreasonable pattern. It's an unreasonable execution. I don't know how much you know about the mechanic, Ko, but if this tower is not here, north-south becomes an unreasonable option. You have to rotate east-west. I made these diagrams based on our clips. And oh, where am I? I need to just drag these out of the way. This is a pattern that we had. So it does exist. This is technically northeast-south. Like, if you treat this as north, this is northeast here, this is southeast. And we wiped to it multiple times today. So realizing that it can happen, and it's just a random wipe.
Getting too tired.
Yeah, no problem. What you wrote is, I mean, we can.
I just needed to figure this out with you real quick.
Yeah.
You want tower players. So the dude says right priority, but if there's a center tower, the person just doesn't care, even if they can take a right tower to make the mechanics safer.
Yes. Because it's not technically safer because being on the cardinal is still perfectly safe.
It's not as safe because being right would put them opposite.
It would put them opposite, but I think you still have ample space. If we're doing the same movement every single time, it's going to work every single time. So I don't think it matters. I think what's more important is making it easier for people to go to a tower. So if I'm part of this pairing right here, the moment I see a middle tower, so you've paired up and you're looking at the tower, the moment you both see this middle tower, you know where you're going. If someone makes a call, you don't care. Because you know that this is going to work anyway. So the moment you see this, you actually just switch off to anything else. And you just focus on your own movement and what you're doing. If someone makes a call, doesn't matter. Because the person up here is looking at this in isolation.
What matters is the person next to the meteor player needs to know that they have a.
Yeah, so
flip.
I'm saying.
Oh, but just kidding. It's not on our side.
I'm saying for both of them, if there is a meteor, so you're standing together and there's a meteor, it might be. Let's just say it's on both players. Like you're standing together, you have the meteor marker, and you see a meteor tower. You immediately know that is where the meteor is going. Both of you. So the Dark Knight knows they're going to here, the Ninja knows they're going to there. It's an instantaneous decision. So regardless of what is said from this bard in isolation, looking at their one right tower, this has already been solved. So you lock yourself into doing this.
What is so hard about being the Dark Knight in this situation?
You mean
they
if you went like this?
Player, they know they need to get priority right. They hear meteor priority right. They go, okay, I'll get the other one.
It's not terribly difficult. It's just to avoid
that, man.
Yeah, it's just to it's.
Can we do that first? And if people are stupid, then we just default to the middle. Do you want to do that? I want to try and trust our team a bit that they'd be smart enough to memorize that. The meteor's going for this, this, and this. I mean, we can call it every time to remind people. As soon as we get to the mechanic, we can be like, meteors are middle, left, right by default.
It's not about the team. It's actually for me. Like I don't want to have to think about extra things that are unnecessary.
Oh, don't be silly, Zeph. You're good at thinking.
Maybe
you're the best
thinking
at
too
it.
much.
You can do it, man. Are you kidding me?
Well, no, I'm not saying I can't do it. I just try to eliminate as much thinking as possible. I would prefer not to do something that I don't think is necessary.
Gold for us. Like, you don't need to be perfect with these strats. You need to find a way that where we can do it every pull. And the thinking part, I wouldn't worry about that with this team. Or yourself. I think you can do it. We already are doing mechanics with way more thinking than necessary right now. Like the way we do the first guy Tet. There's like so much thinking that has to be done by everybody on that. But we're still doing it. Not perfect, but we're just sticking to it, you know? You kind of just grief your way through it until you clear, and then you clean up after you beat it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's not a pug. I
Maybe
really
it's
trust that.
Yeah. Maybe it's a matter of perspective, because the reason I'm thinking, because I'm thinking about it as these players, because if this person, I feel like I would have already seen this tower and made the decision of where I'm going, knowing that it is perfectly valid before this person has said anything, and so I can switch off the moment I see it, if that makes sense. You just commit to what you're looking at.
If you hear meteor players prio right yelled really loud, and you're next to a meteor, and you don't have a meteor,
so that's
you're going left.
The reason I lean towards the other one is because I have made a decision to go here, and then my decision has been changed. Versus just sticking to a decision that I know 100% works, that we
The
both
guy's
know
already
100%
getting his.
will work.
The other meteor player's already getting his decision changed in most of the scenarios. This is just like a niche scenario.
Okay.
where
It's
there's
1
like
in
a
3.
new rule.
But
just
with
for
this
one.
with this particular pattern, it's a 1 in 3 chance. Or it's a 1 in 3 that the call is going to be made to flip the prior.
I guess
rather.
we could debate all day. I just. I don't like it as much as you do. You like this more. I like the sticking to a priority system more. I like to learn a rule and live by it more than let's change one thing because it's easier to think about. I actually think it's harder to think when there's like a never mind, the rules are different on this particular one, so you don't have to think about it. That makes me think about 2 sets of rules now, if that makes sense. You know
to
what I
me,
mean?
yeah.
Like now I'm like, okay, I'm not just doing this or this. Now there's this new scenario where I have to see if there's a middle tower, he's gonna want that and he's gonna go against his priority.
The way I think about it is like going through the mechanic by steps. Step 1 is there a middle tower? If yes, I mean it's kind of like programming where you just leave the loop. You exit the loop and nothing else in the loop matters anymore. That's the way I'm thinking about it. So that's how I think of it, as removing thought, because I'm cutting off the rest of the decision making where it doesn't matter anymore. I've made the decision, someone else might try to bring in a variable that influences that, but my decision has already been made. So I'm just ignoring anything once the decision has been made. That's how I see it. It's just cutting it off.
I see that, but is that worth? So there's the possibility it'll make it easier to think of for some players, maybe most of them, and it makes the meteors harder.
Well, not harder, because we're assuming that this is just a good pattern. Technically, this is no easier than this, because there's ample space for both of them. So we don't really
There is
care
more
about
space for one.
Yeah, but
There's less
we're
for the
considering
other.
this one is going to end right here, regardless. So it doesn't matter.
Basically, you're saying because a lot of the patterns are like medium difficulty, you should always know how to do that. And if you get an easy one, we're never allowing that.
I'm not saying you never allow it, because you'll get it naturally if they're opposite anyway.
You'll get it naturally,
just-
but you're not going to take the opportunity if it presents itself to have
Yeah,
a slightly easier.
Yeah, that's what
one,
I'm saying.
because
You won't bother because
you're trusting everyone's already good at it and will never mess up a slightly harder one,
not even
right?
good at it. I'm saying it just works. Basically I'm saying you can't get safer than safe. Like it's already safe. That's all I'm saying.
So you think our team has no problems with this one?
Yes,
This
I don't think we wiped to this a single time. Not to distance. It was only ever stutter stepping or stuff like that, or running out of space on the extra short pattern that caused a wipe.
So
Because if we go back to this clip, I just did a run, and I didn't
okay,
stop.
so
I just
need to change
did the
one
thing.
line. I believe you.
Yeah.
So I just need to change one line. If he says right priority, that just means center, right, left.
Yes.
If a player has only a right tower, if a
Yeah,
meteor player
actually,
has
yeah.
only a right tower, they're gonna say right prio. The other player is gonna hear that and still
Yeah.
go center, right, left.
Yeah, that's actually a good way of saying it, to just eliminate the thought of reversing it. So rather than reversing, you're
It's not
mirroring.
reversing it, it's
you're
changing
mirroring.
it.
You're literally flipping
Yeah.
it. Right becomes left. That's all that's happening. So if you think about it that way, it doesn't actually... Because I see where you're coming from, but when you put it that way, it's a different way of thinking of it that, personally, I think makes it easier on the non-meteor player, because they just want to avoid middle all the time. They're just going right unless they're told to go left. That's basically all that's happening. Like, you could even just say, I mean, it depends on what the word, what meaning the word conveys, but if you just said flip, even, if you just wanted to keep the call short and concise, just saying flip means you're, if you would normally go left, you're going right. If you're normally going right, you would go left. That's it. If you're middle, you always stay middle.
It fulfills the goal of guaranteeing that you never get the cursed pattern. It's just you don't sometimes get a god pattern. So, I understand. And it probably will be totally fine to clear with this strat. Let's do it.
Okay.
Just want to understand. As a media player...
If there's no mid tower,
Never
wait for
take
call.
a center
Hang on.
tower from a meteor player. They always will try to get it. Okay, I edited it. I hope I haven't annoyed you.
No, it's fine. It's good to make sure that I'm not thinking about things in my own unique way
I'm not trying
that
to-
doesn't get across. But the way
I
you
trust
put it,
a lot
I
of the
think the
shit
way
you
you
say,
put it,
I argue for the sake of myself learning sometimes and trying to learn stuff. And I know we debate and shit, but I'm not trying to be rude or anything.
I think the way
I
you
find-
put
I
it
think
is
it's
actually,
productive.
yeah, the way you set the priority made it a little bit easier to understand as well.
Okay, thanks for helping me understand. So does that look good? Do I ping the team with that?
So where are the changes? Which paragraphs?
Meteor players have a priority of middle, left, right. If
Okay.
the opposite player, if they call a right tire priority, their priority changes to middle, right, left.
Yes.
Other players who are with the meteor players will always try and get right or left if they hear meteor top or
They're
right
actually,
meteor priority,
they
go
are, I would say they are, well, yeah, they're always
right or
right.
left.
They're always right,
They're never center.
then left. Yeah.
They're right or left.
Yep, that's it. Those are their only options. They're going
If
right
there's middle
unless
and right, they're
priority.
right. If there's middle and left, they're left. If there's right and left, they're right.
If there's right and
they
left
hear
but right prior, they're
prio
left.
strat, they're gonna go left.
Yeah.
And I made a note because people are gonna see a center tower and a right tower, and they're gonna go, "Oh, the center tower is on the left." I've said never take a center tower from a
Yeah.
meteor player.
Yeah. Because that's also consistent with what we discussed at length as a team, which was just trying to get meteors on the cardinal. So I think that might already be where people's mindset is, so it's kind of consistent with that.
If people need these things redefined, then I'll write a fucking glossary. Like, what does center tower mean?
Yeah.
When discussing outer
uh,
towers, because
I
I
mean,
built
yeah.
the context by first talking about it, and I'm assuming as people read through it, they're not gonna flip their brains to different parts of the map.
Yeah.
Oh wow, is Valor and Slayer still here?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, hello.
Oh, do you guys follow what I?
Yeah.
what we
Have
just
you been
said?
following? Because if you have been, feel free to have input.
I'm trying to.
Well, I'm about to post the rules right now.
I think the only question remains, because this is going to require people to communicate, so we want a call out that everyone will use. We could say right prio,
I just put those as placeholders because it makes sense to me.
or we could. I mean, for me, it's just the fact that they're saying anything that flips. So to me, it doesn't really matter what they say as long as there's the call out. So they could say flip, they could say mirror, right prio, anything works, honestly.
They could
so
say
that
pog strat.
you could say pog strat if you wanted. You say pog strat, everyone echoes pog strat. And then the whole team has said it. Wait, did you say pog or orc? I thought you said pog. But
It's orc strat.
Yeah.
The whole strat is orc strat.
Yeah.
A mix of
Yeah.
several people in your chat. Started with Nuber. I think it was
It's kind of just being poked at by everyone that to get it to this
Sublime,
point.
and there was someone else that had a really good input on it.
Yeah, that would have been
More Swordsman, I think.
And also, who was it?
I think it was Zeph also.
Who's that? Chat scrolled up to Lux as well was giving some input.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was-
everyone.
that was-
I mean, it's kind of a collective effort of not necessarily saying what to do, but trying to tear it apart. That helps to figure out what
I
makes
think
sense.
this just proves that having a large team is really helpful because you have more people to brainstorm these
Yeah.
things with, you know?
Yeah.
Or just having someone who is like extremely intelligent and can teach everyone. Which
Yeah.
I've never met one of those people.
Feels bad, man.
It's like you're either you can either like teach stuff okay, or you're really fucking smart and know everything. But then there's like I'm not saying you can't teach. I'm saying there's a struggle to.
It's
I've watched-
a matter
you've
of
watched
coming
TED
to
Talks
it.
about this shit, right?
Yeah,
Have you watched TED Talks about how people with like PhDs and they're literal geniuses, but they don't know how to give a talk or
you have
anything?
a deficiency in some areas. Like
Yeah,
your
they have to
brain
take,
has
like,
taken from one
communication
part
courses and shit.
Yeah, your brain's taken
It's
from
that
one
kind of
part to
thing.
give to another sort of thing.
Yeah, they start talking, and within 10 seconds, they lose everyone around them. They don't know how to break it down. They just are at like a hyper intelligent level, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, this
You did
will
a great
work.
job
We
of
just
explain this to me, so I really appreciate it, man.
I think it works. I think if it's just you flip it if need be, and like that's a thing. I'm wondering if maybe I've just been leaving too many options open. Maybe I just need to be more decisive because I'm saying we could say right pro, we could say flip. Maybe should I just be making a decision and just saying do this? I feel like I should.
Oh my
be.
god, I've been waiting for you to be like that. Yes. I'm trying to.
So I'm
nudge you
trying to
off
be.
to
I'm
be
trying to
more
be too
assertive
considerate.
with your
I'm trying to be
decisions.
too considerate
Because
about the way other
saying
people are thinking.
We could do this or we could do this doesn't get us into the fight.
Yeah.
Trying it sooner.
You're right.
That's why I'm like that's not. That's actually one of the main reasons why I was being a little arguey earlier. Is not because I didn't want you to decide anything. It's because I did want you to pick a thing. I want you to be confident and say, let's go in, get there real quick, see what happens, try this. Okay, it didn't work. Hum. Okay, try this. And just make everyone fucking do it.
I am in agreement.
I guess we'll just do right prio then. We'll just say that. If you have one right tower, you say right prio, and that means that excluding the middle tower, if you're right, you go left. If you're left, you go right.
I think I look at it a different way from you. You want to find the most pristine way where no one can mess it up. I want to find
Now
the
you're
best we can
questioning my
get right
final
now,
decision.
and if that'll get us the clear, it'll get us the clear.
Yeah.
Like, I want to go in with a rough draft that sounds like it's pretty good and fucking pull and see what happens. And pull and pull. And if you get something that pulls 9 times out of 10, that's pretty damn good, even for an ultimate. And then you can tweak it better. You know what I mean? Because there's little things you can't perceive. And all the things, just you as one... You know, I'm not trying to be me. As one man thinking about it in all these different ways, you could get... You're actually, like, experimenting with your idea in practice. So it's like theory versus... You're very good with theory. I'm more into practical. You know, try a thing and go.
Yeah.
I don't like pulling with stupid shit, but I know a lot of your stuff is legit. A lot of stuff you came up with is legit. So yeah, if we can continue prog with that mentality, I'd be super happy. And
well, I actually wanted to do that
Vouch for
with
you.
like, you know how we got to Nidhogg, and I actually went straight to writing the cheat sheet. Because I know you use those, and I feel like that's good. You get a basic set of steps. The problem is, so I did that. The problem is we then got stuck on the mechanic before it, and so now we've gone back to the drawing board on that one. But I did try to just give us a set of basic instructions to pull with. Unfortunately, we now are not getting there consistently.
we'll get there consistently tomorrow.
Yeah.
And if you have an idea and you think it'll work, let's fucking try it. And don't say we could do this or we could do this. You can just be like, team, step aside, give me 5 minutes, and then do your thing. Or you and I can go into another channel with Happy or something, like anything. Iron it out fast. Yeah. We can do it together. I don't want to have debates with the team as much, because I don't think that is more productive than it is slowing us down.
Yeah. So, you know...
There's too many ideas being thrown around at the same time.
It might be
a person's idea and go with it.
It might be helpful to mention this, because this is sort of how my brain works. 1 second, someone just subbed. Tiropa, thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Okay, so this will actually, I think this will explain a lot about the reason why I can get distracted during pulls. Because my brain is extremely, how do I say it? Like, I don't know if saying it's visual is the right way, but I see things very clearly in my mind. And so sometimes if someone says something that has a visual connotation, I see it and it blocks my vision, if that makes sense. Because like my imagination is taking over and I'm seeing what's being talked about. I don't want ADHD.
Do you have it?
No. Not prescribed anyway.
I only recently started learning that I probably have it. That's one of the major things with it. Like, I could say, you could be driving, and I'll say, or you could be raiding, and I'll be like, hey, Zeph, I want you to picture a green sofa with Titan twerking on it, and you'll picture it, and you'll fucking wipe.
Did you say Titan?
See how you just had to ask me? Did you say that? You would have wiped if we were mid-raid. You can't. You have to picture it.
I did picture it.
You pictured it, and you stuttered, and your brain got flustered for a second. That's why I don't like loud comms when I'm raiding. Because if someone says something visual, like Revenge, always with his funny jokes, it Fucks
Oh
me up.
man.
Earlier, I think someone mentioned ice cream, and I had to mute comms because I was almost about to accidentally wall it because I started picturing ice cream in my head
Yeah.
instead of the mechanics.
Well, anyway, so the thing is, we were having a discussion about a strat, and I said I just need a minute to think hard because I was trying to visualize everything playing out, but because extra input kept getting added, I couldn't complete the picture. So I just needed to not talk and just have a minute. And sometimes I feel like that's just what I need. Like you said just before, that maybe I should just say I need 5 minutes, because usually the result of the 5-minute think is coming out with the solution, or just something much better working than trying to, like 5 minutes is much better than 1 minute for me, I guess I should say.
I feel like you need to work a little bit quickly though,
Yeah.
and not worry as much about. You need to. You worry about how hard something might be, in theory, for the team. I think you might be able to get away with less of that. Because, to an extent, the team is your experimental lab rat with strategies, and you can just say, hey, everyone, try this. And yeah, for a super complex mechanic wormhole style, you can't do that willy-nilly. But for a lot of stuff that you have had ideas for, it's okay to, like a tweak or something, we can do more of that.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see how that goes moving forward. I'll take that on board.
And yeah, if you ever want a break to stop and strategize, I did that a lot in all of my ultimate progs. We used to just say, we don't know what we're doing here, everyone go take a 15, and the strategy people are gonna sit in a channel together until until we're
like
ready
I
to pull.
agree. I don't want to be having like sudden half hour or 1 hour discussions, but if we can just if necessary, just have a moment to sort out something that's causing problems. Because the thing about this type of mechanic is there's so many variables that sometimes you just need to look at it to see the full picture. Like, just stare at it. Like, I've been staring at this clip the whole time.
Yeah, this is also something that I'm not a perfectionist. I am totally okay giving people very basic instructional breakdown on what to do and fill in all the nuance later. They will learn it themselves as they pull more, instead of going over every possible nuance. That's how I teach the ultimate too. Have you done that? Where you just say, try and do this, and then they pull and they see on nail die bombs, for example. You're like, do this, this, or this. They do it. They're like, why'd I get killed by that? And you're like, okay, so here's a little thing that happens there. This is going to happen.
Well, I mean, I agree with that.
You could sit there and talk about it for an hour, but it's faster to get... They can still have a high success rate with just the basics.
I actually agree. Maybe we just haven't been enforcing that enough, but I agree.
One pull of seeing it, they'll learn.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that maybe we haven't been doing enough, but we should just be trying to, like, when we have a plan, just start getting some rapid fire pulls to see it so people can get comfy on it.
Yeah, that's my style. That's why as soon as I hear you guys start saying something, I try and break it down, and I don't even care if everyone understands it or not. I'm like, look at this and try and do that, whether you understand it or not. And then you can learn through doing the steps. As long as someone knows it's true.
The only reason I remember...
I didn't fully understand why I was doing any of it, but I was trying.
I remember you brought that up today. But at that time, the only reason I was even bringing something up is because there was a potential misunderstanding that someone else had the previous day, and our team does have a history of multiple people having the same misunderstanding and having it fixed one at a time rather than all at once. So I just wanted to make sure
having it in writing is very important.
The thing is,
the rules for the mechanics.
It was discussed. It was the quadrant thing. That's what I was talking about. That didn't turn out to be the mistake, but that's what I was bringing up. Because in the previous day, we did have a misunderstanding about what a quadrant was. In fact, I think it was Revenge when he was explaining to us the first time, he was saying quadrant. And it wasn't until we started diagramming it that we realized when he said quadrant, he meant on the cardinals, not northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest.
He was very smart in the stuff he was saying, but I did ask him to diagram it and write it, and he didn't do it, so no one was gonna fucking understand what he was saying.
Yeah.
He
He probably just didn't have time, because like he said, he's watching streams
we
like
spent
between
2
pulls and
hours
stuff.
on a call thing.
Yeah.
If someone,
I mean,
has an idea
he
they're
helped
very
me.
confident,
He
they need
helped
to
me.
Stop. Yes, he did.
He helped me set
I'm
up
not saying
the
he's
plan for
stupid,
today.
I'm not
Yeah.
talking
Oh,
shit,
no,
but I am saying
didn't
if
interpret
anyone
that.
wants to be understood, clearly they need to break it down.
Yeah.
Because you can't say words like quadrant, radial, clockwise. You can't use these geometric abstract terms. I actually put that in my announcement before we started raiding, not to do that when trying to describe things to each other. Draw a picture real quick. I said literally everything you are learning in this fight needs to be on a picture for that reason. Because if a quick MS Paint is done, that's like half of all the words that were said in 30 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's like half of everything.
I've been trying to do
this
that.
picture.
I've been trying to have
Yeah, you're
either
fine.
pictures or at least a written transcription of what's said. Because the thing is, it's actually... so I'm left-handed, and in high school, it used to be mandatory for us to, like in maths class, we had to write down the notes that the teacher put on the board, and it's really hard to write as a left-hander because you're going from left to right, and you have to move your hand every single time after every word. And so I would spend my time trying to keep up with the note writing and not actually taking in what was said. And so when people are just talking, I'm trying to write it down, but obviously I can't type as fast as people are talking, and so I'm not taking in half of what they're saying while trying to keep up. And so it's better if people just write down what they're saying and talk more slowly, I would say. I feel like if you're talking through steps, say this is step 1 and write it down in the channel, and then say this is step 2 and write it down, because otherwise someone's going to have to go back and write it down anyway. I feel like you just skip the step of having to go back and transcribe a second time if you write what you're thinking as you do it.
Wasn't that also in my announcement? I said people should
Probably.
write things down because it also teaches it for you, because it clicks in your head
Yeah.
when you write down your own steps and you look at them over. And on top of that, instead of saying it out loud and then someone misunderstands, then they get corrected. Then the next person that misunderstood gets corrected for the thing you talked about before because they weren't being talked about.
Yeah.
And then you have a conga line of people making the same mistake because talking is inefficient unless you've written a speech.
Yeah.
Or a talk.
Like
and
I feel
scripted it
like
and edited it. It's unedited. It's inefficient. It should be written down, and then you edit your own steps so that that's why I sent you the DM of this. And
Yeah.
this might get edited further depending on other people's mistakes, so that it can be consistently edited and reviewed.
yeah, and like
And I could
the
break this down even more, so it's super simple as well.
it is happening now, which is good because for the Nidhogg phase, the 3-step or the 3-number cheat sheet that I made was based off what Mr. Happy put. So he
Yeah,
wrote
I'm
down
really
his
happy
explanation.
that people are doing that stuff.
Yeah.
Now, more.
But I
Keep doing
think,
that for
yeah.
every mechanic.
I think we should focus on that first and foremost. The moment someone starts explaining something, start writing it at the same time. Because then you put it in the chat, we all read it, and if there's a hole in it, you edit it. You say, oh, can you edit this?
Yeah.
And so we kind of work on it in text.
You worked
so
on it
it's
with Revenge,
written
but
down.
I asked him 3 times to put it in a list, and then I DM'd him after, but then he said you figured it out with him instead.
Yeah.
But yeah, if anyone...
He was just
if
having
this
trouble
I don't want it to
communicating, 'cause
happen
I
again.
didn't even
If
get it,
anyone
yeah.
is like, I know what to do, we need to fucking stop and be like,
Yeah.
write it down. No,
Yeah.
don't explain it to me. Break it down for yourself so that you can explain it for everyone.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the better you can break it down, the more you understand it, because you cannot break something down that you don't understand.
Yeah.
If you can get simple steps, then you know how it works. If you can't break it down, you may not really know what you're talking about. Anyway, I need to sleep soon.
You actually wanted to sleep a while ago, and I need to sleep because we now have
we should
8.5 hours.
So tomorrow we're gonna do this new strat. We're gonna get past meteors.
And hopefully pass Nidhogg, because the information
You're supposed to call breaks from now on if you want a moment to strategize something.
Yeah.
And if you want to mute Devin, you can. If you want to just say, hey guys, I want to try and look at this for a moment. If you want to include the team, that's fine, but you can't be like, I'm going to start stopping debates from now on.
Yeah.
Because a lot of discussion is both things that would work, and I don't give a fuck about debating what is better. From now on, you just get the final say on everything. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. I think so. In my head, ideally,
in your decision though.
In my head, ideally, if someone says something, we try it and see if it works, and if it doesn't, we try the other one. And if we're executing properly, we should be able to test both of them in the same amount of time it would take to debate them.
Yes. The only reason I debated you earlier, again, was because you couldn't simplify it into steps, so I didn't know if you were 100% confident in your idea. That's the only reason I did it.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to cause an argument. It's because that another idea would have been faster to get into the boss with.
Yeah.
Try and do that less either way. Give you time.
But I think in retrospect, as it turns out, nothing would have reliably worked if we were continuing on the track we were. Something had to change. Because I really don't want to be getting into 15-minute pulls and we're randomly wiping to something 3 minutes in because it's inconsistent.
I would be more for that if it was 15 minutes. It's like 2.5 or something.
No, I mean if we're progging 15 minutes into the fight and we randomly wipe at a 2 minute...
I would have a different mentality. I wouldn't have been so speedy about it. I would have said, let's leave the instance and just talk for the rest of the night. If it's 3 minutes in, you can try shit more.
Yeah.
Alright, good night.
Alright, good night. Gigi.
Bye.
But... Is Valor still here? No?
Nice ditch.
Dedge. Okay, I'm going to also Dedge. Well, I mean, that was good. I feel like maybe not even just the strategizing, but talking about what to do as a team. Taking that on board, maybe we can work better as a group, a little bit more quickly, more cohesive. Where's Arthas at? Oh, this is actually a good opportunity. Sorry for stalling. Arthas is about to see Nidhogg face, so I'm going to try and just... Wait, no, hang on, that's... Oh, no, yeah. I'm going to try and follow along with his number and decide... I'm just going to test my knowledge quickly on the next phase. Don't do that. I don't want ADHD. Keep it away from me. It's just so this to me is a really good way of progging, because you get to do the decision making without having to get there in the fight yourself. So if we try and consider it in real time, number 3. So he's taking the first set of towers. He's soaking. He's a high jump, so he's going to be left or right, according to whatever their priority is. Opposite Rin I. So he's gone into the right tower. He dodges this. He is then going to drop his tower on this position, facing a particular direction, based on his arrow. I think he's going to face away. There we go. and then he returns to the stack point. And there you go. So that's how you test your knowledge on the mechanic. So if I were Arthas right now, I would have done the mechanic correctly. Because I said it before he did it, and then it was correct. And I feel like if you want to prog a fight and you want to test your knowledge, that's what you should do. Don't take a clip that you've stared at or like 50 times. Don't take this clip and then test your knowledge based on that. Test yourself on something completely new and see if you know how to do it. And ideally, everyone... like, so the thing is, I find this more useful than pulling, honestly, because I can learn the fight just by putting myself in someone else's shoes. But I guess that doesn't work for everyone, does it? Putting the RP in MMORPG. This is how I... You know, it's funny because I actually learned Uwu from Arthas' VODs as well. I mean, you can't deny it works. I mean, it's kind of similar to the homework I gave the raid team with Theo and Zash and Kyra, or T. Making sure they know, they understand properly what they're getting into before they go into it. Anyway, well, that seemed pretty consistent with what we were going to do, which was based on TPS, I guess. We are doing one thing a little bit different, which was the southeast, southwest towers. We haven't decided what we're doing regarding that, but I think I can say I'm confident on number 3 at least. This could be a long discussion. No, I'm going to bed. I just wanted to prove to myself that I could do that mechanic, at least for the number that he got. Yeah, I know, that's what I said. I said it won't necessarily work for everyone, but it works very well for me. Raid Arthas. You know what? Yeah, I'll raid Arthas and go to bed. Do I need to save it? I turned this file into an absolute garbage dump. I just created so many trash layers just to iterate on it. I think I'm just not going to save it. The base file is clean. Still, it's weird. I kind of just feel like sitting here. Alright. What's up, Lazarite? No sit in bed. Oh, it's just prog brain. I feel like I actually... Oh, can I show the picture? Well, I closed it, but I have it here on Twitter if you want to take a look. I made the diagrams. These are example patterns. So if you want to test your team strategy against those patterns, those are 7 different patterns with different features that you can try against. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Because for me, the most prog, like my personal progress of understanding a fight, happens after the raid session. I actually get the most done. My personal understanding of the fight and my ability to execute increases very rapidly after the raid session just by doing like 2 hours of condensed intensive study versus 13 hours of repeated pulls. Because it works better for me, as discussed before, if I can just stare at it for half an hour, That'll save me like 3 hours of prog. It's worth so much more. But it's not just, I mean, it's a team game, right? So it's not just my personal understanding, it's us coordinating as a team. I mean, that's how it is. I'd be playing a single player game if that's what I cared about. I mean, I do like Trackmania for that reason though, when it's just testing myself. But there's a satisfaction to working as a team on something like this. Your group is having issues with Tails plus Meteors. You're trying to make it brain dead. Seems like you need people to adjust the patterns. Let me tell you now. Put your foolish ambitions of a brain dead strat to rest. Because I've spent probably about 5 hours total trying to do that already, only to come up with a solution that no matter what, some people are going to need to I'm getting distracted watching Arthur's stream. Some people are going to need to adjust to something. There's going to have to be, not necessarily communication, but at least priority systems. But probably communication. The solution, I'll give you the shortcut because I'm leaving now. You need to base your meteors off the quadrant that has 2 towers. Let me bring up this Twitter link. Just to, quadrants are defined in the Twitter image. It's not quite use eyes. I really shouldn't have closed the image. I'm stalling now. These quadrants are not northeast, southwest, so on. The cardinals are quadrants, as defined by these dividing lines. The quadrant with 2 towers in it, as per the rule of the mechanic, there can only be 2 towers per quadrant, maximum. A meteor has to be in this quadrant. That's the rule, basically. Let him watch the VOD. You could go back and watch, if you want. How far back in the VOD is it? If you want to see like a 2-hour theorycraft discussion of just that, and skip straight to the solution for yourself. Guys, please, I'm ending. I'm referring to the VOD. Just let me see how long ago it was that we started. Well, actually, hang on. It was... because it's 11:45 now. The discussion started at about... it was 3.5 hours ago. It was pretty long. It's been almost 4 hours, but the diagramming started. Let's see, it's 15 now. 15? Okay, this is 3.5 hours ago. I would say not that far, you don't need to go that far back. Getting to the solution. Was I talking to Pharaoh at this point? When was I talking to Pharaoh? If the ninja's going left and the summoner's next priority. Probably just watch from around about here. Actually, a little bit later than that. To be communicated. Yeah, 13:30 approximately. Because we go over it and we develop it from there. So within this point in time, like from then on, at some point we did come up with a solution and finish, like finalize what we're going to do, and I am 99.99% confident this is a good and working solution, and it's the Orc strat. Thanks, Nooba. It's the Orc strat with maybe a different perspective of looking at it, which with the towers. the right prio thing. And with that, I will bid you all good day. I'm gonna wake up so tired tomorrow. I've had an average of 4 hours of sleep a night. Let's see if 8 hours will do me good. Yeah, so the reason we talked about it so long is we've been stuck on it for a day and a half, basically. Wonder whose fault that is? Yoshi P. He shouldn't have made this game. It's his fault. But yeah, tomorrow, I now have confidence we are going to get past this mechanic. We're going to get past Nidhogg. We're going to see what comes next. Can we have something since I started the raid? Yeah, I started the raid. I'm on a time limit now. It's okay. I'm only here for so long. What? You... Fine, whatever. Watch me cancel it. Honestly, I was tempted to. Oh man, I just realized I'm hungry. Oh no. I haven't eaten anything other than a snack 15 hours. I just realized. Okay, anyway, thanks for watching everyone, and thanks for being part of the discussion. I think it really helped consolidate the strat. And honestly, just having people to explain it to and bounce off is helpful. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow.